There were about 40 people at Jerry and Samantha's cocktail party that evening. It was the usual crowd, the usual discomfort, the usual appalling noise. People had to stand very close to one another and shout to make themselves heard. Many were grinning, showing capped white teeth. Most of them had a cigarette in the left hand, a drink in the right. I moved away from my wife Mary and her group. I headed for the small bar in the far corner, and when I got there, I sat down on a bar stool and faced the room. I did this so I could look at the women. I settled back with my shoulders against the bar rail, sipping my scotch and examining the women one by one over the rim of my glass. I was studying not their figures, but their faces, and what interested me there was not so much the face itself, but the big red mouth in the middle of it all. And even then, it wasn't the whole mouth, but only the lower lip. The lower lip, I had recently decided, was the great revealer. It gave away more than the eyes. The eyes hid their secrets. The lower lip hid very little. Take, for example, the lower lip of Jacinth Winkleman, who was standing nearest to me. Notice the wrinkles on that lip, how some were parallel and some radiated outward. No two people had the same pattern of lip wrinkles. And come to think of it, you could catch a criminal that way if you had his lip print on file, and he had taken a drink at the scene of the crime. The lower lip is what you suck and nibble when you're ruffled, and Martha Sullivan was doing that right now as she watched from a distance her fatuous husband slobbering over Judy Martinson. You lick it when lecherous. I could see Jenny Lomax licking hers with the tip of her tongue as she stood beside Ted Dorling and gazed up into his face. It was a deliberate lick, the tongue coming out slowly and making a slow, wet wipe along the entire length of the lower lip. I saw Ted Dorling looking at Jenny's tongue, which was what she wanted him to do. It really does seem to be a fact, I told myself, as my eyes wandered from lower lip to lower lip across the room, that all the less attractive traits in the human animal, arrogance, rapacity, gluttony, lasciviousness, and the rest of them, are clearly signaled in that little carapace of scarlet skin. But you have to know the code. The protuberant or bulging lower lip is supposed to signify sensuality. But this is only half true in men, and wholly untrue in women. In women, it is the thin line you should look for, the narrow blade with the sharply delineated bottom edge. And in the nymphomaniac, there is a tiny, just visible crest of skin at the top center of the lower lip. Samantha, my hostess, had that. Where was she now, Samantha? Ah, there she was, taking an empty glass out of a guest's hand. Now she was heading my way to refill it. "Hello, Vic," she said. "You all alone?" She's a nympho bird, all right, I told myself, but a very rare example of the species, because she is entirely and utterly monogamous. She is a married, monogamous nympho bird who stays forever in her own nest. She is also the fruitiest female I have ever set eyes upon in my whole life. "Let me help you," I said, standing up and taking the glass from her hand. "What's wanted in here?" "Vodka on the rocks," she said. "Thanks, Vic." She laid a lovely long white arm upon the top of the bar and leaned forward so that her bosom rested on the bar rail, squashing upward. "Oops," I said, pouring vodka outside the glass. Samantha looked at me with huge brown eyes, but said nothing. "I'll wipe it up," I said. She took the refilled glass from me and walked away. I watched her go. She was wearing black pants. They were so tight around the buttocks that the smallest mole or pimple would have shown through the cloth. But Samantha Rainbow had not a blemish on her bottom. I caught myself licking my own lower lip. That's right, I thought. I want her. I lust after that woman. But it's too risky to try. It would be suicide to make a pass at a girl like that. First of all, she lives next door, which is too close. Secondly, as I have already said, she is monogamous. Thirdly, she is thick as a thief with Mary, my own wife. They exchange dark female secrets. Fourthly, her husband, Jerry, is my very old and good friend, and not even I, Victor Hammond, though I am churning with lust, would dream of trying to seduce the wife of a man who is my very old and trusty friend. Unless... It was at this point, as I sat on the bar stool, leching over Samantha Rainbow, that an interesting idea began to filter quietly into the center of my brain. I remained still, allowing the idea to expand. I watched Samantha across the room and began fitting her into the framework of the idea. Oh, Samantha, my gorgeous and juicy little jewel, I shall have you yet. But could anyone seriously hope to get away with a crazy lark like that? No, not in a million nights. One couldn't even try it, unless Jerry agreed. So why think about it? Samantha was standing about 6 yards away, talking to Gilbert McKeesy. The fingers of her right hand were curled around a tall glass. The fingers were long and almost certainly dexterous. Assuming, just for the fun of it, that Jerry did agree, that even so, there would still be gigantic snags along the way. There was, for example, the little matter of physical characteristics. I had seen Jerry many times at the club having a shower after tennis, but right now I couldn't for the life of me recall the necessary details. It wasn't that sort of thing one noticed very much. Usually one didn't even look. Anyway, it would be madness to put the suggestion to Jerry point blank. I didn't know him that well. He might be horrified. He might even turn nasty. There could be an ugly scene. I must test him out, therefore, in some subtle fashion. "You know something?" I said to Jerry about an hour later, when we were sitting together on the sofa having a last drink. The guests were drifting away, and Samantha was by the door saying goodbye to them. My own wife, Mary, was out on the terrace talking to Bob Swain. I could see her through the open French windows. "You know something funny," I said to Jerry as we sat together on the sofa. "What's funny?" Jerry asked me. "A fellow I had lunch with today told me a fantastic story. Quite unbelievable." "What story?" Jerry said. The whiskey had begun to make him sleepy. This man, the one I had lunch with, had a terrific lech after the wife of his friend who lived nearby. And his friend had an equally big lech after the wife of the man I had lunch with. Do you see what I mean? You mean two fellows who live close to each other fancied each other's wives? Precisely, I said. Then there's no problem, Jerry said. There was a very big problem, I said. The wives were both very faithful and honorable women. Oh, Samantha's the same, Jerry said. She wouldn't look at another man. Nor would Mary, I said. Oh, she's a fine girl. Jerry emptied his glass and set it down carefully on the sofa table. So what happened in your story, he said. Sounds dirty. What happened, I said, was that these two randy sods cooked up a plan which made it possible for each of them to ravish the other's wife without the wives ever knowing it. If you can believe such a thing. With chloroform, Jerry said. Not at all. They were fully conscious. Impossible, Jerry said. Someone's been pulling your leg. I don't think so, I said. From the way this man told it to me, with all the little details and everything, I don't think he was making it up. In fact, I'm sure he wasn't. And listen, they didn't do it just once either. They've been doing it every 2 or 3 weeks for months. And the wives don't know? They haven't a clue. I've got to hear this, Jerry said. Let's get another drink first. We crossed to the bar and refilled our glasses, then returned to the sofa. You must remember, I said, that there had to be a tremendous lot of preparation and rehearsal beforehand, and many intimate details had to be exchanged to give the plan a chance of working. But the essential part of the scheme was simple. They fixed a night, call it Saturday. On that night, the husbands and wives were to go up to bed as usual, say 11 or 11:30. From then on, normal routine would be preserved. A little reading, perhaps, a little talking, and then out with the lights. After lights out, the husband would at once roll over and pretend to go to sleep. This was to discourage their wives from getting fresh, which at this stage must on no account be permitted. So the wives went to sleep, but the husbands stayed awake. So far, so good. Then at precisely 1 a.m., by which time the wives would be in a good deep sleep, each husband would slide quietly out of bed, put on a pair of bedroom slippers, and creep downstairs in his pajamas. He would open the front door and go out into the night, taking care not to close the door behind him. They lived, I went on, more or less across the street from one another. It was a quiet suburban neighborhood, and there was seldom anyone about at that hour. So these two furtive, pajama-clad figures would pass each other as they crossed the street, each one heading for another house, another bed, another woman. Jerry was listening to me carefully. His eyes were a little glazed from drink, but he was listening to every word. The next part, I said, had been prepared very thoroughly by both men. Each knew the inside of his friend's house almost as well as he knew his own. He knew how to find his way in the dark both downstairs and up, without knocking over the furniture. He knew his way to the stairs and exactly how many steps there were to the top, and which of them creaked and which didn't. He knew on which side of the bed the woman upstairs was sleeping. Each took off his slippers and left them in the hall. Then up the stairs he crept in his bare feet and pajamas, This part of it, according to my friend, was rather exciting. He was in a dark, silent house that wasn't his own, and on his way to the main bedroom he had to pass no less than 3 children's bedrooms where the doors were always left slightly open. "Children," Jerry cried. "My God, what if one of them had woken up and said, 'Daddy, is that you?'" "That was all taken care of," I said. "Emergency procedure would then come into effect immediately." Also, if the wife, just as he was creeping into her room, woke up and said, "Darling, what's wrong? Why are you wandering about?" Then again, emergency procedure. "What emergency procedure?" Jerry said. "Simple," I answered. "The man would immediately dash downstairs and out the front door and across to his own house and ring the bell. This was a signal for the other character, no matter what he was doing at the time, also to rush downstairs at full speed and open the door and let the other fellow in while he went out. This would get them both back quickly to their proper houses." "With egg all over their faces," Jerry said. "Not at all," I said. "That doorbell would have woken the whole house," Jerry said. "Of course," I said. And the husband returning upstairs in his pajamas would merely say, "I went to see who the hell was ringing the bell at this ungodly hour. Couldn't find anyone. Must have been a drunk." "What about the other guy?" Jerry asked. "How does he explain why he rushed downstairs when his wife or child spoke to him?" He would say, "I heard someone prowling about outside, so I rushed down to get him. But he escaped." "Did you actually see him?" his wife would ask anxiously. "Of course I saw him," the husband would answer. "He ran off down the street. He was too damn fast for me." Whereupon the husband would be warmly congratulated for his bravery. "Okay," Jerry said. "That's the easy part. Everything so far is just a matter of good planning and good timing. But what happens when these 2 horny characters actually climb into bed with each other's wives?" "They go right to it," I said. "The wives are sleeping," Jerry said. "I know," I said. "So they proceed immediately with some very gentle but very skillful love play, and by the time these dames are fully awake, they're as randy as rattlesnakes." "No talking, I presume," Jerry said. "Not a word." "Okay, so the wives are awake," Jerry said, "and their hands get to work. So, just for a start, what about the simple question of body size? What about the difference between the new man and the husband? What about tallness and shortness and fatness and thinness? Huh? You're not telling me these men were physically identical?" "Not identical, obviously," I said, "but they were more or less similar in build and height. That was essential. They were both clean-shaven and had roughly the same amount of hair on their heads, and that sort of similarity is commonplace. Look at you and me, for instance. We're roughly the same height and build, aren't we?" "Are we?" Jerry said. "Well, how tall are you?" I said. 6 foot exactly." "I'm 5'11", I said. 1 inch difference. What do you weigh?" 187. "I'm 184", I said. "What's 3 pounds among friends?" There was a pause. Jerry was looking out through the French windows onto the terrace where my wife Mary was standing. Mary was still talking to Bob Swain, and the evening sun was shining in her hair. She was a dark, pretty girl with a bosom. I watched Jerry. I saw his tongue coming out and go sliding along the surface of his lower lip. I guess you're right, Jerry said, still looking at Mary. I guess we are about the same size, you and me. When he turned back and faced me again, there was a little red rose high up on each cheek. Go on about these two men, he said. What about some of the other differences? You mean faces, I said. No one's going to see faces in the dark. I'm not talking about faces, Jerry said. What are you talking about then? I'm talking about their cocks, Jerry said. That's what it's all about, isn't it? And you're not going to tell me. Oh, yes, I am, I said, just so long as both men were either circumcised or uncircumcised. Then there was really no problem. Are you suggesting that all men have the same size in cocks, Jerry said? Because they don't. I know they don't, I said. Some are enormous, Jerry said, and some are titchy. There are always exceptions, I told him, but you'd be surprised at the number of men whose measurements are virtually the same, give or take a centimeter. According to my friend, 90% are normal. Only 10% are notably large or small. I don't believe that, Jerry said. Check on it sometime, I said. Ask some well-traveled girl. Jerry took a long, slow sip of whiskey, and his eyes over the top of his glass were looking again at Mary on the terrace. What about the rest of it, he said. No problem, I said. No problem my arse, he said. Shall I tell you why this is a phony story? Go ahead. Everybody knows that a wife and husband who have been married for some years develop a kind of routine. It's inevitable. My God, a new operator would be spotted instantly. You know damn well he would. You can't suddenly wade in with a totally different style and expect the woman not to notice it. And I don't care how randy she was, she'd smell a rat in the first minute. A routine can be duplicated, I said, just so long as every detail of that routine is described beforehand. A bit personal, that, Jerry said. The whole thing's personal, I said. So each man tells his story. He tells precisely what he usually does. He tells everything. The lot. The works. The whole routine from beginning to end. Jesus, Jerry said. Each of these men, I said, had to learn a new part. He had, in effect, to become an actor. He was impersonating another character. Not so easy, that, Jerry said. No problem at all, according to my friend. The only thing one had to watch out for was not to get carried away and start improvising. One had to follow the stage directions very carefully and stick to them. Jerry took another pull at his drink. He also took another look at Mary on the terrace. Then he leaned back against the sofa, glass in hand. These two characters, he said. You mean they actually pulled it off? I'm damn sure they did, I said. They're still doing it. About once every 3 weeks. Fantastic story, Jerry said. And a damn crazy, dangerous thing to do. Just imagine the sort of hell that would break loose if you were caught. Instant divorce. 2 divorces, in fact. 1 on each side of the street. Not worth it. Takes a lot of guts, I said. Party's breaking up, Jerry said. They are all going home with their goddamn wives. I didn't say any more after that. We sat there for a couple of minutes, sipping our drinks while the guests began drifting toward the hall. Did he say it was fun, this friend of yours? Jerry asked suddenly. He said it was a gas, I answered. He said all the normal pleasures got intensified 100% because of the risk. He swore it was the greatest way of doing it in the world, impersonating the husband and the wife not knowing it. At that point, Mary came through the French windows with Bob Swain. She had an empty glass in one hand and a flame-colored azalea in the other. She had picked the azalea on the terrace. "I've been watching you," she said, pointing the flower at me like a pistol. "You've hardly stopped talking for the last 10 minutes. What's he been telling you, Jerry?" "A dirty story," Jerry said, grinning. "He does that when he drinks," Mary said. "Good story," Jerry said, "but totally impossible. Get him to tell it to you sometime." "I don't like dirty stories," Mary said. "Come along, Vic, it's time we went." "Don't go yet," Jerry said, fixing his eyes upon her splendid bosom. "Have another drink." "No, thanks," she said. "The children will be screaming for their supper. I've had a lovely time." "Aren't you going to kiss me good night?" Jerry said, getting up from the sofa. He went for her mouth, but she turned her head quickly, and he caught only the edge of her cheek. "Go away, Jerry," she said. "You're drunk." "Not drunk," Jerry said. "Just lecherous." "Don't you get lecherous with me, my boy," Mary said sharply. "I hate that sort of talk." She marched away across the room, carrying her bosom before her like a battering ram. "So long, Jerry," I said. "Fine party." Mary, full of dark looks, was waiting for me in the hall. Samantha was there, too, saying goodbye to the last guest. Samantha, with her dexterous fingers and her smooth skin and her smooth, dangerous thighs. "Cheer up, Vic," she said to me, her white teeth showing. She looked like the creation, the beginning of the world, the first morning. "Good night, Vic, darling," she said, stirring her fingers in my vitals. I followed Mary out of the house. "You feeling all right?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "Why not?" "The amount you drink is enough to make anyone feel ill," she said. There was a scrubby old hedge dividing our place from Jerry's, and there was a gap in it we always used. Mary and I walked through the gap in silence. We went into the house, and she cooked up a big pile of scrambled eggs and bacon, and we ate it with the children. After the meal, I wandered outside. The summer evening was clear and cool, and because I had nothing else to do, I decided to mow the grass in the front garden. I got the mower out of the shed and started it up. Then I began the old routine of marching back and forth behind it. I like mowing grass. It is a soothing operation, and on our front lawn I could always look at Samantha's house going one way and think about her going the other. I had been at it for about 10 minutes when Jerry came strolling through the gap in the hedge. He was smoking a pipe and had his hands in his pockets, and he stood on the edge of the grass, watching me. I pulled up and left the motor ticking over. "Hi, sport," he said. "How's everything?" "I'm in the doghouse," I said. "So are you." "Your little wife," he said, "is just too goddamn prim and prissy to be true." "Oh, I know that." "She rebuked me in my own house," Jerry said. "Not very much." "It was enough," he said, smiling slightly. Enough for what? Enough to make me want to get a little bit of my own back on her. So what would you think if I suggested you and I have a go at that thing your friend told you about at lunch? When he said this, I felt such a surge of excitement my stomach nearly jumped out of my mouth. I gripped the handles of the mower and started revving the engine. "Have I said the wrong thing?" Jerry asked. I didn't answer. "Listen," he said, "if you think it's a lousy idea, let's forget I mentioned it. You're not mad at me, are you?" "I'm not mad at you, Jerry," I said. "It's just that it never entered my head that we should do it." "Well, it entered mine," he said. "The setup is perfect. We wouldn't even have to cross the street." His eyes were shining like 2 stars. "So what do you say, Vic?" "I'm thinking," I said. "Maybe you don't fancy Samantha?" "I don't honestly know," I said. "Oh, she's lots of fun," Jerry said. "I guarantee that." At this point, I saw Mary come out onto the front porch. "There's Mary," I said. "She's looking for the children. We'll talk some more tomorrow." "Then it's a deal?" "It could be, Jerry, but only on condition we don't rush it. I want to be dead sure everything is right before we start." Damn it all, this is a whole brand new can of beans. "No, it's not," he said. "Your friend said it was a gas. He said it was easy." "Ah, yes," I said. "My friend, of course. But each case is different." I opened the throttle on the mower and went whirring away across the lawn. When I got to the far side and turned around, Jerry was already through the gap in the hedge and walking up to his front door. The next couple of weeks was a period of high conspiracy for Jerry and me. We had secret meetings in bars and restaurants to discuss strategy, and sometimes he dropped into my office after work, and we had a planning session behind the closed door. Whenever a doubtful point arose, Jerry would always say, "Well, how did your friend do it?" And I would play for time and say, "I'll call him up and ask him about that one." And after many conferences and much talk, we agreed upon the following main points. 1, that D-Day should be a Saturday. 2, that on D-Day evening we should take our wives out to a good dinner, the 4 of us together. 3, that Jerry and I should leave our houses and cross over through the gap in the hedge at precisely 1 a.m. Sunday morning. 4, that instead of lying in bed in the dark until 1 a.m. came along, we should both, as soon as our wives were asleep, go quietly downstairs to the kitchen and drink coffee. 5, that we should use the front doorbell idea if an emergency arose. 6, that the return crossover time was fixed for 2 a.m. 7, that while in the wrong bed, questions, if any, from the woman must be answered by an sound with the lips closed tight. 8, that I myself must immediately give up cigarettes and take to a pipe so that I would smell the same as Jerry. 9, that we should at once start using the same brand of hair oil and aftershave lotion. 10, that as both of us normally wore our wristwatches in bed, and they were very much the same shape, it was decided not to exchange. Neither of us wore rings. 11, that each man must have something unusual about him that the woman would identify positively with her own husband. We therefore invented what became known as the sticking plaster ploy. It worked like this. On D-Day evening, when the couples arrived back in their own homes, immediately after dinner, each husband would make a point of going to the kitchen to cut himself a piece of cheese. At the same time, he would carefully stick a large bit of plaster over the tip of the forefinger of his right hand. Having done this, he would hold up the finger and say to his wife, "I cut myself. It's nothing, but it was bleeding a bit." Thus, later on, when the men have switched beds, each woman will be made very much aware of the plastic-covered finger. The man would see to that, and will associate it directly with her own husband. An important psychological ploy calculated to dissipate any tiny suspicion that might enter the mind of either female. So much for the basic plans. Next came what we referred to in our own notes as familiarization with the layout. Jerry schooled me first. He gave me 3 hours training in his own house one Sunday afternoon when his wife and children were out. I had never been into their bedroom before. On the dressing table were Samantha's perfumes, her brushes, and all her other little things. A pair of stockings was draped over the back of a chair. Her nightdress, white and blue, was hanging behind the door leading to the bathroom. "Okay," Jerry said. "It'll be pitch dark when you come in. Samantha sleeps on this side, so you must tiptoe around the end of the bed and slide in on the other side over there. I'm going to blindfold you and let you practice." At first, with the blindfold on, I wandered all over the room like a drunk. But after about an hour's work, I was able to negotiate the course pretty well. But before Jerry would finally pass me out, I had to go blindfolded all the way from the front door, through the hall, up the stairs, past the children's room, into Samantha's room, and finish up in exactly the right place. And I had to do it silently, like a thief. All this took 3 hours of hard work, but I got it in the end. The following Sunday morning, when Mary had taken our children to church, I was able to give Jerry the same sort of workout in my house. He learned the ropes faster than me, and within an hour he passed the blindfold test without placing a foot wrong. It was during this session that we decided to disconnect each woman's bedside lamp as we entered the bedroom. So Jerry practiced finding the plug and pulling it out with his blindfold on. And the following weekend, I was able to do the same in Jerry's house. Now came, by far, the most important part of our training. We called it spilling the beans, and it was here that both of us had to describe in every detail the procedure we adopted when making love to our own wives. We agreed not to worry ourselves with any exotic variations that either of us might or might not occasionally practice. We were concerned only with teaching one another the most commonly used routine and the one least likely to arouse suspicion. The session took place in my office at 6 o'clock on a Wednesday evening after the staff had gone home. At first, we were both slightly embarrassed, and neither of us wanted to begin. So I got out a bottle of whiskey, and after a couple of stiff drinks, we loosened up, and the teach-in started. While Jerry talked, I took notes, and vice versa. At the end of it all, it turned out that the only real difference between Jerry's routine and my own was one of tempo. But what a difference it was. Oh, he took things, if what he said was to be believed, in such a leisurely fashion, and he prolonged the moments to such an extravagant degree, that I wondered privately to myself whether his partner did not sometimes go to sleep in the middle of it all. My job, however, was not to criticize but to copy, and I said nothing. Jerry was not so discreet. At the end of my personal description, he had the temerity to say, "Is that really what you do?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean, is it all over and done with as quickly as that?" "Look," I said, "we aren't here to give each other lessons. We are here to learn the facts." "Oh, I know that," he said, "but I'm going to feel a bit of an ass if I copy your style exactly. My God, you go through it like an express train whizzing through a country station." I stared at him, mouth open. "Well, don't look so surprised," he said. "The way you told it to me, anyone would think—" "Think what?" I said. "Oh, forget it," he said. "Thank you," I said. I was furious. There are two things in this world at which I happen to know I excel. One is driving an automobile, and the other is you-know-what. So to have him sit there and tell me I didn't know how to behave with my own wife was a monstrous piece of effrontery. It was he who didn't know, not me. Poor Samantha, what she must have had to put up with over the years. "I'm sorry I spoke," Jerry said. He poured more whiskey into our glasses. "Here's to the Great Switcheroo," he said. "When do we go?" "Today is Wednesday," I said. "How about this coming Saturday?" "Christ," Jerry said. "We ought to do it while everything's still fresh in our minds," I said. "There's an awful lot to remember." Jerry walked to the window and looked down at the traffic in the street below. "Okay," he said, turning around. "Saturday it shall be." Then we drove home in our separate cars. "Jerry and I thought we'd take you and Samantha out to dinner Saturday night," I said to Mary. We were in the kitchen, and she was cooking hamburgers for the children. She turned around and faced me, frying pan in one hand, spoon in the other. Her blue eyes looked straight into mine. "My Lord, Vic," she said. "How nice. What are we celebrating?" I looked straight back at her and said, "I thought it would be a change to see some new faces. We're always meeting the same old bunch of people in the same old houses." She took a step forward and kissed me on the cheek. "What a good man you are," she said. "I love you." "Well, don't forget to phone the babysitter." "No, I'll do it tonight," she said. Thursday and Friday passed by quickly, and suddenly it was Saturday. It was D-Day. I woke up feeling madly excited. After breakfast, I couldn't sit still, so I decided to go out and wash the car. I was in the middle of this when Jerry came strolling through the gap in the hedge, pipe in mouth. "Hi, sport," he said. "This is the day." "I know that," I said. I had a pipe in my mouth. I was forcing myself to smoke it, but I had trouble keeping it alight, and the smoke burned my tongue. "How are you feeling?" Jerry asked. "Terrific," I said. "How about you?" "I'm nervous," he said. "Don't be nervous, Jerry." "This is one hell of a thing we're trying to do," he said. "Oh, I hope we pull it off." I went on polishing the windshield. I had never known Jerry to be nervous of anything before. It worried me a bit. "I'm
damn glad we're not the first people ever to try it," he said. "If no one had ever done it before, I don't think I'd risk it." "I agree," I said. "What stops me being too nervous," he said, "is the fact that your friend found it so fantastically easy." "My friend said it was a cinch," I said. "But for Christ's sake, Jerry, don't be nervous when the time comes. That would be disastrous." "Don't worry," he said. "Oh, but Jesus, it is exciting, isn't it?" "It's exciting, all right," I said. "Listen," he said, "we'd better go easy on the booze tonight." "Good idea," I said. "See you at 8:30. At 8:30, Samantha, Jerry, Mary, and I drove in Jerry's car to Billy's Steakhouse. The restaurant, despite its name, was high class and expensive, and the girls had put on long dresses for the occasion. Samantha was wearing something green that didn't start until it was halfway down her front, and I had never seen her looking lovelier. There were candles on our table. Samantha was seated opposite me, and whenever she leaned forward with her face close to the flame, I could see that tiny crest of skin on the top center of her lower lip. "Now," she said as she accepted a menu from the waiter, "I wonder what I'm going to have tonight." Ho, 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 I thought, that's a good question. Everything went fine in the restaurant, and the girls enjoyed themselves. When we arrived back at Jerry's house, it was 11:45, and Samantha said, "Come in and have a nightcap." "Thanks," I said, "but it's a bit late, and the babysitter has to be driven home." So Mary and I walked across to our house, and now, I told myself as I entered the front door, from now on the countdown begins. I must keep a clear head and forget nothing. While Mary was paying the babysitter, I went to the fridge and found a piece of Canadian cheddar. I took a knife from the drawer and a strip of plaster from the cupboard. I stuck the plaster around the tip of the forefinger on my right hand and waited for Mary to turn around. "I cut myself," I said, holding up the finger for her to see. "It's nothing, but it was bleeding a bit." "I'd have thought you'd had enough to eat for the evening," was all she said. But the plaster registered on her mind, and my first little job had been done. I drove the babysitter home, and by the time I got back to the bedroom, it was around about midnight, and Mary was already half asleep with her light out. I switched out the light on my side of the bed and went into the bathroom to undress. I puttered about in there for 10 minutes or so, and when I came out, Mary, as I hoped, was well and truly sleeping. There seemed no point in getting into bed beside her, so I simply pulled back the covers a bit on my side to make it easier for Jerry. Then, with my slippers on, I went downstairs to the kitchen and switched on the electric kettle. It was now 12:17, 43 minutes to go. At 12:35, I went upstairs to check on Mary and the kids. Everyone was sound asleep. At 12:55, 5 minutes before 0 hour, I went up again for a final check. I went right up close to Mary's bed and whispered her name. There was no answer. Good. That's it. Let's go. I put a brown raincoat over my pajamas. I switched off the kitchen light so that the whole house was in darkness. I put the front door lock on the latch, and then, feeling an enormous sense of exhilaration, I stepped silently out into the night. There were no lamps on our street to lighten the darkness. There was no moon or even a star to be seen. It was a black, black night. But the air was warm, and there was a little breeze blowing from somewhere. I headed for the gap in the hedge. When I got very close, I was able to make out the hedge itself and find the gap. I stopped there, waiting. Then I heard Jerry's footsteps coming toward me. "Hi, sport," he whispered. "Everything okay?" "All ready for you," I whispered back. He moved on. I heard his slippered feet padding softly over the grass as he went toward my house. I went toward his. I opened Jerry's front door. It was even darker inside than out. I closed the door carefully. I took off my raincoat and hung it on the doorknob. I removed my slippers and placed them against the wall by the door. I literally could not see my hands before my face. Everything had to be done by touch. My goodness, I was glad Jerry had me practice blindfolded for so long. It wasn't my feet that guided me now, but my fingers. The fingers of one hand or another were never for a moment out of contact with something. A wall, the banister, a piece of furniture, a window curtain. And I knew, or thought I knew, exactly where I was all the time. But it was an awesome, eerie feeling trespassing on tiptoe through someone else's house in the middle of the night. As I fingered my way up the stairs, I found myself thinking of the burglars who had broken into our front room last winter and stolen the television set. When the police came next morning, I pointed out to them an enormous turd lying in the snow outside the garage. "They always do that," one of the cops told me. "They can't help it. They're scared." I reached the top of the stairs. I crossed the landing with my right fingertips touching the wall all the time. I started down the corridor, but paused when my hand found the door of the first children's room. The door was slightly open. I listened. I could hear young Robert Rainbow, aged 8, breathing evenly inside. I moved on. I found the door to the second children's bedroom. This one belonged to Billy, age 6, and Amanda, 3. I stood listening. All was well. The main bedroom was at the end of the corridor, about 4 yards on. I reached the door. Jerry had left it open as planned. I went in. I stood absolutely still just inside the door, listening for any sign that Samantha might be awake. All was quiet. I felt my way around the wall until I reached Samantha's side of the bed. Immediately, I knelt on the floor and found the plug connecting her bedside lamp. I drew it from its socket and laid it on the carpet. Good. Much safer now. I stood up. I couldn't see Samantha, and at first I couldn't hear anything either. I bent low over the bed. Yes, I could hear her breathing. Suddenly I caught a whiff of the heavy, musky perfume she had been using that evening, and I felt the blood rushing to my groin. Quickly, I tiptoed around the big bed, keeping 2 fingers in gentle contact with the edge of the bed the whole way. All I had to do now was get in. I did so, but as I put my weight upon the mattress, the creaking of the springs underneath sounded as though someone was firing a rifle in the room. I lay motionless, holding my breath. I could hear my heart thumping away like an engine in my throat. Samantha was facing away from me. She didn't move. I pulled the covers up over my chest and turned toward her. A female glow came out of her to me. Here we go, then. Now. I slid a hand over and touched her body. Her nightdress was warm and silky. I rested the hand gently on her hip. Still, she didn't move. I waited a minute or so. Then I allowed the hand that lay upon the hip to steal onward and go exploring.
Slowly, deliberately, and very accurately, my fingers began the process of setting her on fire. She stirred. She turned onto her back. Then she murmured sleepily, "Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness me. Good heavens, darling." I, of course, said nothing. I just kept on with the job. A couple of minutes went by. She was lying quite still. Another minute passed. Then another. She didn't move a muscle. I began to wonder how much longer it would be before she caught a light. I persevered. But why the silence? Why this absolute and total immobility, this frozen posture? Suddenly it came to me. I'd forgotten completely about Jerry. I was so hotted up I'd forgotten all about his own personal routine. I was doing it my way, not his. His way was far more complex than mine. It was ridiculously elaborate. It was quite unnecessary. But it was what she was used to. And now she was noticing the difference in trying to figure out what on earth was going on. But it was too late to change the direction now. I must keep going. I kept going. The woman beside me was like a coiled spring lying there. I could feel the tension under her skin. I began to sweat. Suddenly, she uttered a queer little groan. More ghastly thoughts rushed through my mind. Could she be ill? Was she having a heart attack? Ought I to get the hell out quick? She groaned again, louder this time. Then all at once she cried out, "Yes, yes, 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 yes!" And like a bomb whose slow fuse has finally reached the dynamite, she exploded into life. She grabbed me in her arms and went for me with such incredible ferocity, I felt I was being set upon by a tiger. Or should I say tigress? I never dreamed a woman could do the things Samantha did to me then. She was a whirlwind, a dazzling, frenzied whirlwind that tore me up by the roots and spun me around and carried me into the heavens to places I did not know existed. I myself did not contribute. How could I? I was helpless. I was the palm tree spinning in the heavens, the lamb in the claws of the tiger. It was as much as I could do to keep breathing. Thrilling it was, all the same, to surrender to the hands of a violent woman, and for the next 10, 20, 30 minutes, how would I know? The storm raged on. But I have no intention here of regaling the reader with bizarre details. I do not approve of washing juicy linen in public. I am sorry, but there it is. I only hope that my reticence will not create too strong a sense of anticlimax. Certainly, there was nothing anti about my own climax. In the final searing paroxysm, I gave a shout which should have awakened the entire neighborhood. Then I collapsed. I crumpled up like a drain wineskin. Samantha, as though she had done no more than drink a glass of water, simply turned away from me and went right back to sleep. I lay still, recuperating slowly. I had been right, you see, about that little thing on her lower lip, had I not?
come to think of it, I had been right about more or less everything that had to do with this incredible escapade. What a triumph! I felt wonderfully relaxed and well spent. I wondered what time it was. My watch was not a luminous one. I'd better go. I crept out of bed. I felt my way a trifle less cautiously this time, around the bed, out of the bedroom, along the corridor, down the stairs, and into the hall of the house. I found my raincoat and slippers. I put them on. I had a lighter in the pocket of my raincoat. I used it and read the time. It was 8 minutes before 2. Later than I thought, I opened the front door and stepped out into the black night. My thoughts now began to concentrate upon Jerry. Was he all right? Had he gotten away with it? I moved through the darkness toward the gap in the hedge. "Hi, sport," a voice whispered beside me. "Jerry." "Everything okay?" Jerry asked. "Fantastic," I said. "Amazing. What about you?" "Same with me," he said. I caught the flash of his white teeth grinning at me in the dark. "We made it, Vic," he whispered, touching my arm. "You were right. It worked." "It was sensational." "See you tomorrow," I whispered. "Go home." We moved apart. I went through the hedge and entered my house. 3 minutes later, I was safely back in my own bed, and my own wife was sleeping soundly alongside me. The next morning was Sunday. I was up at 8:30 and went downstairs in pajamas and dressing gown, as I always do on a Sunday, to make breakfast for the family. I had left Mary sleeping. The 2 boys, Victor, age 9, and Wally, 7, were already down. "Hi, Daddy," Wally said. "I've got a great new breakfast," I announced. "What?" the boys said together. They had been into town and fetched the Sunday paper and were now reading the comics. "We make some buttered toast and we spread orange marmalade on it," I said. "Then we take strips of crisp bacon on top of the marmalade." "Bacon," Victor said, "with orange marmalade?" "I know, but wait till you try it. It's wonderful." I poured out the grapefruit juice and drank 2 glasses of it myself. I set another on the table for Mary when she came down. I switched on the electric kettle, put bread in the toaster, and started to fry the bacon. At this point, Mary came into the kitchen. She had a flimsy peach-colored chiffon thing over her nightdress. "Good morning," I said, watching her over my shoulder as I manipulated the frying pan. She did not answer. She went to her chair at the kitchen table and sat down. She started to sip her juice. She looked neither at me nor at the boys. I went on frying the bacon. "Hi, Mummy," Wally said. She didn't answer this either. The smell of the bacon fat was beginning to turn my stomach. "I'd like some coffee," Mary said, not looking around. Her voice was very odd. "Coming right up," I said. I pushed the frying pan away from the heat and quickly made a cup of black instant coffee. I placed it before her. "Boys," she said, addressing the children, "would you please do your reading in the other room till breakfast is ready?" "Us?" Victor said. "Why?" "Because I say so." "Are we doing something wrong?" Wally asked. "No, honey, you're not. I just want to be left alone for a moment with Daddy." I felt myself shrink inside my skin. I wanted to run. I wanted to rush out the front door and go running down the street and hide. "Get yourself a coffee, Vic," she said,
and sit down." Her voice was quite flat. There was no anger in it. There was just nothing. And she still wouldn't look at me. The boys went out, taking the comic section with them. "Shut the door," Mary said to them. I put a spoonful of powdered coffee into my cup and poured boiling water over it. I added milk and sugar. The silence was shattering. I crossed over and sat down in my chair opposite her. It might just as well have been an electric chair, the way I was feeling. "Listen, Vic," she said, looking into her coffee cup. "I want to get this said before I lose my nerve, and then I won't be able to say it." "For heaven's sake, what's all the drama about?" I asked. "Has, something happened?" "Yes, Vic, it has." "What?" Her face was pale and still and distant, unconscious of the kitchen around her. "Well, come on then, out with it," I said bravely. "You're not going to like this very much," she said, and her big, blue, haunted-looking eyes rested a moment on my face, then traveled away. "What am I not going to like very much?" I said. The sheer terror of it all was beginning to stir my bowels. I felt the same way as those burglars the cops had told me about. "You know, I hate talking about love-making and all that sort of thing," she said. "I've never once talked to you about it all the time we've been married." "That's true," I said. She took a sip of her coffee, but she wasn't tasting it. "The point is this," she said. "I've never liked it. If you really want to know, I've hated it." "Hated what?" I asked. "Sex," she said. "Doing it." "Good Lord," I said. "It's never given me even the slightest little bit of pleasure." This was shattering enough in itself, but the real cruncher was still to come. I felt sure of that. "I'm sorry if that surprises you," she added. I couldn't think of anything to say, so I kept quiet. Her eyes rose again from the coffee cup and looked into mine, watchful, as if calculating something, then fell again. "I wasn't ever going to tell you," she said, "and I never would have if it hadn't been for last night." I said very slowly, "What about last night?" "Last night," she said, "I suddenly found out what the whole crazy thing is all about." "You did?" She looked full at me now, and her face was as open as a flower. "Yes," she said, "I surely did." I didn't move. "Oh, darling," she cried, jumping up and rushing over to me with an enormous kiss. "Thank you so much for last night. You were marvelous, and I was marvelous. We were both marvelous. Oh, don't look so embarrassed, my darling. You ought to be proud of yourself. You were fantastic. I love you. Oh, I do, I do." I just sat there. She leaned closer to me and put an arm around my shoulders. "And now," she said softly, "now that you and I have... I don't quite know how to say this. Now that you have sort of discovered what it is I need, everything is going to be so marvelous from now on." I still sat there. She went slowly back to her chair. A big tear was running down one of her cheeks. I couldn't think why. "I was right to tell you, wasn't I?" she said, smiling through her tears. "Yes," I said. "Oh, yes." I stood up and went over to the cooker so that I wouldn't be facing her. Through the kitchen window, I caught sight of Jerry crossing his garden with a Sunday paper under his arm. There was a lilt in his walk and a little prance of triumph in each pace he took. And when he reached the steps on his front porch, he ran up them, 2 at a time.
Louisa, holding a dishcloth in her hand, stepped out of the kitchen door at the back of the house into the cool October sunshine. "Edward," she called. "Edward! Lunch is ready." She paused a moment, listening. Then she strolled out onto the lawn and continued across it, a little shadow attending her, skirting the rosebed and touching the sundial lightly with one finger as she went by. She moved rather gracefully for a woman who was small and plump, with a lilt in her walk and a gentle swinging of the shoulders and the arms. She passed under the mulberry tree onto the brick path, then went all the way along the path until she came to the place where she could look down into the dip at the end of this large garden. "Edward! Lunch!" She could see him now, about 80 yards away, down in the dip on the edge of the wood, the tallish, narrow figure in khaki slacks and dark green sweater, working beside a big bonfire with a fork in his hands, pitching brambles onto the top of the fire. It was blazing fiercely, with orange flames and clouds of milky smoke, and the smoke was drifting back over the garden with a wonderful scent of autumn and burning leaves. Louisa went down the slope towards her husband. Had she wanted, she could easily have called again and made herself heard, but there was something about a first-class bonfire that impelled her towards it, right up close, so she could feel the heat and listen to it burn. "Lunch," she said, approaching. "Oh, hello. All right, yes, I'm coming." "What a good fire." "I've decided to clear this place right out," her husband said. "I'm sick and tired of all these brambles." His long face was wet with perspiration. There were small beads of it clinging all over his moustache like dew, and 2 little rivers were running down his throat onto the turtleneck of the sweater. "You better be careful you don't overdo it, Edward." "Oh, Louisa, I do wish you'd stop treating me as though I were 80. A bit of exercise never did anyone any harm." "Yes, dear, I know." "Oh, Edward, look! Look!" The man turned and looked at Louisa, who was pointing now to the far side of the bonfire. "Look, Edward! The cat!" Sitting on the ground, so close to the fire that the flames sometimes seemed actually to be touching it, was a large cat of a most unusual colour. It stayed quite still, with its head on one side and its nose in the air, watching the man and woman with a cool yellow eye. "It'll get burnt," Louisa cried, and she dropped the dishcloth and darted swiftly in and grabbed it with both hands, whisking it away and putting it on the grass, well clear of the flames. "You crazy cat," she said, dusting off her hands. "What's the matter with you?" "Cats know what they're doing," the husband said. "You'll never find a cat doing something it doesn't want. Not cats." "Whose is it? You ever seen it before?" "No, I never have. Damn peculiar colour." The cat had seated itself on the grass and was regarding them with a sidewise look. There was a veiled inward expression about the eyes, something curiously omniscient and pensive, and around the nose a most delicate air of contempt, as though the sight of these two middle-aged persons, the one small, plump and rosy, the other lean and extremely sweaty, were a matter of some surprise but very little importance. For a cat, it certainly had an unusual colour, a pure silvery grey with no blue in it at all, and the hair was very long and silky. Louisa bent down and stroked its head. "You must go home," she said. "Be a good cat now and go on home to where you belong." The man and wife started to stroll back up the hill towards the house. The cat got up and followed, at a distance first, but edging closer and closer as they went along. Soon it was alongside them. Then it was ahead, leading the way across the lawn to the house, walking as though it owned the whole place, holding its tail straight up in the air, like a mast. "Go home," the man said. "Go on home. We don't want you." But when they reached the house, it came in with them, and Louisa gave it some milk in the kitchen. During lunch, it hopped up onto the spare chair between them and sat through the meal with its head just above the level of the table, watching the proceedings with those dark yellow eyes which kept moving slowly from the woman to the man and back again. "I don't like this cat," Edward said. "Oh, I think it's a beautiful cat. I do hope it stays a little while." "Now listen to me, Louisa. The creature can't possibly stay here. It belongs to someone else. It's lost. And if it's still trying to hang around this afternoon, you'd better take it to the police. They'll see it gets home." After lunch, Edward returned to his gardening. Louisa, as usual, went to the piano. She was a competent pianist and a genuine music lover, and almost every afternoon she spent an hour or so playing for herself. The cat was now lying on the sofa, and she paused to stroke it as she went by. It opened its eyes, looked at her a moment, then closed them again and went back to sleep. "You're an awfully nice cat," she said, "and such a beautiful colour. I wish I could keep you." Then her fingers, moving over the fur on the cat's head, came into contact with a small lump, a little growth just above the right eye. "Poor cat," she said. "You've got bumps on your beautiful face. You must be getting old." She went over and sat down on the long piano stool, but she didn't immediately start to play. One of her special little pleasures was to make every day a kind of concert day, with a carefully arranged programme which she worked out in detail before she began. She never liked to break her enjoyment by having to stop while she wondered what to play next. All she wanted was a brief pause after each piece while the audience clapped enthusiastically and called for more. It was so much nicer to imagine an audience, and now and again while she was playing, on the lucky days, that is, the room would begin to swim and fade and darken, and she would see nothing but row upon row of seats and a sea of white faces upturned towards her, listening with a rapt and adoring concentration. Sometimes she played from memory, sometimes from music. Today she would play from memory. That was the way she felt. And what should the programme be? She sat before the piano with her small hands clasped on her lap, a plump, rosy little person with a round and still quite pretty face, her hair done up in a neat bun at the back of her head. By looking slightly to the right, she could see the cat curled up asleep on the sofa, and its silvery grey coat was beautiful against the purple of the cushion. How about some Bach to begin with? Or better still, Vivaldi. The Bach adaptation for organ of the D minor concerto grosso. Yes, that first. Then perhaps a little Schumann. Carnival? That would be fun. And after that, well, a touch of Liszt for a change. One of the Petrarch sonnets. The second one, that was the loveliest. The E major. Then another Schumann, another of his gay ones, Kinderszenen, and lastly, for the encore, a Brahms waltz. Or maybe two of them, if she felt like it. Vivaldi, Schumann, Liszt, Schumann, Brahms. A very nice programme, one that she could play easily without the music. She moved herself a little closer to the piano and paused a moment while someone in the audience, already she could feel that this was one of the lucky days, while someone in the audience had his last cough. Then, with the slow grace that accompanied nearly all her movements, she lifted her hands to the keyboard and began to play. She wasn't, at that particular moment, watching the cat at all. As a matter of fact, she had forgotten its presence. But as the first deep notes of the Vivaldi sounded softly in the room, she became aware, out of the corner of one eye, of a sudden flurry, a flash of movement on the sofa to her right. She stopped playing at once. "What is it?" she said, turning to the cat. "What's the matter?" The animal, who a few seconds before had been sleeping peacefully, was now sitting bolt upright on the sofa, very tense, the whole body a-quiver, ears up and eyes wide open, staring at the piano. "Did I frighten you?" she asked gently. "Perhaps you've never heard music before." "No," she told herself, "I don't think that's what it is." On second thoughts, it seemed to her that the cat's attitude was not one of fear. There was no shrinking or backing away. If anything, there was a leaning forward, a kind of eagerness about the creature. And the face, well, there was rather an odd expression on the face, something of a mixture between surprise and shock. Of course, the face of a cat is a small and fairly expressionless thing, but if you watch carefully the eyes and ears working together, and particularly that little area of mobile skin below the ears and slightly to one side, you can occasionally see the reflection of very powerful emotions. Louisa was watching the face closely now, and because she was curious to see what would happen a second time, she reached out her hands to the keyboard and began again to play the Vivaldi. This time, the cat was ready for it, and all that happened to begin with was a small extra tensing of the body. But as the music swelled and quickened into that first exciting rhythm of the introduction to the fugue, a strange look that amounted almost to ecstasy began to settle upon the creature's face. The ears, which up to then had been pricked up straight, were gradually drawn back. The eyelids drooped, the head went over to one side, and at that moment Louisa could have sworn that the animal was actually appreciating the work. What she saw, or thought she saw, was something she had noticed many times on the faces of people listening very closely to a piece of music. When the sound takes complete hold of them and drowns them in itself, a peculiar, intensely ecstatic look comes over them that you can recognize as easily as a smile. So far as Louisa could see, the cat was now wearing almost exactly this kind of look. Louisa finished the fugue, then played the Siciliana, and all the way through she kept watching the cat on the sofa. The final proof for her that the animal was listening came at the end, when the music stopped. It blinked, stirred itself a little, stretched a leg, settled into a more comfortable position, took a quick glance around the room, then looked expectantly in her direction. It was precisely the way a concert-goer reacts when the music momentarily releases him in the pause between two movements of a symphony. The behaviour was so thoroughly human, it gave her a queer, agitated feeling in the chest. "You like that?" she asked. "You like Vivaldi?" The moment she'd spoken, she felt ridiculous, but not, and this to her was a trifle sinister, not quite so ridiculous as she knew she should have felt. Well, there was nothing for it now except to go straight ahead with the next number on the programme, which was Carnival. As soon as she began to play, the cat again stiffened and sat up straighter. Then, as it became slowly and blissfully saturated with the sound, it relapsed into that queer, melting mood of ecstasy that seemed to have something to do with drowning and with dreaming. It was really an extravagant sight, quite a comical one, too, to see this silvery cat sitting on the sofa and being carried away like this. And what made it more screwy than ever, Louisa thought, was the fact that this music, which the animal seemed to be enjoying so much, was manifestly too difficult, too classical to be appreciated by the majority of humans in the world. Maybe, she thought, the creature's not really enjoying it at all. Maybe it's a sort of hypnotic reaction, like with snakes. After all, if you can charm a snake with music, then why not a cat? Except that millions of cats hear the stuff every day of their lives, on radio and gramophone and piano, and as far as she knew, there'd never yet been a case of one behaving like this. This one was acting as though it were following every single note. It was certainly a fantastic thing. But was it not also a wonderful thing? Indeed it was. In fact, unless she was much mistaken, it was a kind of miracle. One of those animal miracles that happen about once every 100 years. "I could see you loved that one," she said when the piece was over. "Although I'm sorry I didn't play it any too well today. Which did you like best, the Vivaldi or the Schumann?" The cat made no reply, so Louisa, fearing she might lose the attention of her listener, went straight into the next part of the programme, Liszt's second Petrarch sonnet. And now an extraordinary thing happened. She hadn't played more than 3 or 4 bars when the animal's whiskers began perceptibly to twitch. Slowly it drew itself up to an extra height, laid its head on one side and then on the other, and stared into space with a kind of frowning, concentrated look that seemed to say, "What's this? Oh, don't tell me. I know it so well, but just for the moment I don't seem to be able to place it." Louisa was fascinated, and with her little mouth half open and half smiling, she continued to play, waiting to see what on earth was going to happen next. The cat stood up, walked to one end of the sofa, sat down again, listened some more. Then all at once it bounded to the floor and leapt up onto the piano stool beside her. There it sat, listening intently to the lovely sonnet, not dreamily this time, but very erect, the large yellow eyes fixed upon Louisa's fingers. "Well," she said as she struck the last chord, "so you came up to sit beside me, did you? You like this better than the sofa? All right, I'll let you stay, but you must keep still and not jump about." She put out a hand and stroked the cat softly along the back, from head to tail. "That was Liszt," she went on. "Mind you, he can sometimes be quite horribly vulgar, but in things like this he's really charming." She was beginning to enjoy this odd animal pantomime, so she went straight on into the next item on the programme, Schumann's Kinderszenen. She hadn't been playing for more than a minute or two when she realised that the cat had again moved and was now back in its old place on the sofa. She'd been watching her hands at the time, and presumably that was why she hadn't even noticed its going. All the same, It must have been an extremely swift and silent move. The cat was still staring at her, still apparently attending closely to the music, and yet it seemed to Louisa that there was not now the same rapturous enthusiasm there had been during the previous piece, the list. In addition, the act of leaving the stool and returning to the sofa appeared in itself to be a mild but positive gesture of disappointment. "What's the matter?" she asked when it was over. "What's wrong with Schumann? What's so marvellous about Liszt?" The cat looked straight back at her, with those yellow eyes that had small jet-black bars lying vertically in their centres. "This," she told herself, "is really beginning to get interesting. A trifle spooky, too, when she came to think of it." But one look at the cat sitting there on the sofa, so bright and attentive, so obviously waiting for more music, quickly reassured her. "All right," she said. "I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to alter my programme, specially for you. You seem to like Liszt so much, I'll give you another." She hesitated, searching her memory for a good Liszt. Then softly she began to play one of the 12 little pieces from Der Weihnachtsbaum. She was now watching the cat very closely, and the first thing she noticed was that the whiskers again began to twitch. It jumped down to the carpet, stood still a moment, inclining its head, quivering with excitement, and then, with a slow, silky stride, it walked round the piano, hopped up on the stool, and sat down beside her. They were in the middle of all this when Edward came in from the garden. "Edward!" Louisa cried, jumping up. "Oh, Edward, darling, listen to this! Listen what's happened!" "What is it now?" he said. "I'd like some tea." He had one of those narrow, sharp-nosed, faintly magenta faces, and the sweat was making it shine as though it were a long, wet grape. "It's the cat!" Louisa cried, pointing to it sitting quietly on the piano stool. "Just wait till you hear what's happened." "I thought I told you to take it to the police." "But Edward, listen to me. This is terribly exciting. This is a musical cat."
"Oh, yes?"
"This cat can appreciate music, and it can understand it, too."
"Now stop this nonsense, Louisa, and for God's sake let's have some tea. I'm hot and tired from cutting brambles and building bonfires."
He sat down in an armchair, took a cigarette from a box beside him, and lit it with an immense patent lighter that stood near the box. "What you don't understand," Louisa said, "is that something extremely exciting has been happening here in our own house while you were out. Something that may even be, well, almost momentous."
"I'm quite sure of that."
"Edward, please!" Louisa was standing by the piano, her little pink face pinker than ever, a scarlet rose high up on each cheek. "If you want to know," she said, "I'll tell you what I think."
"I'm listening, dear."
"I think it might be possible that we are, at this moment, sitting in the presence of—" She stopped, as though suddenly sensing the absurdity of the thought.
"Yes?"
"You may think it's silly, Edward, but it's honestly what I think."
"In the presence of whom, for heaven's sake?"
"Of Franz Liszt himself." Her husband took a long, slow pull at his cigarette and blew the smoke up at the ceiling. He had the tight-skinned, concave cheeks of a man who has worn a full set of dentures for many years, and every time he sucked at a cigarette the cheeks went in even more, and the bones of his face stood out like a skeleton's.
"I don't get you,"
he said. "Edward, listen to me. From what I've seen this afternoon with my own eyes, it really looks as though this might be some sort of a reincarnation."
"You mean this lousy cat?"
"Don't talk like that, dear, please."
"You're not ill, are you, Louisa?"
"I'm perfectly all right, thank you very much. I'm a bit confused, I don't mind admitting it, but who wouldn't be after what's just happened? Edward, I swear to you.
What did happen, if I may ask?
Louisa told him, and all the while she was speaking, her husband lay sprawled in the chair with his legs stretched out in front of him, sucking at his cigarette and blowing the smoke up at the ceiling. There was a thin, cynical smile on his mouth.
I don't see anything very unusual about that, he said when it was over. All it is, it's a trick cat. It's been taught tricks, that's all.
Don't be so silly, Edward. Every time I play List, he gets all excited and comes running over to sit on the stool beside me. But only for List, and nobody can teach a cat the difference between List and Schumann. You don't even know it yourself. But this one can do it every single time. Quite obscure List, too.
Twice, the husband said. He's only done it twice.
Twice is enough.
Well, let's see him do it again. Come on.
No, Louisa said. Definitely not. Because if this is Liszt, as I believe it is, or anyway the soul of Liszt, or whatever it is that comes back, then it's certainly not right or even very kind to put him through a lot of silly, undignified tests.
My dear woman, this is a cat. A rather stupid grey cat that nearly got its coat singed by the bonfire this morning in the garden. And anyway, what do you know about reincarnation?
If the soul is there, that's enough for me, Louisa said firmly. That's all that counts.
Come on, then. Let's see him perform. Let's see him tell the difference between his own stuff and someone else's.
No, Edward, I've told you before. I refuse to put him through any more silly circus tests. He's had quite enough of that for one day. But I'll tell you what I will do. I'll play him a little more of his own music.
A fat lot that'll prove.
You watch. And one thing is certain. As soon as he recognises it, he'll refuse to budge off that stool where he's sitting now. Louisa went to the music shelf, took down a book of Liszt, thumbed through it quickly, and chose another of his finer compositions, the B-minor sonata. She had meant to play only the first part of the work, but once she got started and saw how the cat was sitting there literally quivering with pleasure and watching her hands with that rapturous, concentrated look, she didn't have the heart to stop. She played it all the way through. When it was finished, she glanced up at her husband and smiled. "There you are," she said. "You can't tell me he wasn't absolutely loving it."
Well, he just likes the noise, that's all.
"He was loving it, weren't you, darling?" she said, lifting the cat in her arms. "Oh, my goodness, if only he could talk. Just think of it, dear. He met Beethoven in his youth. He knew Schubert and Mendelssohn and Schumann and Berlioz and Grieg and Delacroix and Ingres and Heine and Balzac and, let me see, my heavens, he was Wagner's father-in-law. I'm holding Wagner's father-in-law in my arms."
"Louisa,"
her husband said sharply, sitting up straight.
"Pull yourself together."
There was a new edge to his voice now, and he spoke louder. Louisa glanced up quickly. "Edward, I do believe you're jealous."
"Of a miserable grey cat."
"Then don't be so grumpy and cynical about it all. If you're going to behave like this, the best thing you can do is to go back to your gardening and leave the two of us together in peace. That will be best for all of us, won't it, darling?" she said, addressing the cat, stroking its head. "And later on this evening we shall have some more music together, you and I, some more of your own work." "Oh, yes," she said, kissing the creature several times on the neck. "And we might have a little Chopin, too. You needn't tell me. I happen to know you adore Chopin. You used to be great friends with him, didn't you, darling?
As a matter of fact, if I remember rightly, it was in Chopin's apartment that you met the great love of your life, Madame something or other. Had 3 illegitimate children by her, too, didn't you? Yes, you did, you naughty thing, and don't go trying to deny it. So you shall have some Chopin, she said, kissing the cat again. And that'll probably bring back all sorts of lovely memories to you, won't it?
Louisa! Stop this at once!
Oh, don't be so stuffy, Edward.
You're behaving like a perfect idiot, woman. And anyway, you forget that we're going out this evening to Bill and Betty's for canasta.
Oh, but I couldn't possibly go out now. There's no question of that.
Edward got up slowly from his chair, then bent down and stubbed his cigarette hard into the ashtray.
Tell me something, he said quietly. You don't really believe this twaddle you're talking, do you?
But of course I do. I don't think there's any question about it now. And what's more, I consider that it puts a tremendous responsibility on us, Edward. Upon both of us. You as well.
You know what I think, he said. I think you ought to see a doctor, and damn quick, too.
With that, he turned and stalked out of the room, through the French windows, back into the garden. Louisa watched him striding across the lawn towards his bonfire and his brambles, and she waited until he was out of sight before she turned and ran to the front door, still carrying the cat. Soon she was in the car, driving to town. She parked in front of the library, locked the cat in the car, hurried up the steps into the building, and headed straight for the reference room. There she began searching the cards for books on 2 subjects, reincarnation and list. Under reincarnation, she found something called Recurring Earth Lives, How and Why, by a man called F. Milton Willis, published in 1921. Under list, she found 2 biographical volumes. She took out all 3 books, returned to the car, and drove home. Back in the house, she placed the cat on the sofa, sat herself down beside it with her books, and prepared to do some serious reading. She would begin, she decided, with Mr. F. Milton Willis's work. The volume was thin and a trifle soiled, but it had a good, heavy feel to it, and the author's name had an authoritative ring. The doctrine of reincarnation, she read, states that spiritual souls pass from higher to higher forms of animals. A man can, for instance, be no more reborn as an animal than an adult can re-become a child. She read this again. But how did he know? How could he be so sure? He couldn't. No one could possibly be certain about a thing like that. At the same time, the statement took a good deal of the wind out of her sails. Around the centre of consciousness of each of us, there are, besides the dense outer body, 4 other bodies, invisible to the eye of flesh, but perfectly visible to people whose faculties of perception of superphysical things have undergone the requisite development. She didn't understand that one at all, but she read on, and soon she came to an interesting passage that told how long a soul usually stayed away from the earth before returning in someone else's body. The time varied according to type, and Mr. Willis gave the following breakdown.
Drunkards and the unemployable, 40 to 50 years. Unskilled labourers, 60 to 100 years. Skilled workers, 100 to 200 years. The bourgeoisie, 200 to 300 years. The upper middle classes, 500 years. The highest class of gentlemen farmers, 600 to 1,000 years. Those in the path of initiation, 1,500 to 2,000 years. Quickly she referred to one of the other books to find out how long Liszt had been dead. It said he died in Bayreuth in 1886. That was 67 years ago.
Therefore, according to Mr. Willis, he'd have to have been an unskilled labourer to come back so soon. That didn't seem to fit at all. On the other hand, she didn't think much of the author's methods of grading. According to him, the highest class of gentleman farmer was just about the most superior being on the earth. Red jackets and stirrup cups and the bloody sadistic murder of the fox. No, she thought, that isn't right. It was a pleasure to find herself beginning to doubt Mr. Willis. Later in the book, she came upon a list of some of the more famous reincarnations. Epictetus, she was told, returned to Earth as Ralph Waldo Emerson. Cicero came back as Gladstone, Alfred the Great as Queen Victoria, William the Conqueror as Lord Kitchener. Ashokavardhana, King of India in 272 BC, came back as Colonel Henry Steele Olcott, an esteemed American lawyer. Pythagoras returned as Master Koot Hoomi, the gentleman who founded the Theosophical Society with Madame Blavatsky and Colonel H.S. Olcott, the esteemed American lawyer, alias Ashokavardhana, King of India. It didn't say who Madame Blavatsky had been. But Theodore Roosevelt, it said, has for numbers of incarnations played great parts as a leader of men. From him descended the royal line of ancient Chaldea, he having been, about 30,000 BC, appointed governor of Chaldea by the ego we know as Caesar, who was then ruler of Persia. Roosevelt and Caesar have been together time after time as military and administrative leaders. At one time, many thousands of years ago, they were husband and wife. That was enough for Louisa. Mr. F. Milton Willis was clearly nothing but a guesser. She was not impressed by his dogmatic assertions. The fellow was probably on the right track, but his pronouncements were extravagant, especially the first one of all, about animals. Soon she hoped to be able to confound the whole Theosophical Society with her proof that man could indeed reappear as a lower animal. Also, that he did not have to be an unskilled labourer to come back within 100 years. She now turned to one of the list biographies, and she was glancing through it casually when her husband came in again from the garden.
"What are you doing now?" he asked.
"Oh, just checking up a little here and there. Listen, my dear, did you know that Theodore Roosevelt once was Caesar's wife?"
"Louisa," he said, "look, why don't we stop this nonsense? I don't like to see you making a fool of yourself like this. Just give me that goddamn cat, and I'll take it to the police station myself."
Louisa didn't seem to hear him. She was staring open-mouthed at a picture of Liszt in the book that lay on her lap. "My God!" she cried. "Edward, look!"
"What?"
"Look! The warts on his face. I forgot all about them. He had these great warts on his face, and it was a famous thing. Even his students used to cultivate little tufts of hair on their own faces in the same spots, just to be like him."
"What's that got to do with it?"
"Nothing. I mean, not the students. But the warts have."
"Oh, Christ," the man said. "Oh, Christ, God Almighty."
"The cat has them too. Look, I'll show you." She took the animal onto her lap and began examining its face. There's one, and there's another. Wait a minute, I do believe they're in the same places. Where's that picture?" It was a famous portrait of the musician in his old age, showing the fine, powerful face framed in a mass of long grey hair that covered his ears and came halfway down his neck. On the face itself, each large wart had been faithfully reproduced, and there were 5 of them in all. "Now, in the picture, there's one above the right eyebrow." She looked above the right eyebrow of the cat. "Yes, it's there, in exactly the same place. And another on the left, at the top of the nose. There's one there too, and one just below it on the cheek, and 2 fairly close together under the chin on the right side. Edward, come and look! They're exactly the same."
It doesn't prove a thing.
She looked up at her husband, who was standing in the centre of the room in his green sweater and khaki slacks, still perspiring freely. "You're scared, aren't you, Edward? Scared of losing your precious dignity and having people think you might be making a fool of yourself just for once."
I refuse to get hysterical about it, that's all.
Louisa turned back to the book and began reading some more.
"This is interesting," she said.
"It says here that Liszt loved all of Chopin's work except one, the scherzo in B-flat minor. Apparently he hated that. He called it the governess scherzo, and that it ought to be reserved solely for people in that profession."
So what?
"Edward, listen. As you insist on being so horrid about all this, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to play this scherzo right now, and you can stay here and see what happens."
And then, maybe, you'll deign to get us some supper.
Louisa got up and took from the shelf a large green volume containing all of Chopin's works. "Here it is. Oh, yes, I remember it. It is rather awful. Now listen, or rather watch. Watch to see what he does." She placed the music on the piano and sat down. Her husband remained standing. He had his hands in his pockets and a cigarette in his mouth, and in spite of himself he was watching the cat, which was now dozing on the sofa. When Louisa began to play, the first effect was as dramatic as ever. The animal jumped up as though it had been stung, and it stood motionless for at least a minute, the ears pricked up, the whole body quivering. Then it became restless and began to walk back and forth along the length of the sofa. Finally, it hopped down onto the floor, and with its nose and tail held high in the air, it marched slowly, majestically, from the room. "There!" Louisa cried, jumping up and running after it. "That does it! That really proves it!" She came back, carrying the cat, which she put down again on the sofa. Her whole face was shining with excitement now. Her fists were clenched white, and the little bun on top of her head was loosening and going over to one side. "What about it, Edward? What do you think?" She was laughing nervously as she spoke.
I must say, it was quite amusing.
"Amusing? My dear Edward, it's the most wonderful thing that's ever happened. Oh, goodness me!" she cried, picking up the cat again and hugging it to her bosom. "Isn't it marvellous to think we've got Franz Liszt staying in the house?"
Now, Louisa, don't let's get hysterical.
"I can't help it. I simply can't. And to imagine that he's actually going to live with us for always."
I beg your pardon?
"Oh, Edward, I can hardly talk from excitement. And do you know what I'm going to do next? Every musician in the whole world is going to want to meet him. That's a fact, and ask him about the people he knew, about Beethoven and Chopin and Schubert."
Well, he can't talk, her husband said.
"Well, all right, but they're going to want to meet him anyway, just to see him and touch him and to play their own music to him, modern music he's never heard before."
It wasn't that great. Now, if it had been Bach or Beethoven...
"Don't interrupt, Edward, please. So what I'm going to do is to notify all the important living composers everywhere. It's my duty. I'll tell them Liszt is here and invite them to visit him. And you know what? They'll come flying in from every corner of the earth."
To see a grey cat?
"Darling, it's the same thing. It's him. No one cares what he looks like. Oh, Edward, it'll be the most exciting thing there ever was."
They'll think you're mad.
"You wait and see." She was holding the cat in her arms and petting it tenderly, but looking across at her husband, who now walked over to the French windows and stood there, staring out into the garden. The evening was beginning, and the lawn was turning slowly from green to black, and in the distance he could see the smoke from his bonfire rising up in a white column.
No, he said, without turning round. "I'm not having it. Not in this house. It'll make us both look perfect fools."
Edward, what do you mean?
"Just what I say. I absolutely refuse to have you stirring up a lot of publicity about a foolish thing like this. You happen to have found a trick cat. OK, that's fine. Keep it if it pleases you, I don't mind. But I don't wish you to go any further than that. Do you understand me, Louisa?"
Further than what?
"I don't want to hear any more of this crazy talk. You're acting like a lunatic." Louisa put the cat slowly down on the sofa. Then slowly she raised herself to her full, small height and took one pace forward. "Damn you, Edward!" she shouted, stamping her foot. "For the first time in our lives, something really exciting comes along and you're scared to death of having anything to do with it because someone may laugh at you. That's right, isn't it? You can't deny it, can you?" "Louisa," her husband said, "that's quite enough of that. Pull yourself together now and stop this at once." He walked over and took a cigarette from the box on the table, then lit it with the enormous patent lighter. His wife stood watching him, and now the tears were beginning to trickle out of the inside corners of her eyes, making two little shiny rivers where they ran through the powder on her cheeks. "We've been having too many of these scenes just lately, Louisa," he was saying. No, don't interrupt. Listen to me. I make full allowance for the fact that this may be an awkward time of life for you, and that—"
"Oh, my God, you idiot! You pompous idiot! Can't you see that this is different? This is something miraculous! Can't you see that?"
At that point he came across the room and took her firmly by the shoulders. He had the freshly lit cigarette between his lips, and she could see faint contours on his skin where the heavy perspiration had dried in patches. "Listen," he said. "I'm hungry. I've given up my golf, and I've been working all day in the garden, and I'm tired and hungry, and I want some supper. So do you. Off you go now to the kitchen and get us both something good to eat." Louisa stepped back and put both hands to her mouth.
"My heavens!" she cried. "I forgot all about it. He must be absolutely famished. Except for some milk, I haven't given him a thing to eat since he arrived."
"Who?"
"Why, him, of course. I must go at once and cook something really special. I wish I knew what his favourite dishes used to be. What do you think he would like best, Edward?"
"God damn it, Louisa!"
"Now, Edward, please. I'm going to handle this my way, just for once." "You stay here," she said, bending down and touching the cat gently with her fingers. "I won't be long." Louisa went into the kitchen and stood for a moment, wondering what special dish she might prepare. How about a souffle? A nice cheese souffle. Yes, that would be rather special. Of course, Edward didn't care much for them, but that couldn't be helped. She was only a fair cook, and she couldn't be sure of always having a souffle come out well, but she took extra trouble this time and waited a long while to make certain the oven had heated fully to the correct temperature. While the souffle was baking and she was searching around for something to go with it, it occurred to her that List had probably never in his life tasted either avocado pears or grapefruit, so she decided to give him both of them at once in a salad. It would be fun to watch his reaction. It really would. When it was all ready, she put it on a tray and carried it into the living room. At the exact moment she entered, she saw her husband coming in through the French windows from the garden. "Here's his supper," she said, putting it on the table and turning towards the sofa. "Where is he?" Her husband closed the garden door behind him and walked across the room to get himself a cigarette. "Edward, where is he?" "Who?" "You know who." "Ah, yes. Yes, that's right.
Well, I'll tell you.
He was bending forward to light the cigarette, and his hands were cupped around the enormous patent lighter. He glanced up and saw Louisa looking at him, at his shoes and the bottoms of his khaki slacks, which were damp from walking in long grass.
I just went out to see how the bonfire was going, he said.
Her eyes travelled slowly upward and rested on his hands.
It's still burning fine, he went on. I think it'll keep going all night.
But the way she was staring made him uncomfortable.
What is it?
He said, lowering the lighter. Then he looked down and noticed, for the first time, the long, thin scratch that ran diagonally clear across the back of one hand, from the knuckle to the wrist.
Edward! Yes, he said, I know. Those brambles are terrible. They tear you to pieces. Now, just a minute, Louisa. What's the matter? Edward! Oh, for God's sake, woman, sit down and keep calm. There's nothing to get worked up about, Louisa. Louisa! Sit down!
Katina. Some brief notes about the last days of RAF fighters in the First Greek campaign. Peter saw her first. She was sitting on a stone, quite still, with her hands resting on her lap. She was staring vacantly ahead, seeing nothing, and all around, up and down the little street, people were running backward and forward with buckets of water, emptying them through the windows of the burning houses. Across the street, on the cobblestones, there was a dead boy. Someone had moved his body close into the side so that it would not be in the way. A little farther down, an old man was working on a pile of stones and rubble. One by one, he was carrying the stones away and dumping them to the side. Sometimes he would bend down and peer into the ruins, repeating a name over and over again. All around there was shouting and running and fires and buckets of water and dust. And the girl sat quietly on the stone, staring ahead, not moving. There was blood running down the left side of her face. It ran down from her forehead and dripped from her chin onto the dirty print dress she was wearing. Peter saw her and said, "Look at that little girl." We went up to her and Finn put his hand on her shoulder, bending down to examine the cut. "Looks like a piece of shrapnel," he said. "She ought to see the doc." Peter and I made a chair with our hands and Finn lifted her up onto it. We started back through the streets and out towards the aerodrome, the two of us walking a little awkwardly, bending down, facing our burden. I could feel Peter's fingers clasped tightly in mine, and I could feel the buttocks of the little girl resting lightly on my wrists. I was on the left side, and the blood was dripping down from her face onto the arm of my flying suit, running down the waterproof cloth onto the back of my hand. The girl never moved or said anything. Finn said, "She's bleeding rather fast, we better walk a bit quicker." I couldn't see much of her face because of the blood, but I could tell that she was lovely. She had high cheekbones and large round eyes, pale blue like an autumn sky, and her hair was short and fair. I guess she was about 9 years old. This was in Greece, in early April 1941, at Paramethea. Our fighter squadron was stationed on a muddy field near the village. We were in a deep valley and all around us were the mountains. The freezing winter had passed and now, almost before anyone knew it, spring had come. It had come quietly and swiftly, melting the ice on the lakes and brushing the snow off the mountain tops. And all over the airfield we could see the pale green shoots of grass pushing up through the mud, making a carpet for our landings. In our valley there were warm winds and wild flowers. The Germans, who had pushed in through Yugoslavia a few days before, were now operating in force, and that afternoon they had come over very high with about 35 Dorniers and bombed the village. Peter and Finn and I were off duty for a while, and the three of us had gone down to see if there was anything we could do in the way of rescue work. We had spent a few hours digging around in the ruins and helping to put out fires, and we were on our way back when we saw the girl. Now, as we approached the landing field, we could see the hurricanes circling around, coming into land, and there was the Doc standing out in front of the dispersal tent, just as he should have been, waiting to see if anyone had been hurt. We walked towards him carrying the child, and Finn, who was a few yards in front, said, "Doc, you lazy old devil, here's a job for you." The Doc was young and kind and morose, except when he got drunk. When he got drunk, he sang very well. "Take her into the sick bay," he said. Peter and I carried her in and put her down on a chair. Then we left her and wandered over to the dispersal tent to see how the boys had got along. It was beginning to get dark. There was a sunset behind the ridge over in the west, and there was a full moon, a bomber's moon, climbing up into the sky. The moon shone upon the shoulders of the tents and made them white, small white pyramids standing up straight, clustering in little orderly groups around the edges of the aerodrome. They had a scared sheep look about them, the way they clustered themselves together. They had a human look about them, the way they stood up close to one another. And it seemed almost as though they knew that there was going to be trouble, as though someone had warned them that they might be forgotten and left behind. Even as I looked, I thought I saw them move. I thought I saw them huddle just a fraction nearer together. And then, silently, without a sound, the mountains crept a little closer into our valley. For the next 2 days there was much flying. There was the getting up at dawn, there was the flying, the fighting, and the sleeping, and there was the retreat of the army. And that was about all there was, or all there was time for. But on the third day the clouds dropped down over the mountains and slid into the valley, and it rained. So we sat around in the mess tent drinking beer and resinato, while the rain made a noise like a sewing machine on the roof. Then lunch. For the first time in days, the whole squadron was present. 15 pilots at a long table with benches on either side, and Monkey, the CO, sitting at the head. We were still in the middle of our fried corned beef when the flap of the tent opened and in came the Doc with an enormous dripping raincoat over his head, and with him, under the coat, was the little girl. She had a bandage around her head. The Doc said, "Hello, I brought a guest." We looked around and suddenly, automatically, we all stood up. The Doc was taking off his raincoat and the little girl was standing there with her hands hanging loose by her sides, looking at the men, and the men were all looking at her. With fair hair and pale skin, she looked less like a Greek than anyone I've ever seen. She was frightened by the 15 scruffy-looking foreigners who had suddenly stood up when she came in, and for a moment she half turned as if she were going to run away out into the rain. Monkey said, "Hello. Hello there. Come and sit down." "Talk Greek," said the doctor. "She doesn't understand." Finn and Peter and I looked at one another, and Finn said, "Good God, it's our little girl. Nice work, Doc." She recognized Finn and walked around to where he was standing. He took her by the hand and sat her down on the bench, and everyone else sat down too. We gave her some fried corned beef, and she ate it slowly, looking down at her plate while she ate. Monkey said, "Get Pericles." Pericles was the Greek interpreter attached to the squadron. He was a wonderful man we'd picked up at Yanina, where he'd been the local school teacher. He'd been out of work ever since the war started. "The children do not come to school," he said. "They are up in the mountains and fight. I cannot teach psalms to the stones." Pericles came in. He was old, with a beard, a long pointed nose and sad grey eyes. You couldn't see his mouth, but his beard had a way of smiling when he talked. "Ask her name," said Monkey. He said something to her in Greek. She looked up and said, "Katina." That was all she said. "Look, Pericles," Peter said. "Ask her what she was doing sitting by that heap of ruins in the village." Finn said, "For God's sake, leave her alone. Ask her, Pericles," said Peter. "What should I ask?" Pericles said, frowning. Peter said, "What was she doing sitting on that heap of stuff in the village when we found her?" Pericles sat down on the bench beside her, and he talked to her again. He spoke gently, and you could see that his beard was smiling a little as he spoke, helping her. She listened, and it seemed a long time before she answered. When she spoke, it was only a few words, and the old man translated. "She says that her family were under the stones." Outside, the rain was coming down harder than ever. It beat upon the roof of the mess tent so that the canvas shivered as the water bounced upon it. I got up and walked over and lifted the flap of the tent. The mountains were invisible behind the rain, but I knew they were around us on every side. I had a feeling that they were laughing at us, laughing at the smallness of our numbers and at the hopeless courage of the pilots. I felt that it was the mountains, not us, who were the clever ones. Had not the hills that very morning turned and looked northward, towards Tepelini, where they had seen 1,000 German aircraft gathered under the shadow of Olympus? Was it not true that the snow on top of Dodona had melted away in a day, sending little rivers of water running down across our landing field? Had not Catafidi buried his head in a cloud so that our pilots might be tempted to fly through the whiteness and crash against his rugged shoulders? And as I stood there looking at the rain through the tent flap, I knew for certain that the mountains had turned against us. I could feel it in my stomach. I went back into the tent, and there was Finn, sitting beside Katina, trying to teach her English words. I don't know whether he made much progress, but I do know that once he made her laugh, and that was a wonderful thing for him to have done. I remember the sudden sound of her high laughter, and how we all looked up and saw her face, how we saw how different it was to what it had been before. No one but Finn could have done it. He was so gay himself that it was difficult to be serious in his presence. He was gay and tall and black-haired, and he was sitting there on the bench, leaning forward, whispering and smiling, teaching Katina to speak English and teaching her how to laugh. The next day the skies cleared, and once again we saw the mountains. We did a patrol over the troops which were already retreating slowly towards Thermopylae, and we met some Messerschmitts and Ju-87s dive-bombing the soldiers. I think we got a few of them, but they got Sandy. I saw him going down. I sat quite still for 30 seconds and watched his plane spiraling gently downward. I sat and waited for the parachute. I remember switching over my radio and saying quietly, "Sandy, you must jump now. You must jump. You're getting near the ground." But there was no parachute. When we landed and taxied in, there was Katina, standing outside the dispersal tent with the dock, a tiny shrimp of a girl in a dirty print dress, standing there watching the machines as they came in to land. To Finn, as he walked in, she said, "Thagrisis Zana." Finn said, "What does it mean, Pericles?" "It just means you are back again," and he smiled. The child had counted the aircraft on her fingers as they took off, and now she noticed that there was one missing. We were standing around taking off our parachutes, and she was trying to ask us about it, when suddenly someone said, "Look out! Here they come!" They came through a gap in the hills, a mass of thin, black silhouettes, coming down upon the aerodrome. There was a scramble for the slit trenches, and I remember seeing Finn catch Katina around the waist and carry her off with us, and I remember seeing her fight like a tiger the whole way to the trenches. As soon as we got into the trench and Finn had let her go, she jumped out and ran over onto the airfield. Down came the Messerschmitts with their guns blazing, swooping so low that you could see the noses of the pilots sticking out under their goggles. Their bullets threw up spurts of dust all around, and I saw one of our Hurricanes burst into flames. I saw Katina standing right in the middle of the field, standing firmly, with her legs astride and her back to us, looking up at the Germans as they dived past. I have never seen anything smaller and more angry and more fierce in my life. She seemed to be shouting at them, but the noise was great, and one could hear nothing at all except the engines and the guns of the aeroplanes. Then it was over. It was over as quickly as it had begun, and no one said very much except Finn, who said, "I wouldn't have done that, ever, not even if I was crazy." That evening, Monkey got out the squadron records and added Katina's name to the list of members, and the equipment officer was ordered to provide a tent for her. So, on the 11th of April, 1941, she became a member of the squadron. In 2 days, she knew the first name or nickname of every pilot, and Finn had already taught her to say, "Any luck?" and "Nice work." But that was a time of much activity, and when I try to think of it hour by hour, the whole period becomes hazy in my mind. Mostly, I remember, it was escorting the Blenheims to Valana, and if it wasn't that, it was a ground strafe of Italian trucks on the Albanian border, or an SOS from the Northumberland Regiment saying that they were having the hell bombed out of them by half the aircraft in Europe. None of that I can remember. I can remember nothing of that time clearly, save for 2 things. The one was Katina, and how she was with us all the time, how she was everywhere, and how wherever she went the people were pleased to see her. The other thing I remember was when the bull came into the mess tent one evening after a lone patrol. The bull was an enormous man with massive, slightly hunched shoulders, and his chest was like the top of an oak table. Before the war he had done many things, most of them things which one could not do unless one conceded beforehand that there was no difference between life and death. He was quiet and casual, and when he came into the room or into a tent, he always looked as though he had made a mistake and hadn't really meant to come in at all. It was getting dark, and we were sitting around in the tent playing shove halfpenny when the bull came in. We knew that he had just landed. He glanced around a little apologetically, and then he said, "Hello," and wandered over to the bar and began to get out a bottle of beer. Someone said, "See anything, Bull?" The bull said, "Yes," and went on fiddling with the bottle of beer. I suppose we were all very interested in our game of shove halfpenny because no one said anything else for about 5 minutes. Then Peter said, "What did you see, Bull?" The bull was leaning against the bar, alternately sipping his beer and trying to make a hooting noise by blowing down the neck of the empty bottle. Peter said, "What did you see?" The bull put down the bottle and looked up. "5 S-79s, he said. I remember hearing him say it, but I also remember that our game was exciting and that Finn had one more shove to win. We all watched him miss it, and Peter said, "Finn, I think you're going to lose," and Finn said, "Go to hell." We finished the game, then I looked up and saw the bull still leaning against the bar, making noises with his beer bottle. He said, "This sounds like the old Mauritania coming into New York Harbor," and he started blowing into the bottle again. "What happened with the S-79s?" I said. He stopped his blowing and put the bottle down. "I shot them down." Everyone heard it. At that moment, 11 pilots in that tent stopped what they were doing, and 11 heads flicked around and looked at the bull. He took another drink of his beer and said quietly, "At one time I counted 18 parachutes in the air together." A few days later he went on patrol and did not come back. Shortly afterwards, Monkey got a message from Athens. It said that the squadron was to move down to Eleusis, and from there do a defence of Athens itself, and also cover the troops retreating through the Thermopylae Pass. Katina was to go with the trucks, and we told the doc he was to see that she arrived safely. It would take them a day to make the journey. We flew over the mountains towards the south, 14 of us, and at 2:30 we landed at Eleusis. It was a lovely aerodrome with runways and hangars, and best of all, Athens was only 25 minutes away by car. That evening, as it was getting dark, I stood outside my tent. I stood with my hands in my pockets, watching the sun go down and thinking of the work which we were to do. The more I thought of it, the more impossible I knew it to be. I looked up, and once again I saw the mountains. They were closer to us here, crowding in upon us on all sides, standing shoulder to shoulder, tall and naked, with their heads in the clouds, surrounding us everywhere save in the south, where lay Piraeus and the open sea. I knew that each night, when it was very dark, when we were all tired and sleeping in our tents, those mountains would move forward, creeping a little closer, making no noise, until at last, on the appointed day, they would tumble forward with one great rush and push us into the sea. Finn emerged from his tent. "Have you seen the mountains?" I said. "They're full of gods. They aren't any good," he answered. "I wish they'd stand still," I said. Finn looked up at the great crags of Parnes and Pentelicon. "They're full of gods," he said. "Sometimes, in the middle of the night, when there is a moon, you can see the gods sitting on the summits. There was one on Catafidi when we were at Parmethea. He was huge, like a house, but without any shape and quite black. You saw him?" "Of course I saw him." "When?" I said. "When did you see him, Finn?" Finn said, "Let's go into Athens. Let's go and look at the women in Athens." The next day, the trucks carrying the ground staff and the equipment rumbled onto the aerodrome, and there was Katina sitting in the front seat of the leading vehicle with the dock beside her. She waved to us as she jumped down, and she came running towards us, laughing and calling our names in a curious Greek way. She still had on the same dirty print dress, and she still had a bandage around her forehead, but the sun was shining in her hair. We showed her the tent which we had prepared for her, and we showed her the small cotton nightdress which Finn had obtained in some mysterious way the night before in Athens. It was white, with a lot of little blue birds embroidered on the front, and we all thought that it was very beautiful. Katina wanted to put it on at once, and it took a long time to persuade her that it was meant only for sleeping in. 6 times Finn had to perform a complicated act, which consisted of pretending to put on the nightdress, then jumping onto the bed and falling fast asleep. In the end, she nodded vigorously and understood. For the next 2 days, nothing happened, except that the remnants of another squadron came down from the north and joined us. They brought 6 hurricanes, so that altogether we had about 20 machines. Then we waited. On the 3rd day, German reconnaissance aircraft appeared, circling high over Piraeus, and we chased after them but never got up in time to catch them. This was understandable because our radar was of a very special type. It is obsolete now, and I doubt whether it will ever be used again. All over the country, in all the villages, up on the mountains and out on the islands, there were Greeks, all of whom were connected to our small operations room by a field telephone. We had no operations officer, so we took it in turns to be on duty for the day. My turn came on the 4th day, and I remember clearly what happened. At 6:30 in the morning, the phone buzzed. "This is A7, said a very Greek voice. "This is A7. There are noises overhead." I looked at the map. There was a little ring with A7 written inside it, just beside Yanina. I put a cross in the celluloid which covered the map and wrote "noises" beside it, as well as the time, 06:31 hours. 3 minutes later, the phone went again. "This is A4, this is A4. There are many noises above me," said an old quavering voice, "but I cannot see because there are thick clouds." I looked at the map. A4 was Mount Carava. I made another cross in the celluloid and wrote "many noises, 06:34, and then I drew a line between Yanina and Carava. It pointed towards Athens, so I signalled the readiness crew to scramble, and they took off and circled the city. Later they saw a Ju-88 on reconnaissance high above them, but they never caught it. It was in such a way that one worked the radar. That evening, when I came off duty, I could not help thinking of the old Greek, sitting all alone in a hut up at A4, sitting on the slope of Carava, looking up into the whiteness and listening all day and all night for noises in the sky. I imagined the eagerness with which he seized the telephone when he heard something, and the joy he must have felt when the voice at the other end repeated his message and thanked him. I thought of his clothes and wondered if they were warm enough, and I thought, for some reason, of his boots, which almost certainly had no soles left upon them and were stuffed with tree bark and paper. That was April 17th. It was the evening when Monkey said, They say the Germans are at Lamia, which means that we're within range of their fighters. Tomorrow the fun should start. It did. At dawn the bombers came over, with the fighters circling around overhead, watching the bombers, waiting to pounce, but doing nothing unless someone interfered with the bombers. I think we got 8 hurricanes into the air just before they arrived. It was not my turn to go up, so with Katina standing by my side, I watched the battle from the ground. The child never said a word. Now and again she moved her head as she followed the little specks of silver dancing high above in the sky. I saw a plane coming down in a trail of black smoke, and I looked at Katina. The hatred which was on the face of the child was the fierce, burning hatred of an old woman who has hatred in her heart. It was an old woman's hatred, and it was strange to see it. In that battle we lost a sergeant called Donald. At noon, Monkey got another message from Athens. It said that morale was bad in the capital and that every available hurricane was to fly in formation low over the city in order to show the inhabitants how strong we were and how many aircraft we had. 18 of us took off. We flew in tight formation up and down the main streets just above the roofs of the houses. I could see the people looking up, shielding their eyes from the sun, looking at us as we flew over, and in one street I saw an old woman who never looked up at all. None of them waved, and I knew then that they were resigned to their fate. None of them waved, and I knew, although I could not see their faces, that they were not even glad as we flew past. Then we headed out towards Thermopylae, but on the way we circled the Acropolis twice. It was the first time I had seen it so close. I saw a little hill, a mound almost, it seemed, and on the top of it I saw the white columns. There were a great number of them, grouped together in perfect order, not crowding one another, white in the sunshine, and I wondered, as I looked at them, how anyone could have put so much on top of so small a hill in such an elegant way. Then we flew up the great Thermopylae Pass, and I saw long lines of vehicles moving slowly southwards towards the sea. I saw occasional puffs of white smoke where a shell landed in the valley, and I saw a direct hit on the road which made a gap in the line of trucks, but we saw no enemy aircraft. When we landed, Monkey said, "Refuel quickly and get in the air again. I think they're waiting to catch us on the ground." But it was no use. They came down out of the sky 5 minutes after we had landed. I remember I was in the pilot's room in number 2 hangar, talking to Finn and to a big tall man with rumpled hair called Paddy. We heard the bullets on the corrugated iron roof of the hangar. Then we heard explosions, and the 3 of us dived under the little wooden table in the middle of the room. But the table upset. Paddy set it up again and crawled underneath. "There's something about being under a table," he said. "I don't feel safe unless I'm under a table." Finn said, "I never feel safe." He was sitting on the floor watching the bullets making holes in the corrugated iron wall of the room. There was a great clatter as the bullets hit the tin. Then we became brave and got up and peeped outside the door. There were many Messerschmitt 109s circling the aerodrome, and one by one they straightened out and dived past the hangar, spraying the ground with their guns. But they did something else. They slid back their cockpit hoods, and as they came past, they drew out small bombs which exploded when they hit the ground and fiercely flung quantities of large lead balls in every direction. Those were the explosions which we had heard, and it was a great noise that the lead balls made as they hit the hangar. Then I saw the men, the ground crews, standing up in their slit trenches, firing at the Messerschmitts with their rifles, reloading and firing as fast as they could, cursing and shouting as they shot, aiming ludicrously, hopelessly, aiming at an aeroplane with just a rifle. At Elevsis there were no other defences. Suddenly the Messerschmitts all turned and headed for home, all except one, which glided down and made a smooth belly landing on the aerodrome. Then there was chaos. The Greeks around us raised a shout and jumped onto the fire tender and headed out towards the crashed German aeroplane. At the same time, more Greeks streamed out from every corner of the field, shouting and yelling and crying for the blood of the pilot. It was a mob intent upon vengeance, and one could not blame them, but there were other considerations. We wanted the pilot for questioning, and we wanted him alive. Monkey, who was standing on the tarmac, shouted to us, and Finn and Paddy and I raced with him towards the station wagon, which was standing 50 yards away. Monkey was inside like a flash, started the engine and drove off just as the three of us jumped on the running board. The fire tender with the Greeks on it was not fast, and it still had 200 yards to go, and the other people had a long way to run. Monkey drove quickly, and we beat them by about 50 yards. We jumped up and ran over to the Messerschmitt, and there, sitting in the cockpit, was a fair-haired boy with pink cheeks and blue eyes. I have never seen anyone whose face showed so much fear. He said to Monkey in English, "I am hit in the leg." We pulled him out of the cockpit and got him into the car while the Greek stood around watching. The bullet had shattered the bone in his shin. We drove him back, and as we handed him over to the dock, I saw Katina standing close, looking at the face of the German. This kid of 9 was standing there looking at the German, and she could not speak. She could not even move. She clutched the skirt of her dress in her hands, and she stared at the man's face. "There is a mistake somewhere," she seemed to be saying. "There must be a mistake. This one has pink cheeks and fair hair and blue eyes. This cannot possibly be one of them. This is an ordinary boy." She watched him as they put him on a stretcher and carried him off, and then she turned and ran across the grass to her tent. In the evening at supper I ate my fried sardines, but I could not eat the bread or the cheese. For 3 days I had been conscious of my stomach, of a hollow feeling such as one gets just before an operation or while waiting to have a tooth out in the dentist's house. I had had it all day for 3 days, from the moment I woke up to the time I fell asleep. Peter was sitting opposite me, and I asked him about it. "I've had it for a week," he said. "It's good for the bowels. It loosens them." "German aircraft are like liver pills," said Finn from the bottom of the table. "They're very good for you, aren't they, Doc?" The doc said, "Maybe you've had an overdose." "I have," said Finn. "I've had an overdose of German liver pills. I didn't read the instructions on a bottle. Take 2 before retiring." Peter said, "I would love to retire." After supper, 3 of us walked down to the hangars with Monkey, who said, "I'm worried about this ground strafing. They never attack the hangars because they know that we never put anything inside them. Tonight I think we'll collect 4 of the aircraft and put them into number 2 hangar." That was a good idea. Normally the Hurricanes were dispersed all over the edge of the aerodrome, but they were being picked off one by one because it was impossible to be in the air the whole time. The 4 of us took a machine each and taxied it into number 2 hangar, and then we pulled the great sliding doors together and locked them. The next morning, before the sun had risen from behind the mountains, a flock of Ju-87s came over and blew number 2 hangar right off the face of the earth. Their bombing was good, and they did not even hit the hangars on either side of it. That afternoon they got Peter. He went off towards a village called Chalkis, which was being bombed by Ju-88s, and no one ever saw him again. Gay, laughing Peter, whose mother lived on a farm in Kent, and who used to write to him in long, pale blue envelopes which he carried about in his pockets. I'd always shared a tent with Peter, ever since I came to the squadron, and that evening, after I'd gone to bed, he came back to the tent. You need not believe me. I do not expect you to, but I am telling you what happened. I always went to bed first, because there is not room in one of those tents for 2 people to be turning around at the same time. Peter usually came in 2 or 3 minutes afterwards. That evening I went to bed, and I lay thinking that tonight he would not be coming. I wondered whether his body lay tangled in the wreckage of his aircraft on the side of some bleak mountain, or whether it was at the bottom of the sea, and I hoped only that he had had a decent funeral. Suddenly I heard a movement. The flap of the tent opened, and it shut again. But there were no footsteps. Then I heard him sit down on his bed. It was a noise that I had heard every night for weeks past, and always it had been the same. It was just a thump and a creaking of the wooden legs of the camp bed. One after the other, the flying boots were pulled off and dropped upon the ground, and as always, one of them took 3 times as long to get off as the other. After that, there was the gentle rustle of a blanket being pulled back, and then the creakings of the rickety bed as it took the weight of a man's body. They were sounds I had heard every night, the same sounds in the same order, and now I sat up in my bed and said, "Peter?" It was dark in the tent. My voice sounded very loud. "Hello, Peter? That was tough luck you had today." But there was no answer. I did not feel uneasy or frightened, but I remember at the time touching the tip of my nose with my finger to make sure that I was there. Then, because I was very tired, I went to sleep. In the morning I looked at the bed and saw it had been slept in, but I did not show it to anyone, not even to Finn. I put the blankets back in place myself and patted the pillow. It was on that day, the 20th of April 1941, that we fought the Battle of Athens. It was perhaps the last of the great dog-fighting air battles that will ever be fought, because nowadays the planes fly always in great formations of wings and squadrons, and attack is carried out methodically and scientifically upon the orders of the leader. Nowadays one does not dogfight all over the sky except upon very rare occasions. But the Battle of Athens was a long and beautiful dogfight in which 15 Hurricanes fought for half an hour with between 150 and 200 German bombers and fighters. The bombers started coming over early in the afternoon. It was a lovely spring day, and for the first time the sun had in it a trace of real summer warmth. The sky was blue, save for a few wispy clouds here and there, and the mountains stood out black and clear against the blue of the sky. Pentelicon no longer hid his head in the clouds. He stood over us, grim and forbidding, watching every move and knowing that each thing we did was of little purpose. Men were foolish and were made only so they should die, while mountains and rivers went on forever and did not notice the passing of time. Had not Pentelicon himself many years ago looked down upon Thermopylae and seen a handful of Spartans defending the pass against the invaders, seen them fight until there was not one man left alive among them? Had he not seen the Persians cut to pieces by Leonidas at Marathon? And had he not looked down upon Salamis, and upon the sea where Themistocles and the Athenians drove the enemy from their shores, causing them to lose more than 200 sail? All these things and many more he had seen, and now he looked down upon us. We were as nothing in his eyes. Almost there was a look of scorn upon the face of the mountain, and I thought for a moment that I could hear the laughter of the gods. They knew so well that we were not enough, and that in the end we must lose. The bombers came over just after lunch, and at once we saw that there were a great number of them. We looked up and saw that the sky was full of little silver specks, and the sunlight danced and sparkled upon 100 different pairs of wings. There were 15 hurricanes in all, and they fought like a storm in the sky. It is not easy to remember much about such a battle, but I remember looking up and seeing in the sky a mass of small black dots. I remember thinking to myself that these could not be aeroplanes. They simply could not be aeroplanes, because there were not so many aeroplanes in the world. Then they were on us, and I remember that I applied a little flap so that I should be able to turn in tighter circles. Then I remember only one or two small incidents which photographed themselves upon my mind. There were the spurts of flame from the guns of a Messerschmitt as he attacked from the frontal quarter of my starboard side. There was the German whose parachute was on fire as it opened. There was the German who flew up beside me and made rude signs at me with his fingers. There was the hurricane which collided with the Messerschmitt. There was the aeroplane which collided with a man who was descending in a parachute, and which went into a crazy, frightful spin towards the earth, with the man and the parachute dangling from its port wing. There were the two bombers which collided while swerving to avoid a fighter, and I remember distinctly seeing a man being thrown clear out of the smoke and debris of the collision, hanging in mid-air with his arms outstretched and his legs apart. I tell you, there was nothing that did not happen in that battle. There was a moment when I saw a single hurricane doing tight turns around the summit of Mount Parnes with 9 Messerschmitts on its tail, and then I remember that suddenly the skies seemed to clear. There were no longer any aircraft in sight. The battle was over. I turned around and headed back towards Eleusis, and as I went I looked down and saw Athens and Piraeus and the rim of the sea as it curved around the Gulf and travelled southward towards the Mediterranean. I saw the port of Piraeus, where the bombs had fallen, and I saw the smoke and fire rising above the docks. I saw the narrow coastal plain, and on it I saw tiny bonfires, thin columns of black smoke curling upward and drifting away to the east. They were the fires of aircraft which had been shot down, and I hoped only that none of them were hurricanes. Just then I ran straight in to a Junkers 88, a straggler, the last bomber returning from the raid. He was in trouble and there was black smoke streaming from one of his engines. Although I shot at him, I don't think that it made any difference. He was coming down anyway. We were over the sea and I could tell that he wouldn't make the land. He didn't. He came down smoothly on his belly in the blue Gulf of Piraeus, 2 miles from the shore. I followed him and circled, waiting to make sure that the crew got out safely into their dinghy. Slowly the machine began to sink, dipping its nose under the water and lifting its tail into the air. But there was no sign of the crew. Suddenly, without any warning, the rear guns started to fire. They opened up with their rear gun and the bullets made small, jagged holes in my starboard wing. I swerved away and I remember shouting at them. I slid back the hood of the cockpit and shouted, "You lousy, brave bastards, I hope you drown." The bomber sank soon backwards. When I got back, they were all standing around outside the hangars, counting the score, and Katina was sitting on a box with tears rolling down her cheeks. But she was not crying, and Finn was kneeling beside her, talking to her in English, quietly and gently, forgetting that she could not understand. We lost 1/3 of our hurricanes in that battle, but the Germans lost more. The doc was dressing someone who had been burnt, and he looked up and said, "You should have heard the Greeks on the aerodrome cheering as the bombers fell out of the sky." As we stood around talking, a truck drove up and a Greek got out and said that he had some pieces of body inside. "This is the watch," he said, "that was on the arm." It was a silver wristwatch with a luminous dial, and on the back there were some initials. We did not look inside the truck. Now we had, I think, 9 hurricanes left. That evening, a very senior RAF officer came out from Athens and said, "Tomorrow at dawn you will all fly to Megara. It is about 10 miles down the coast. There is a small field there on which you can land. The army is working on it throughout the night. They have 2 big rollers there and they are rolling it smooth. The moment you land you must hide your aircraft in the olive grove which is on the south side of the field. The ground staff are going further south to Argos and you can join them later. But you must be able to operate from Megara for a day or 2. Finn said, "Where's Katina?" "Doc, you must find Katina and see that she gets to Argos safely." The doc said, "I will." And we knew that we could trust him. At dawn the next morning, when it was still dark, we took off and flew to the little field at Megara, 10 miles away. We landed and hid our hurricanes in the olive grove and broke off branches of the trees and put them over the aircraft. Then we sat down on the slope of the small hill and waited for orders. As the sun rose up over the mountains, we looked across the field and saw a mass of Greek villagers coming down from the village of Megara, coming down towards our field. There were many hundreds of them, women and children mostly, and they all came down towards our field, hurrying as they came. Finn said, "What the hell?" And we sat up on our little hill and watched, wondering what they were going to do. They dispersed all around the edge of the field and gathered armfuls of heather and bracken. They carried it out onto the field, and forming themselves into long lines, they began to scatter the heather and the bracken over the grass. They were camouflaging our landing field. The rollers, when they had rolled out the ground and made it flat for landing, had left marks which were easily visible from above, and so the Greeks came out of their village, every man, woman, and child, and began to put matters right. To this day, I do not know who told them to do it. They stretched in a long line across the field, walking forward slowly and scattering the heather, and Finn and I went out and walked among them. There were old women and old men mostly, very small and very sad-looking, with the dark, deeply wrinkled faces and they worked slowly, scattering the heather. As we walked by, they would stop their work and smile, saying something in Greek which we could not understand. One of the children gave Finn a small pink flower, and he did not know what to do with it, but walked around carrying it in his hand. Then we went back to the slope of the hill and waited. Soon the field telephone buzzed. It was the very senior officer speaking. He said that someone must fly back to Elevsis at once and collect important messages and money. He said also that all of us must leave our little field at Megara and go to Argos that evening. The others said that they would wait until I came back with the money so that we could all fly to Argos together. At the same time, someone had told the 2 army men who were still rolling our field to destroy their rollers so that the Germans would not get them. I remember, as I was getting into my hurricane, seeing the 2 huge rollers charging towards each other across the field, and I remember seeing the army men jump aside just before they collided. There was a great crash, and I saw all the Greeks who were scattering heather stop in their work and look up. For a moment they stood rock still, looking at the rollers. Then one of them started to run. It was an old woman, and she started to run back to the village as fast as she could, shouting something as she went. And instantly every man, woman and child in the field seemed to take fright and ran after her. I wanted to get out and run beside them and explain to them, to say I was sorry, but that there was nothing else we could do. I wanted to tell them that we would not forget them and that one day we would come back. But it was no use. Bewildered and frightened, they ran back into their homes, and they did not stop running until they were out of sight, not even the old men. I took off and flew to Elevsis. I landed on a dead aerodrome. There was not a soul to be seen. I parked my hurricane, and as I walked over to the hangars, the bombers came over once again. I hid in a ditch until they had finished their work, then got up and walked over to the small operations room. The telephone was still on the table, so for some reason I picked up the receiver and said, "Hello?" A rather German voice at the other end answered. I said, "Can you hear me?" And the voice said, Yes, I can hear you." "All right," I said. "Listen carefully. Yes, continue, please. This is the RAF speaking, and one day we will come back. Do you understand? One day we will come back." Then I tore the telephone from its socket and threw it through the glass of the closed window. When I went outside, there was a small man in civilian clothes standing near the door. He had a revolver in one hand and a small bag in the other. "Do you want anything?" he said in quite good English. I said, "Yes. I want important messages and papers which I am to carry back to Argos." "Here you are," he said, as he handed me the bag. "And good luck." I flew back to Megara. There were 2 Greek destroyers standing offshore, burning and sinking. I circled our field, and the others taxied out, took off, and we all flew off towards Argos. The landing ground at Argos was just a kind of small field. It was surrounded by thick olive groves into which we taxied our aircraft for hiding. I don't know how long the field was, but it was not easy to land upon it. You had to come in low, hanging on the prop, and the moment you touched down, you had to start putting on brake, jerking it on and jerking it off again the moment you started to nose over. But only one man overshot and crashed. The ground staff had arrived already, and as we got out of our aircraft, Katina came running up with a basket of black olives, offering them to us and pointing to our stomachs, indicating that we must eat. Finn bent down and ruffled her hair with his hand. He said, "Katina, one day we must go into town and buy you a new dress." She smiled at him but did not understand, and we all started to eat black olives. Then I looked around and saw that the wood was full of aircraft. Around every corner there was an aeroplane hidden in the trees, and when we asked about it, we learned that the Greeks had brought the whole of their air force down to Argos and parked them in that little wood. They were peculiar ancient models, not one of them less than 5 years old, and I don't know how many dozen there were there. That night we slept under the trees. We wrapped Katina up in a large flying suit and gave her a flying helmet for a pillow, and after she had gone to sleep, we sat around eating black olives and drinking resinato out of an enormous cask. But we were very tired, and soon we fell asleep. All the next day we saw the truckloads of troops moving down the road towards the sea, and as often as we could we took off and flew above them. The Germans kept coming over and bombing the road nearby, but they had not yet spotted our airfield. Later in the day, we were told that every available Hurricane was to take off at 6 p.m. to protect an important shipping move, and the 9 machines, which were all that were now left, were refueled and got ready. At 3 minutes to 6, we began to taxi out of the olive grove onto the field. The first 2 machines took off, but just as they left the ground, something black swept down out of the sky and shot them both down in flames. I looked around and saw at least 50 Messerschmitt 110s circling our field, and even as I looked, some of them turned and came down upon the remaining 7 Hurricanes which were waiting to take off. There was no time to do anything. Each one of our aircraft was hit in that first swoop, although funnily enough, only one of the pilots was hurt. It was impossible now to take off, so we jumped out of our aircraft, hauled the wounded pilot out of his cockpit, and ran with him back to the slit trenches, to the wonderful big, deep, zigzagging slit trenches which had been dug by the Greeks. The Messerschmitts took their time. There was no opposition either from the ground or from the air, except that Finn was firing his revolver. It is not a pleasant thing to be ground-strafed, especially if they have cannon in their wings, and unless one has a deep slit trench in which to lie, there is no future in it. For some reason, perhaps because they thought it was a good joke, the German pilots went for the slit trenches before they bothered about the aircraft. The first 10 minutes was spent rushing madly around the corners of the trenches, so as not to be caught in the trench which ran parallel with the line of flight of the attacking aircraft. It was a hectic, dreadful 10 minutes, with everyone shouting, "Here comes another!" and scrambling and rushing to get around the corner into the other section of the trench. Then the Germans went for the Hurricanes, and at the same time for the mass of old Greek aircraft parked all around the olive grove, and one by one, methodically and systematically, they set them on fire. The noise was terrific, and everywhere, in the trees, on the rocks, and on the grass, the bullets splattered. I remember peeping cautiously over the top of our trench and seeing a small white flower growing just a few inches away from my nose. It was pure white, and it had 3 petals. I remember looking past it and seeing 3 of the Germans diving on my own Hurricane, which was parked on the other side of the field, and I remember shouting at them, although I do not know what I said. And suddenly I saw Katina. She was running out from the far corner of the aerodrome, running right out into the middle of this mass of blazing guns and burning aircraft, running as fast as she could. Once she stumbled, but she scrambled to her feet again and went on running. Then she stopped and stood looking up, raising her fists at the planes as they flew past. Now as she stood there, I remember seeing one of the Messerschmitts turning and coming in low straight towards her, and I remember thinking that she was so small that she could not be hit. I remember seeing the spurts of flame from his guns as he came, and I remember seeing the child, for a split second, standing quite still facing the machine. I remember that the wind was blowing in her hair. Then she was down. The next moment I shall never forget. On every side, as if by magic, men appeared out of the ground. They swarmed out of their trenches and like a crazy mob poured onto the aerodrome, running towards the tiny little bundle which lay motionless in the middle of the field. They ran fast, crouching as they went, and I remember jumping up out of my slit trench and joining with them. I remember thinking of nothing at all and watching the boots of the man in front of me, noticing that he was a little bow-legged and that his blue trousers were much too long. I remember seeing Finn arrive first, followed closely by a sergeant called Wishful, and I remember seeing the 2 of them pick up Katina and start running with her back towards the trenches. I saw her leg, which was just a lot of blood and bones, and I saw her chest, where the blood was spurting out onto her white print dress. I saw, for a moment, her face, which was white as the snow on top of Olympus. I ran beside Finn, and as he ran he kept saying, "The lousy bastards, the lousy bloody bastards." And then as we got to our trench I remember looking around and finding that there was no longer any noise or shooting. The Germans had gone. Finn said, "Where's the doc?" And suddenly there he was, standing beside us, looking at Katina, looking at her face. The doc, gently touched her wrist, and without looking up he said, "She is not alive." They put her down under a little tree, and when I turned away I saw on all sides the fires of countless burning aircraft. I saw my own hurricane burning nearby, and I stood staring hopelessly into the flames as they danced around the engine and licked against the metal of the wings. I stood staring into the flames, and as I stared, the fire became a deeper red, and I saw beyond it not a tangled mass of smoking wreckage, but the flames of a hotter and intenser fire, which now burned and smouldered in the hearts of the people of Greece. Still I stared, and as I stared I saw in the centre of the fire, whence the red flame sprang, bright white heat, shining bright and without any colour. As I stared, the brightness diffused and became soft and yellow like sunlight, and through it, beyond it, I saw a young child standing in the middle of a field with the sunlight shining in her hair. For a moment she stood looking up into the sky, which was clear and blue and without any clouds. Then she turned and looked towards me, and as she turned I saw that the front of her white print dress was stained deep red, the colour of blood. Then there was no longer any fire or any flames, and I saw before me only the glowing, twisted wreckage of a burnt-out plane. I must have been standing there for quite a long time.
Neck. When, about 8 years ago, old Sir William Turton died, and his son Basil inherited the Turton Press, as well as the title, I can remember how they started laying bets around Fleet Street as to just how long it would be before some nice young woman managed to persuade the little fellow that she must look after him, that is to say, him and his money. The new Sir Basil Turton was maybe 40 years old at the time, a bachelor, a man of mild and simple character, who up to then had shown no interest in anything at all, except his collection of modern paintings and sculpture. No woman had disturbed him, no scandal or gossip had ever touched his name. But now that he had become the proprietor of quite a large newspaper and magazine empire, it was necessary for him to emerge from the calm of his father's country house and come up to London. Naturally, the vultures started gathering at once, and I believe that not only Fleet Street, but very nearly the whole of the city, was looking on eagerly as they scrambled for the body. It was slow motion, of course, deliberate and deadly slow motion, and therefore not so much like vultures as a bunch of agile crabs clawing for a piece of horse meat under water. But to everyone's surprise, the little chap proved to be remarkably elusive, and the chase dragged on right through the spring and early summer of that year. I did not know Sir Basil personally, nor did I have any reason to feel friendly towards him. But I couldn't help taking the side of my own sex, and found myself cheering loudly every time he managed to get himself off the hook. Then, round about the beginning of August, apparently at some secret female signal, the girls declared a sort of truce among themselves, while they went abroad, rested, and regrouped, and made fresh plans for the winter kill. This was a mistake, because precisely at that moment, a dazzling creature called Natalia something or other, whom nobody had heard of before, swept in from the continent, took Sir Basil firmly by the wrist, and led him off in a kind of swoon to the registry office at Caxton Hall, where she married him before anyone else, least of all the bridegroom, realised what was happening. You can imagine that the London ladies were indignant, and naturally they started disseminating a vast amount of fruity gossip about the new Lady Turton. That dirty poacher, they called her. But we don't have to go into that. In fact, for the purposes of this story, we can skip the next 6 years, which brings us right up to the present, to an occasion exactly 1 week ago today, when I myself have the pleasure of meeting her ladyship for the first time. By now, as you must have guessed, She was not only running the whole of the Turton Press, but as a result had become a considerable political force in the country. I realised that other women have done this sort of thing before, but what made her particular case unusual was the fact that she was a foreigner, and that nobody seemed to know precisely what country she came from, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, or Russia. So, last Thursday, I went to this small dinner party at a friend's in London, and while we were standing around in the drawing room before the meal, sipping good martinis and talking about the atom bomb and Mr. Bevan, the maid popped her head in to announce the last guest. "Lady Turton," she said. Nobody stopped talking. We were too well-mannered for that. No heads were turned. Only our eyes swung round to the door, waiting for the entrance. She came in fast, tall and slim, in a red-gold dress with sparkles on it, the mouth smiling, the hand outstretched towards her hostess, and, my heavens, I must say she was a beauty. "Mildred, good evening. My dear Lady Turton, how nice." I believe we did stop talking then, and we turned and stared, and stood waiting quite meekly to be introduced, just like she might have been the Queen or a famous film star. But she was better looking than either of those. The hair was black, and to go with it she had one of those pale, oval, innocent 15th century Flemish faces, almost exactly a Madonna by Memling or Van Eyck. At least, that was the first impression. Later, when my turn came to shake hands, I got a closer look, and saw that, except for the outline and colouring, it wasn't really a Madonna at all. Far, far from it. The nostrils, for example, were very odd. Somehow more open, more flaring than any I had seen before, and excessively arched. This gave the whole nose a kind of open, snorting look that had something of the wild animal about it, the mustang. And the eyes, when I saw them close, were not wide and round the way the Madonna painters used to make them, but long and half-closed, half-smiling, half-sullen, and slightly vulgar, so that in one way and another they gave her a most delicately dissipated air. What's more, they didn't look at you directly. They came to you slowly, from over on one side, with a curious sliding motion that made me nervous. I tried to see their colour, thought it was pale grey, but couldn't be sure. Then she was led away across the room to meet other people. I stood watching her. She was clearly conscious of her success and of the way these Londoners were deferring to her. "Here I am," she seemed to be saying, "and I only came over a few years ago, but already I am richer and more powerful than any of you." There was a little prance of triumph in her walk. A few minutes later we went into dinner, and to my surprise I found myself seated on her ladyship's right. I presumed that our hostess had done this as a kindness to me, thinking I might pick up some material for the social column I write each day in the evening paper. I settled myself down, ready for an interesting meal, but the famous lady took no notice of me at all. She spent her time talking to the man on her left, the host, until at last, just as I was finishing my ice cream, she suddenly turned, reached over, picked up my place card, and read the name. Then, with that queer sliding motion of the eyes, she looked into my face. I smiled and made a little bow. She didn't smile back, but started shooting questions at me. Rather personal questions, job, age, family, things like that, in a peculiar lapping voice, and I found myself answering as best I could. During this inquisition came out, among other things, that I was a lover of painting and sculpture. "Then you should come down to the country sometime and see my husband's collection." She said it casually, merely as a form of conversation. But you must realise that in my job I cannot afford to lose an opportunity like this. "How kind of you, Lady Turton, but I'd simply love to. When shall I come?" Her head went up, and she hesitated, frowned, shrugged her shoulders, and then said, "Oh, I don't care. Any time." "How about this next weekend? Would that be all right?" The slow, narrow eyes rested a moment on mine, then travelled away. I suppose so, if you wish. I don't care. And that was how, on the following Saturday afternoon, I came to be driving down to Wootton with my suitcase in the back of the car. You may think, perhaps, that I forced the invitation a bit, but I couldn't have got it any other way. And apart from the professional aspect, I personally wanted very much to see the house. As you know, Wootton is one of the truly great stone houses of the early English Renaissance. Like its sisters, Longleat, Woolerton and Montacute, it was built in the latter half of the 16th century, when, for the first time, a great man's house could be designed as a comfortable dwelling, not as a castle. And when a new group of architects, such as John Thorpe and the Smithsons, were starting to do marvellous things all over the country. It lies south of Oxford, near a small town called Prince's Risborough, not a long trip from London, and as I swung in through the main gates, the sky was closing overhead, and the early winter evening was beginning. I went slowly up the long drive, trying to see as much of the grounds as possible, especially the famous topiary, which I'd heard such a lot about. And I must say it was an impressive sight. On all sides there were massive yew trees, trimmed and clipped into many different comical shapes: hens, pigeons, bottles, boots, armchairs, castles, egg cups, lanterns, old women with flaring petticoats, tall pillars, some crowned with a ball, others with big rounded roofs and stemless mushroom finials. And in the half-darkness the greens had turned to black, so that each figure, each tree, took on a dark, smooth, sculptural quality. At one point I saw a lawn covered with gigantic chessmen, each a live yew tree, marvellously fashioned. I stopped the car, got out and walked among them, and they were twice as tall as me. What's more, the set was complete. Kings, queens, bishops, knights, rooks and pawns, standing in position, as for the start of a game. Around the next bend I saw the great grey house itself, and in front of it the large entrance forecourt, enclosed by a high balustraded wall, with small pillared pavilions at its outer angles. The piers of the balustrades were surmounted by stone obelisks, the Italian influence on the Tudor mind, and a flight of steps at least 100 feet wide led up to the house. As I drove into the forecourt, I noticed with rather a shock that the fountain basin in the middle supported a large statue by Epstein. A lovely thing, mind you, but surely not quite in sympathy with its surroundings. Then, looking back as I climbed the stairway to the front door, I saw that on all the little lawns and terraces round about there were other modern statues and many kinds of curious sculpture. In the distance I thought I recognised Gaudiebresca, Brancusi, St. Gaudens, Henry Moore, and Epstein again. The door was opened by a young footman who led me up to a bedroom on the first floor. Her ladyship, he explained, was resting, so were the other guests, but they would all be down in the main drawing-room in an hour or so, dressed for dinner. Now, in my job, it is necessary to do a lot of weekending. I suppose I spend around 50 Saturdays and Sundays a year in other people's houses, and as a result I have become fairly sensitive to unfamiliar atmosphere. I can tell good or bad almost by sniffing with my nose the moment I get in the front door. And this one I was in now I did not like. The place smelled wrong. There was the faint, desiccated whiff of something troublesome in the air. I was conscious of it even as I lay steaming luxuriously in my great marble bath, and I couldn't help hoping that no unpleasant things were going to happen before Monday came. The first of them, though more of a surprise than an unpleasantness, occurred 10 minutes later. I was sitting on the bed, putting on my socks, when softly the door opened, and an ancient lopsided gnome in black tails slid into the room. He was the butler, he explained, and his name was Jelks, and he did so hope I was comfortable and had everything I wanted. I told him I was, and had. He said he would do all he could to make my weekend agreeable. I thanked him and waited for him to go. He hesitated, and then, in a voice dripping with unction, he begged permission to mention a rather delicate matter. I told him to go ahead. To be quite frank, he said, it was about tipping. The whole business of tipping made him acutely miserable. Oh, why was that? Well, if I really wanted to know, he didn't like the idea that his guests felt under an obligation to tip him when they left the house, as indeed they did. It was an undignified proceeding both for the tipper and the tipped. Moreover, he was well aware of the anguish that was often created in the minds of guests such as myself, if I would pardon the liberty, who might feel compelled by convention to give more than they could really afford. He paused, and 2 small, crafty eyes watched my face for a sign. I murmured that he needn't worry himself about such things, so far as I was concerned. On the contrary, he said, he hoped sincerely that I would agree from the beginning to give him no tip at all. Well, I said, let's not fuss about it now, and when the time comes we'll see how we feel. No, sir, he cried. Please, I really must insist. So I agreed. He thanked me and shuffled a step or 2 closer. Then, laying his hand on one side and clasping his hands before him like a priest, he gave a tiny, apologetic shrug of the shoulders. The small, sharp eyes were still watching me, and I waited, one sock on, the other in my hands, trying to guess what was coming next. All that he would ask, he said softly, so softly now that his voice was like music heard faintly in the street outside a great concert hall. All that he would ask was that instead of a tip, I should give him 33 1/3% of my winnings at cards over the weekend. If I lost, there would be nothing to pay. It was all so soft and smooth and sudden that I was not even surprised. Do they play a lot of cards, Jelks? Yes, sir, a great deal. Isn't 33 1/3 a bit steep? I don't think so, sir. I'll give you 10%. No, sir, I couldn't do that. He was now examining the fingernails of his left hand and patiently frowning. Then we'll make it 15, all right? 33 1/3, sir. It's very reasonable. After all, sir, seeing that I don't even know if you are a good player, what I am actually doing, not meaning to be personal, is backing a horse, and I've never even seen it run. No doubt you think that I should never have started bargaining with the butler in the first place, and perhaps you are right. But, being a liberal-minded person, I always try my best to be affable with the lower classes. Apart from that, the more I thought about it, the more I had to admit to myself that it was an offer no sportsman had the right to reject. All right then, Jelks, as you wish. Thank you, sir. He moved towards the door, walking slowly sideways like a crab. But once more he hesitated, a hand on the knob. If I may give you a little advice, sir, may I? Yes? It's simply that her ladyship tends to overbid her hand. Now, this was going too far. I was so startled I dropped my sock. After all, it's one thing to have a harmless little sporting arrangement with the butler about tipping, but when he begins conniving with you to take money away from the hostess, then it's time to call a halt. All right, Jelks, now that'll do. No offence, sir, I hope. All I mean is, you're bound to be playing against her ladyship. She always partners Major Haddock. Major Haddock? You mean Major Jack Haddock? Yes, sir. I noticed there was a trace of a sneer around the corners of Jelks's nose when he spoke about this man. And it was worse with Lady Turton. Each time he said, her ladyship, he spoke the words with the outsides of his lips, as though he were nibbling a lemon, and there was a subtle, mocking inflection in his voice. You'll excuse me now, sir. Her ladyship will be down at 7 o'clock. So will Major Haddock and the others. He slipped out of the door, leaving behind him a certain dampness in the room and a faint smell of embrocation. Shortly after 7, I found my way to the main drawing-room, and Lady Turton, as beautiful as ever, got up to greet me. "I wasn't even sure you were coming," she said in that peculiar lilting voice. "What's your name again?" "I'm afraid I took your word, Lady Turton. I hope it's all right." "Why not?" she said. "There's 47 bedrooms in the house. This is my husband." A small man came around the back of her and said, "You know, I'm so glad you were able to come." He had a lovely warm smile, and when he took my hand, I felt instantly a touch of friendship in his fingers. "And Carmen La Rosa," Lady Turton said. This was a powerfully built woman who looked as if she might have something to do with horses. She nodded at me, and although my hand was already halfway out, she didn't give me hers, thus forcing me to convert the movement into a nose blow. "You have a cold," she said. "I'm sorry." I did not like Miss Carmen La Rosa. "And this is Jack Haddock." I knew this man slightly. He was a director of companies, whatever that may mean, and a well-known member of society. I had used his name a few times in my column, but I had never liked him. And this, I think, was mainly because I have a deep suspicion of all people who carry their military titles back with them into private life, especially majors and colonels. Standing there in his dinner jacket with his full-blooded animal face and black eyebrows and large white teeth, he looked so handsome there was almost something indecent about it. He had a way of raising his upper lip when he smiled, baring the teeth, and he was smiling now as he gave me a hairy brown hand. "I hope you're going to say some nice things about us in your column." "He better had," Lady Turton said. "I'll say some nasty ones about him on my front page." I laughed, but the three of them, Lady Turton, Major Haddock, and Carmen La Rosa, had already turned away and were settling themselves back on the sofa. Jelks gave me a drink, and Sir Basil drew me gently aside for a quiet chat at the other end of the room. Every now and again, Lady Turton would call her husband to fetch her something, another martini, a cigarette, an ashtray, a handkerchief, and he, half rising from his chair, would be forestalled by the watchful Jelks, who fetched it for him. Clearly, Jelks loved his master, and just as clearly he hated the wife. Each time he did something for her, he made a little sneer with his nose, and drew his lips together so they puckered like a turkey's bottom. At dinner, our hostess sat her two friends, Haddock and La Rosa, on either side of her. This unconventional arrangement left Sir Basil and me at the other end of the table, where we were able to continue our pleasant talk about painting and sculpture. Of course, it was obvious to me by now that the Major was infatuated with her ladyship. And again, although I hate to say it, it seemed as though the La Rosa woman was hunting the same bird. All this foolishness appeared to delight the hostess, but it did not delight her husband. I could see that he was conscious of the little scene all the time we were talking, and often his mind would wander from our subject, and he would stop short in mid-sentence, his eyes travelling down to the other end of the table, to settle pathetically for a moment on that lovely head with the black hair and the curiously flaring nostrils. He must have noticed then how exhilarated she was, how the hand that gestured as she spoke rested every now and again on the Major's arm, and how the other woman, the one who perhaps had something to do with horses, kept saying, "Natalia! Now, Natalia, listen to me." "Tomorrow," I said, "you must take me round and show me the sculptures you've put up in the garden." "Of course," he said, "with pleasure." He glanced again at the wife, and his eyes had a sort of supplicating look that was piteous beyond words. He was so mild and passive a man in every way that even now I could see there was no anger in him, no danger, no chance of an explosion. After dinner, I was ordered straight to the card table to partner Miss Carmen La Rosa against Major Haddock and Lady Turton. Sir Basil sat quietly on the sofa with a book. There was nothing unusual about the game itself. It was routine and rather dull. But Jelks was a nuisance. All evening he prowled around us, emptying ashtrays and asking about drinks and peering at our hands. He was obviously short-sighted, and I doubt whether he saw much of what was going on, because, as you may or may not know, here in England no butler has ever been permitted to wear spectacles, nor, for that matter, a moustache. This is the golden unbreakable rule, and a very sensible one it is too, although I'm not quite sure what lies behind it. I presume that a moustache would make him look too much like a gentleman, and spectacles too much like an American. And where would we be then, I should like to know? In any event, Jelks was a nuisance all evening, and so was Lady Turton, who was constantly being called to the phone on newspaper business. At 11 o'clock she looked up from her cards and said, "Basil, it's time you went to bed." "Yes, my dear, perhaps it is." He closed the book, got up, and stood for a minute watching the play. "Are you having a good game?" he asked. The others didn't answer him, so I said, "It's a nice game." "I'm so glad. And Jelks will look after you and get anything you want." "Jelks can go to bed too," the wife said. I could hear Major Haddock breathing through his nose beside me, and the soft drop of the cards one by one onto the table, and then the sound of Jelks's feet shuffling over the carpet towards us. "You wouldn't prefer me to stay, my lady?" "No, go to bed. You too, Basil." "Yes, my dear. Good night. Good night, all." Jelks opened the door for him, and he went slowly out, followed by the butler. As soon as the next rubber was over, I said that I too wanted to go to bed. "All right," Lady Turton said. "Good night." I went up to my room, locked the door, took a pill, and went to sleep. The next morning, Sunday, I got up and dressed around 10 o'clock and went down to the breakfast room. Sir Basil was there before me, and Jelks was serving him with grilled kidneys and bacon and fried tomatoes. He was delighted to see me, and suggested that as soon as we had finished eating, we should take a long walk around the grounds. I told him nothing would give me more pleasure. Half an hour later we started out, and you've no idea what a relief it was to get away from that house and into the open air. It was one of those warm, shining days that come occasionally in midwinter after a night of heavy rain, with a bright, surprising sun and no breath of wind. Bare trees seemed beautiful in the sunlight, water still dripping from the branches, and wet places all around were sparkling with diamonds. The sky had small, faint clouds. What a lovely day! Yes, isn't it a lovely day? We spoke hardly another word during the walk. It wasn't necessary. But he took me everywhere, and I saw it all, the huge chessmen and all the rest of the topiary. The elaborate garden houses, the pools, the fountains, the children's maze, whose hedges were hornbeam and lime, so that it was only good in summer when the leaves were out, and the parterres, the rockeries, the greenhouses with their vines and nectarine trees, and, of course, the sculpture. Most of the contemporary European sculptors were there, in bronze, granite, limestone, and wood, and although it was a pleasure to see them warming and glowing in the sun, to me they still looked a trifle out of place in these vast, formal surroundings. "Shall we rest here now a little while?" Sir Basil said after we had walked for more than an hour. So we sat down on a white bench beside a water-lily pond full of carp and goldfish, and lit cigarettes. We were some way from the house, on a piece of ground that was raised above its surroundings, and from where we sat the gardens were spread out below us like a drawing in one of those old books on garden architecture, with the hedges and lawns and terraces and fountains making a pretty pattern of squares and rings. "My father bought this place just before I was born," Sir Basil said. "I've lived here ever since, and I know every inch of it. Each day I grow to love it more." "It must be wonderful in summer." "Oh, but it is. You should come down and see it in May and June. Will you promise to do that?" "Of course," I said. "I'd love to come." And as I spoke, I was watching the figure of a woman dressed in red, moving among the flower beds in the far distance. I saw her cross over a wide expanse of lawn, and there was a lilt in her walk, a little shadow attending her. And when she was over the lawn, she turned left and went along one side of a high wall of clipped yew until she came to another smaller lawn that was circular and had in its centre a piece of sculpture. "This garden is younger than the house," Sir Basil said. "It was laid out early in the 18th century by a Frenchman called Beaumont, the same fellow who did Levens in Westmoreland. For at least a year he had 250 men working on it." The woman in the red dress had been joined now by a man, and they were standing face to face, about a yard apart, in the very centre of the whole garden panorama, on this little circular patch of lawn, apparently conversing. The man had some small black object in his hand. "If you're interested, I'll show you the bills that Beaumont put into the old Duke while he was making it." "I'd like very much to see them. They must be fascinating. You see, he paid his labourers a shilling a day, and they worked 10 hours. In the clear sunlight, it was not difficult to follow the movements and gestures of the two figures on the lawn. They had turned now towards the piece of sculpture, and were pointing at it in a sort of mocking way, apparently laughing and making jokes about its shape. I recognised it as being one of the Henry Moores, done in wood, a thin, smooth object of singular beauty that had 2 or 3 holes in it and a number of strange limbs protruding. When Beaumont planted the yew trees for the chessmen and the other things, he knew they wouldn't amount to much for at least 100 years. We don't seem to possess that sort of patience in our planning these days, do we? What do you think?" "No," I said. "We don't." The black object in the man's hand turned out to be a camera, and now he had stepped back and was taking pictures of the woman beside the Henry Moore. She was striking a number of different poses, all of them, so far as I could see, ludicrous and meant to be amusing. Once she put her arms around one of the protruding wooden limbs and hugged it, and another time she climbed up and sat side-saddle on the thing, holding imaginary reins in her hands. A great wall of yew hid these two people from the house, and indeed from all the rest of the garden, except the little hill on which we sat. They had every right to believe that they were not overlooked, and even if they had happened to glance our way, which was into the sun, I doubt whether they would have noticed the 2 small, motionless figures sitting on the bench beside the pond. "You know, I love these yews," Sir Basil said. "The colour of them is so wonderful in a garden, because it rests the eye. And in the summer it breaks up the areas of brilliance into little patches and makes them more comfortable to admire. Have you noticed the different shades of green on the planes and facets of each clipped tree? It's lovely, isn't it?" The man now seemed to be explaining something to the woman, and pointing at the Henry Moore, and I could tell by the way they threw back their heads that they were laughing again. The man continued to point, and then the woman walked around the back of the wood carving, bent down, and poked her head through one of its holes. The thing was about the size, shall I say, of a small horse, but thinner than that, and from where I sat I could see both sides of it. To the left, the woman's body, to the right, her head protruding through. It was very much like one of those jokes at the seaside, where you put your head through a hole in a board and get photographed as a fat lady. The man was photographing her now. "There's another thing about yews," Sir Basil said. "In the early summer, when the young shoots come out—" At that moment he paused, and sat up straighter, and leaned slightly forward, and I could sense his whole body suddenly stiffening. "Yes," I said, "when the young shoots come out." The man had taken the photograph, but the woman still had her head through the hole, and now I saw him put both hands, as well as the camera, behind his back and advance towards her. Then he bent forward so his face was close to hers, touching it. And he held it there while he gave her, I suppose, a few kisses or something like that. In the stillness that followed, I fancied I heard a faint, far-away tinkle of female laughter coming to us through the sunlight across the garden. "Shall we go back to the house?" I asked. "Back to the house?" "Yes. Shall we go back and have a drink before lunch?" "A drink? Yes. We'll have a drink." But he didn't move. He sat very still, gone far away from me now, staring intently at the two figures. I also was staring at them. I couldn't take my eyes away. I had to look. It was like seeing a dangerous little ballet in miniature from a great distance, and you knew the dancers and the music, but not the end of the story, not the choreography, nor what they were going to do next. And you were fascinated, and you had to look. "Gaudier Bresca," I said. "How great do you think he might have become if he hadn't died so young?" "Who?" "Gaudier Bresca." "Yes," he said. "Of course." I noticed now that something queer was happening. The woman still had her head through the hole, but she was beginning to wriggle her body from side to side in a slow, unusual manner, and the man was standing motionless, a pace or so away, watching her. He seemed suddenly uneasy the way he stood there, and I could tell by the drop of the head and by the stiff, intent set of the body that there was no laughter in him any more. For a while he remained still. Then I saw him place his camera on the ground and go forward to the woman, taking her head in his hands. And all at once it was more like a puppet show than a ballet, with tiny wooden figures performing tiny jerky movements, crazy and unreal, on a far-away sunlit stage. We sat quietly together on the white bench, and we watched, while the tiny puppet man began to manipulate the woman's head with his hands. He was doing it gently, there was no doubt about that, slowly and gently, stepping back every now and then to think about it some more, and several times crouching down to survey the situation from another angle. Whenever he left her alone, the woman would again start to wriggle her body, and the peculiar way she did it reminded me of a dog that feels a collar round its neck for the first time. "She's stuck," Sir Basil said. And now the man was walking to the other side of the carving, the side where the woman's body was, and he put out his hands and began trying to do something with her neck. Then, as though suddenly exasperated, he gave the neck 2 or 3 quick, jerky pulls. And this time the sound of the woman's voice, raised high in anger or pain, or both, came back to us, small and clear through the sunlight. Out of the corner of one eye, I could see Sir Basil nodding his head quietly up and down. "I got my fist caught in a jar of boiled sweets once," he said, "and I couldn't get it out." The man had retreated a few yards, and was standing with hands on hips, head up, looking furious and sullen. The woman, from her uncomfortable position, appeared to be talking to him, or rather shouting at him. And although the body itself was pretty firmly fixed and could only wriggle, the legs were free and did a good deal of moving and stamping. I broke the jar with a hammer and told my mother I'd knocked it off the shelf by mistake. He seemed calmer now, not tense at all, although his voice was curiously flat. "I suppose we'd better go down and see if we can help." "Perhaps we should." But still he didn't move. He took out a cigarette and lit it, putting the used match carefully back in the box. "I'm sorry," he said. "Will you have one?" "Thanks. I think I will." He made a little ceremony of giving me the cigarette and lighting it for me, and again he put the used match back in the box. Then we got up and walked slowly down the grass slope. We came upon them silently, through an archway in the yew hedge, and it was naturally quite a surprise. "What's the matter here?" Sir Basil asked. He spoke softly, with a dangerous softness that I'm sure his wife had never heard before. "She's gone and put her head through the hole, and now she can't get it out," Major Haddock said. "Just for a lark, you know." "For a what?"
"Basil!"
Lady Turton shouted.
"Don't be such a damn fool! Do something, can't you?"
She may not have been able to move much, but she could still talk.
"Pretty obvious we're going to have to break up this lump of wood," the Major said.
There was a small smudge of red on his grey moustache, and this, like the single extra touch of colour that ruins a perfect painting, managed somehow to destroy all his manly looks. It made him comic. "You mean break the Henry Moore?"
"My dear sir, there's no other way of setting the lady free. God knows how she managed to squeeze it in, but I know for a fact that she can't pull it out. It's the ears get in the way."
"Oh dear," Sir Basil said. "What a terrible pity. My beautiful Henry Moore."
At this stage, Lady Turton began abusing her husband in a most unpleasant manner, and there's no knowing how long it would have gone on had not Jelks suddenly appeared out of the shadows. He came sidling silently onto the lawn, and stationed himself at a respectful distance from Sir Basil, as though awaiting instructions. His black clothes looked perfectly ridiculous in the morning sunlight, and with his ancient pink-white face and white hands, he was like some small crabby animal that has lived all its life in a hole under the ground.
"Is there anything I can do, Sir Basil?"
He kept his voice level, but I didn't think his face was quite straight.
When he looked at Lady Turton, there was a little exulting glimmer in his eyes.
"Yes, Jelks, there is. Go back and get me a saw or something so I can cut out a section of this wood."
"Shall I call one of the men, Sir Basil? William is a good carpenter."
No, I'll do it myself. Just get the tools and hurry." While they were waiting for Jelks, I strolled away, because I didn't want to hear any more of the things that Lady Turton was saying to her husband. But I was back in time to see the butler returning, followed now by the other woman, Carmen La Rosa, who made a rush for the hostess.
"Natalia! My dear Natalia! What have they done to you?"
"Oh, shut up," the hostess said. "Get out of the way, will you?"
Sir Basil took up a position close to his lady's head, waiting for Jelks. Jelks advanced slowly, carrying a saw in one hand, an axe in the other, and he stopped maybe a yard away. He then held out both implements in front of him, so his master could choose, and there was a brief moment, no more than 2 or 3 seconds, of silence and of waiting. And it just happened that I was watching Jelks at this time. I saw the hand that was carrying the axe come forward an extra fraction of an inch towards Sir Basil. It was so slight a movement it was barely noticeable, a tiny pushing forward of the hand, slow and secret, a little offer, a little coaxing offer that was accompanied perhaps by an infinitesimal lift of the eyebrows. I'm not sure whether Sir Basil saw it, but he hesitated, and again the hand that held the axe came edging forward, and it was almost exactly like that card trick where the man says, "Take one, whichever one you want," and you always get the one he means you to have. Sir Basil got the axe. I saw him reach out in a dreamy sort of way, accepting it from Jelks,
And then, the instant he felt the handle in his grasp, he seemed to realize what was required of him, and he sprang to life. For me, after that, it was like the awful moment when you see a child running out into the road and a car is coming, and all you can do is shut your eyes tight and wait until the noise tells you it has happened. The moment of waiting becomes a long, lucid period of time, with yellow and red spots dancing on a black field. And even if you open your eyes again and find that nobody has been killed or hurt, it makes no difference, because so far as you and your stomach were concerned, you saw it all. I saw this one all right, every detail of it, and I didn't open my eyes again until I heard Sir Basil's voice, even softer than usual, calling in gentle protest to the butler. "Jelks," he was saying, and I looked and saw him standing there, as calm as you please, still holding the axe. Lady Turton's head was there too, still sticking through the hole, but her face had turned a terrible ashy grey, and the mouth was opening and shutting and making a kind of gurgling sound. "Look here, Jelks," Sir Basil was saying. "What on earth are you thinking about? This thing's much too dangerous. Give me the saw." And as he exchanged implements, I noticed, for the first time, 2 little warm roses of colour appearing on his cheeks, and above them, all around the corners of his eyes, the twinkling tiny wrinkles of a smile.
The Visitor.
Not long ago, a large wooden case was deposited at the door of my house by the railway delivery service. It was an unusually strong and well-constructed object, and made of some kind of dark red hardwood, not unlike mahogany. I lifted it with great difficulty onto a table in the garden, and examined it carefully. The stenciling on one side said that it had been shipped from Haifa by the M.V. Waverley Star, but I could find no sender's name or address. I tried to think of somebody living in Haifa or thereabouts who might be wanting to send me a magnificent present. I could think of no one. I walked slowly to the tool shed, still pondering the matter deeply, and returned with a hammer and screwdriver. Then I began gently to prise open the top of the case. Behold, it was filled with books, extraordinary books. One by one I lifted them all out, not yet looking inside any of them, and stacked them in 3 tall piles on the table. There were 28 volumes altogether, and very beautiful they were indeed. Each of them was identically and superbly bound in rich green morocco, with the initials O.H.C. and a Roman numeral 1 to 28, tooled in gold upon the spine. I took up the nearest volume, number 16, and opened it. The unlined white pages were filled with a neat small handwriting in black ink. On the title page was written 1934. Nothing else. I took up another volume, number 21. It contained more manuscript in the same handwriting, but on the title page it said 1939. I put it down and pulled out volume 1, hoping to find a preface of some kind there, or perhaps the author's name. Instead, I found an envelope inside the cover. The envelope was addressed to me. I took out the letter it contained and glanced quickly at the signature. Oswald Hendricks Cornelius, it said. It was Uncle Oswald. No member of the family had heard from Uncle Oswald for over 30 years. This letter was dated the 10th of March, 1964, and until its arrival we could only assume that he still existed. Nothing was really known about him except that he lived in France, that he travelled a great deal, that he was a wealthy bachelor with unsavoury but glamorous habits, who steadfastly refused to have anything to do with his own relatives. The rest was all rumour and hearsay, but the rumours were so splendid, and the hearsay so exotic, that Oswald had long since become a shining hero and a legend to us all.
My dear boy,
the letter began,
I believe that you and your 3 sisters are my closest surviving blood relations. You are therefore my rightful heirs, and because I have made no will, all that I will leave behind me when I die will be yours. Alas, I have nothing to leave. I used to have quite a lot, and the fact that I have recently disposed of it all in my own way is none of your business. As consolation, though, I am sending you my private diaries. These, I think, ought to remain in the family. They cover all the best years of my life, and it will do you no harm to read them. But if you show them around or lend them to strangers, you do so at your own great peril. If you publish them, then that, I should imagine, would be the end of both you and your publisher simultaneously. For you must understand that thousands of the heroines whom I mention in the diaries are still only half dead, and if you were foolish enough to splash their lily-white reputation with scarlet print, they would have your head on a salver in 2 seconds flat, and probably roast it in the oven for good measure. So you'd better be careful. I only met you once. That was years ago in 1921, when your family was living in that large, ugly house in South Wales. I was your big uncle, and you were a very small boy, about 5 years old. I don't suppose you remember the young Norwegian nursemaid you had then. A remarkably clean, well-built girl she was, and exquisitely shaped even in her uniform, with its ridiculously starchy white shield concealing her lovely bosom. The afternoon I was there, she was taking you for a walk in the woods to pick bluebells, and I asked if I might come along, and when we got well into the middle of the woods, I told you I'd give you a bar of chocolate if you could find your own way home. And you did. See Volume 3. You were a sensible child. Farewell. Oswald Hendricks Cornelius.
The sudden arrival of the diaries caused much excitement in the family, and there was a rush to read them. We were not disappointed. It was astonishing stuff. Hilarious, witty, exciting, and often quite touching as well. The man's vitality was unbelievable. He was always on the move, from city to city, from country to country, from woman to woman, and in between the women he would be searching for spiders in Kashmir, or tracking down a blue porcelain vase in Nanking. But the women always came first. Wherever he went, he left an endless trail of females in his wake, females ruffled and ravished beyond words, but purring like cats. 28 volumes, with exactly 300 pages to each volume, takes a deal of reading, and there are precious few writers who could hold an audience over a distance like that. But Oswald did it. The narrative never seemed to lose its flavour. The pace seldom slackened, and almost without exception every single entry, whether it was long or short or whatever the subject, became a marvellous little individual story that was complete in itself. And at the end of it all, when the last page of the last volume had been read, one was left with the rather breathless feeling that this might, just possibly, be one of the major autobiographical works of our time. If it were regarded solely as a chronicle of a man's amorous adventures, then without a doubt there was nothing to touch it. Casanova's memoirs read like a parish magazine in comparison, and the famous lover himself, beside Oswald, appears positively undersexed. There was social dynamite on every page. Oswald was right about that. But he was surely wrong in thinking that the explosions would all come from the women. What about their husbands? The humiliated cock-sparrows, the cuckolds? The cuckold, when aroused, is a very fierce bird indeed, and there would be thousands upon thousands of them rising up out of the bushes, if the Cornelius diaries, unabridged, saw the light of day while they were still alive. Publication, therefore, was right out of the question. A pity this. Such a pity, in fact, that I thought something ought to be done about it. So I sat down and reread the diaries from beginning to end, in the hope that I might discover at least one complete passage which could be printed and published, without involving both the publisher and myself in serious litigation. To my joy, I found no less than 6. I showed them to a lawyer. He said he thought they might be safe, but he wouldn't guarantee it. One of them, the Sinai Desert episode, seemed safer than the other 5, he added. So I have decided to start with that one, and to offer it for publication right away, at the end of this short preface. If it is accepted and all goes well, then perhaps I shall release 1 or 2 more. The Sinai entry is from the last volume of all, volume 28, and is dated 24th of August, 1946. In point of fact, it is the very last entry of the last volume of all, the last thing Oswald ever wrote, and we have no record of where he went or what he did after that date. One can only guess. You shall have the entry verbatim in a moment, but first of all, and so that you may more easily understand some of the things Oswald says and does in his story, let me try to tell you a little about the man himself. Out of the mass of confession and opinion contained in those 28 volumes, there emerges a fairly clear picture of his character. At the time of the Sinai episode, Oswald Hendricks Cornelius was 51 years old, and he had, of course, never been married. I am afraid, he was in the habit of saying, that I have been blessed, or should I call it burdened, with an uncommonly fastidious nature. In some ways this was true, but in others, and especially insofar as marriage was concerned, the statement was the exact opposite of the truth. The real reason Oswald had refused to get married was simply that he had never in his life been able to confine his attentions to one particular woman for longer than the time it took to conquer her. When that was done, he lost interest and looked around for another victim. A normal man would hardly consider this a valid reason for remaining single, but Oswald was not a normal man. He was not even a normal polygamous man. He was, to be honest, such a wanton and incorrigible philanderer that no bride on earth would have put up with him for more than a few days, let alone for the duration of a honeymoon, although, heaven knows, there were enough who would have been willing to give it a try. He was a tall, narrow person, with a fragile and faintly aesthetic air. His voice was soft, his manner was courteous, and at first sight he seemed more like a gentleman-in-waiting to the Queen than a celebrated rapscallion. He never discussed his amorous affairs with other men, and a stranger, though he sit and talk with him all evening, would be unable to observe the slightest sign of deceit in Oswald's clear blue eyes. He was, in fact, precisely the sort of man that an anxious father would be likely to choose to escort his daughter safely home. But sit Oswald beside a woman who interested him, and instantaneously his eyes would change, and as he looked at her, a small, dangerous spark would begin dancing slowly in the very centre of each pupil. And then he would set about her with his conversation, talking to her rapidly and cleverly, and almost certainly more wittily than anyone else had ever done before. This was a gift he had, a most singular talent, and when he put his mind to it, he could make his words coil themselves around and around the listener until they held her in some sort of a mild hypnotic spell. But it wasn't only his fine talk and the look in his eyes that fascinated the women. It was also his nose. In Volume 14, Oswald includes, with obvious relish, a note written to him by a certain lady in which she describes such things as this in great detail. It appears that when Oswald was aroused, something odd would begin to happen around the edges of his nostrils, a tightening of the rims, a visible flaring which enlarged the nostril holes and revealed whole areas of the bright red skin inside. This created a queer, wild, animalistic impression, and although it may not sound particularly attractive when described on paper, its effect upon the ladies was electric. Almost without exception, women were drawn toward Oswald. In the first place, he was a man who refused to be owned at any price, and this automatically made him desirable. Add to this the unusual combination of a first-rate intellect, an abundance of charm, and a reputation for excessive promiscuity, and you have a potent recipe. Then again, and forgetting for a moment the disreputable and licentious angle, it should be noted that there were a number of other surprising facets to Oswald's character that in themselves made him a rather intriguing person. There was, for example, very little that he did not know about 19th-century Italian opera, and he had written a curious little manual upon the three composers, Donizetti, Verdi, and Ponchielli. In it, he listed by name all the important mistresses that these men had had during their lives, and he went on to examine, in a more serious vein, the relationship between creative passion and carnal passion, and the influence of the one upon the other, particularly as it affected the works of these composers. Chinese porcelain was another of Oswald's interests, and he was acknowledged as something of an international authority in this field. The blue vases of the Qin-Hoa period were his special love, and he had a small but exquisite collection of these pieces. He also collected spiders and walking sticks. His collection of spiders, or more accurately his collection of arachnida, because it included scorpions and pedipalps, was possibly as comprehensive as any outside a museum, and his knowledge of the hundreds of genera and species was impressive. He maintained, incidentally, and probably correctly, that the spider's silk was superior in quality to the ordinary stuff spun by silkworms, and he never wore a tie that was made of any other material. He possessed about 40 of these ties altogether, and in order to acquire them in the first place, and in order also to be able to add 2 new ties a year to his wardrobe, he had to keep thousands and thousands of Arena and Epiara diodemata, the common English garden spiders, in an old conservatory in the garden of his country house outside Paris, where they bred and multiplied at approximately the same rate as they ate one another. From them he collected the raw thread himself. No one else would enter that ghastly glass-house, and send it to Avignon, where it was reeled and thrown and scoured and dyed and made into cloth. From Avignon the cloth was delivered directly to Sulca, who were enchanted by the whole business, and only too glad to fashion ties out of such a rare and wonderful material. "But you can't really like spiders," the women visitors would say to Oswald, as he displayed his collection. "Oh, but I adore them," he would answer, "especially the females. They remind me so much of certain human females that I know. They remind me of my very favourite human females." "What nonsense, darling." "Nonsense? I think not. It's rather insulting." "On the contrary, my dear, it is the greatest compliment I could pay. Did you know, for instance, that the female spider is so savage in her love-making that the male is very lucky indeed if he escapes with his life at the end of it all. Only if he is exceedingly agile and marvellously ingenious will he get away in one piece. Now, Oswald, and the crab spider, my beloved. The teeny-weeny little crab spider is so dangerously passionate that her lover has to tie her down with intricate loops and knots of his own thread before he dares to embrace her. Oh, stop it, Oswald, this minute, the women would cry, their eyes shining. Oswald's collection of walking sticks was something else again. Every one of them had belonged either to a distinguished or a disgusting person, and he kept them all in his Paris apartment, where they were displayed in 2 long racks standing against the walls of the passage. Or should one call it the highway, which led from the living room to the bedroom. Each stick had its own ivory label above it, saying Sibelius, Milton, King Farouk, Dickens, Robespierre, Puccini, Oscar Wilde, Franklin Roosevelt, Goebbels, Queen Victoria, Toulouse-Lautrec, Hindenburg, Tolstoy, Laval, Sarah Bernhardt, Goethe, Voroshilov, Cézanne, Toho. There must have been over 100 of them in all, some very beautiful, some very plain, some with gold or silver tops, and some with curly handles. "Take down the Tolstoy," Oswald would say to a pretty visitor. "Go on, take it down. That's right. And now, rub your own palm gently over the knob that has been worn to a shine by the great man himself. Is it not rather wonderful, the mere contact of your skin with that spot?" "It is rather, isn't it?" "And now, take the Goebbels and do the same thing. Do it properly, though. Allow your palm to fold tightly over the handle. Good. And now, lean your weight on it. Lean hard, exactly as the little deformed doctor used to do. There. That's it. Now, stay like that for a minute or so, and then tell me if you do not feel a thin finger of ice creeping all the way up your arm and into your chest. Oh, it's terrifying." "Of course it is. Some people pass out completely. They keel right over." Nobody ever found it dull to be in Oswald's company, and perhaps that, more than anything else, was the reason for his success. We come now to the Sinai episode. Oswald, during that month, had been amusing himself by motoring at a fairly leisurely pace down from Khartoum to Cairo. His car was a superlative pre-war Lagonda, which had been carefully stored in Switzerland during the war years, and, as you can imagine, it was fitted with every kind of gadget under the sun. On the day before Sinai, the 23rd of August, 1946, he was in Cairo, staying at Shepherd's Hotel, and that evening, after a series of impudent manoeuvres, he had succeeded in getting hold of a Moorish lady of supposedly aristocratic descent, called Isabella. Isabella happened to be the jealously guarded mistress of none other than a certain notorious and dyspeptic royal personage. There was still a monarchy in Egypt then. This was a typically Oswaldian move. But there was more to come. At midnight, he drove the lady out to Giza and persuaded her to climb with him in the moonlight right to the very top of the Great Pyramid of Cheops.
"There can be no safer place,"
he wrote in the diary.
nor a more romantic one than the apex of a pyramid on a warm night when the moon is full. The passions are stirred not only by the magnificent view, but also by that curious sensation of power that surges within the body whenever one surveys the world from a great height. And as for safety, this pyramid is exactly 481 feet high, which is 115 feet higher than the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, and from the summit one can observe all the approaches with the greatest of ease. No other boudoir on earth can offer this facility. None has so many emergency exits either, so that if some sinister figure should happen to come clambering up in pursuit on one side of the pyramid, one has only to slip calmly and quietly down the other.
As it happened, Oswald had a very narrow squeak indeed that night. Somehow the palace must have got word of the little affair, for Oswald, from his lofty moonlit pinnacle, suddenly observed 3 sinister figures, not one, closing in on 3 different sides, and starting to climb. But, luckily for him, there is a 4th side to the Great Pyramid of Cheops, and by the time those Arab thugs had reached the top, the 2 lovers were already at the bottom, and getting into the car. The entry for the 24th of August takes up the story at exactly this point. It is reproduced here, word for word, and comma for comma, as Oswald wrote it. Nothing has been altered, or added, or taken away.
24th of August, 1946. "He'll chop off Isabella's head if he catch her now," Isabella said. "Rubbish," I answered, but I reckon she was probably right. "He'll chop off Oswald's head too," she said. "Not mine, dear lady. I shall be a long way away from here when daylight comes. I'm heading straight up the Nile for Luxor immediately." We were driving quickly away from the pyramids now. It was about 2:30 a.m. "To Luxor?" she said. "Yes." "And Isabella is going with you?" "No," I said. "Yes," she said. "It is against my principles to travel with a lady," I said. I could see some lights ahead of us. They came from the Mina House Hotel, a place where tourists stay out in the desert, not far from the pyramids. I drove fairly close to the hotel and stopped the car. "I'm going to drop you here," I said. "We had a fine time." "So you won't take Isabella to Luxor?" "I'm afraid not," I said. "Come on, hop it." She started to get out of the car. Then she paused with one foot on the road, and suddenly she swung round and poured out upon me a torrent of language so filthy, yet so fluent, that I had heard nothing like it from the lips of a lady since 1931 in Marrakesh, when the greedy old Duchess of Glasgow put her hand into a chocolate box and got nipped by a scorpion I happened to have placed there for safekeeping. Volume 13, 5th of June, 1931. "You are disgusting," I said. Isabella leapt out and slammed the door so hard the whole car jumped on its wheels. I drove off very fast. Thank heaven I was rid of her. I cannot abide bad manners in a pretty girl. As I drove, I kept one eye on the mirror, but as yet no car seemed to be following me. When I came to the outskirts of Cairo, I began threading my way through the side roads, avoiding the centre of the city. I was not particularly worried. The royal watchdogs were unlikely to carry the matter much further. All the same, it would have been foolhardy to go back to Shepherd's at this point. It wasn't necessary anyway, because all my baggage, except for a small valise, was with me in the car. I never leave suitcases behind me in my room when I go out of an evening in a foreign city. I like to be mobile. I had no intention, of course, of going to Luxor. I wanted now to get away from Egypt altogether. I didn't like the country at all. Come to think of it, I never had. The place made me feel uncomfortable in my skin. It was the dirtiness of it all, I think, and the putrid smells. But then let us face it, it really is a squalid country, and I have a powerful suspicion, though I hate to say it, that the Egyptians wash themselves less thoroughly than any other peoples in the world, with the possible exception of the Mongolians. Certainly they do not wash their crockery to my taste. There was, believe it or not, a long-crusted, coffee-coloured lip mark stamped upon the rim of the cup they placed before me at breakfast yesterday. Ugh! It was repulsive. I kept staring at it and wondering whose slobbery lower lip had done the deed. I was driving now through the narrow, dirty streets of the eastern suburbs of Cairo. I knew precisely where I was going. I had made up my mind about that before I was even halfway down the pyramid with Isabella. I was going to Jerusalem. It was no distance to speak of, and it was a city that I always enjoyed. Furthermore, it was the quickest way out of Egypt. I would proceed as follows. 1. Cairo to Ismailia. About 3 hours driving. Sing an opera on the way, as usual. Arrive Ismailia, 6 to 7 a.m. Take a room and have a 2-hour sleep. Then shower, shave, and breakfast. 2. At 10 a.m. Cross over the Suez Canal by the Ismailia Bridge and take the desert road across Sinai to the Palestine border. Make a search for scorpions en route in the Sinai Desert. Time, about 4 hours. Arriving Palestine border, 2 p.m. 3. From there, continue straight on to Jerusalem via Beersheba, reaching the King David Hotel in time for cocktails and dinner. It was several years since I had travelled that particular road, but I remembered that the Sinai Desert was an outstanding place for scorpions. I badly wanted another female opistophthalmus, a large one. My present specimen had the 5th segment of its tail missing, and I was ashamed of it. It didn't take me long to find the main road to Ismailia, and as soon as I was on it, I settled the Lagonda down to a steady 65 miles per hour. The road was narrow, but it had a smooth surface, and there was no traffic. The delta country lay bleak and dismal round me in the moonlight, the flat treeless fields, the ditches running between, and the black, black soil everywhere. It was inexpressibly dreary. But it didn't worry me. I was no part of it. I was completely isolated in my own luxurious little shell, as snug as a hermit crab and travelling a lot faster. Oh, how I do love to be on the move, winging away to new people and new places, and leaving the old ones far behind. Nothing in the world exhilarates me more than that. And how I despise the average citizen, who settles himself down upon one tiny spot of land with one asinine woman, to breed and stew and rot in that condition unto his life's end, and always with the same woman. I cannot believe that any man in his senses would put up with just one female day after day and year after year. Some of them, of course, don't, but millions pretend they do. I myself have never, absolutely never, permitted an intimate relationship to last for more than 12 hours. That is the farthest limit. Even 8 hours is stretching it a bit to my mind. Look what happened, for example, with Isabella. While we were upon the summit of the pyramid, she was a lady of scintillating parts, as pliant and playful as a puppy, and had I left her there to the mercy of those 3 Arab thugs and skipped down on my own, all would have been well. But I foolishly stuck by her and helped her to descend, and as a result, the lovely lady turned into a vulgar, screeching trollop, disgusting to behold. What a world we live in! One gets no thanks these days for being chivalrous. The Lagonda moved on smoothly through the night. Now for an opera. Which one should it be this time? I was in the mood for a Verdi. What about Aida? Of course, it must be Aida, the Egyptian opera. Most appropriate. I began to sing. I was in exceptionally good voice tonight. I let myself go. It was delightful, and as I drove through the small town of Bilbais, I was Aida herself, singing Numaei Pietà, the beautiful concluding passage of the first scene. Half an hour later, at Zagazig, I was Amonasro, begging the king of Egypt to save the Ethiopian captives with Matu re, tu signore possente. I was Radames, rendering Fugiam gliadori inospiti. And now I opened all the windows of the car so that this incomparable love song might reach the ears of the fellaheen snoring in their hovels along the roadside, and perhaps mingle with their dreams. As I pulled into Ismailia, it was 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was already climbing high in a milky blue heaven, but I myself was in the terrible sealed-up dungeon with Aida singing O terra addio, addio valle di pianti. How swiftly the journey had gone! I drove to an hotel. The staff was just beginning to stir. I stirred them up some more and got the best room available. The sheets and blanket on the bed looked as though they had been slept in by 25 unwashed Egyptians on 25 consecutive nights, and I tore them off with my own hands, which I scrubbed immediately afterwards with antiseptic soap, and replaced them with my personal bedding. Then I set my alarm and slept soundly for 2 hours. For breakfast, I ordered a poached egg on a piece of toast. When the dish arrived, and I tell you it makes my stomach curdle just to write about it, there was a gleaming, curly, jet-black human hair, 3 inches long, lying diagonally across the yolk of my poached egg. It was too much. I leapt up from the table and rushed out of the dining room. "Addio!" I cried, flinging some money at the cashier as I went by. "Addio vale di pianti!" And with that, I shook the filthy dust of the hotel from my feet. Now for the Sinai Desert. What a welcome change that would be! A real desert is one of the least contaminated places on earth, and Sinai was no exception. The road across it was a narrow strip of black tarmac about 140 miles long, with only a single filling station and a group of huts at the halfway mark, at a place called Bir Roid Sadim. Otherwise there was nothing but pure uninhabited desert all the way. It would be very hot at this time of year, and it was essential to carry drinking water in case of a breakdown. I therefore pulled up outside a kind of general store in the main street of Ismailia to get my emergency canister refilled. I went in and spoke to the proprietor. The man had a nasty case of trachoma. The granulation on the under surfaces of his eyelids was so acute that the lids themselves were raised right up off the eyeballs, a beastly sight. I asked him if he would sell me a gallon of boiled water. He thought I was mad, and madder still when I insisted on following him back into his grimy kitchen to make sure that he did things properly. He filled a kettle with tap water and placed it on a paraffin stove. The stove had a tiny little smoky yellow flame. The proprietor seemed very proud of the stove and of its performance. He stood admiring it, his head on one side. Then he suggested that I might prefer to go back and wait in the shop. He would bring me the water, he said, when it was ready. I refused to leave. I stood there watching the kettle like a lion, waiting for the water to boil. And while I was doing this, the breakfast scene suddenly started coming back to me in all its horror, the egg, the yolk, and the hair. Whose hair was it that had been lain embedded in the slimy yolk of my egg at breakfast? Undoubtedly it was the cook's hair. And when, pray, had the cook last washed his head? He had probably never washed his head. Very well, then. He was almost certainly verminous. But that in itself would not cause a hair to fall out. What did cause the cook's hair, then, to fall out onto my poached egg this morning as he transferred the egg from the pan to the plate? There is a reason for all things, and in this case the reason was obvious. The cook's scalp was infested with purulent seborrheic impetigo, and the hair itself, the long black hair that I might so easily have swallowed had I been less alert, was therefore swarming with millions and millions of loving pathogenic cocci, whose exact scientific name I have happily forgotten. Can I, you ask, be absolutely sure that the cook had purulent seborrheic impetigo? Not absolutely sure, no. But if he hadn't, then he certainly had ringworm instead. And what did that mean? I knew only too well what it meant. It meant that 10 million microsporons had been clinging and clustering around that awful hair, waiting to go into my mouth. I began to feel sick. "The water boils," the shopkeeper said triumphantly. "Let it boil," I told him. "Give it 8 minutes more. What is it you want me to get? Typhus?" Personally, I never drink water by itself, if I can help it, however pure it may be. Plain water has no flavour at all. I take it, of course, as tea or as coffee, but even then I try to arrange for bottled Vichy or Malvern to be used in the preparation. I avoid tap water. Tap water is diabolical stuff. Often it is nothing more nor less than reclaimed sewage. "Soon this water will be boiled away in steam," the proprietor said, grinning at me with green teeth. I lifted the kettle myself and poured the contents into my canister. Back in the shop, I bought 6 oranges, a small watermelon, and a slab of well-wrapped English chocolate. Then I returned to the Lagonda. Now at last I was away. A few minutes later, I'd crossed the sliding bridge that went over the Suez Canal just above Lake Timsah, and ahead of me lay the flat blazing desert and the little tarmac road stretching out before me like a black ribbon all the way to the horizon. I settled the Lagonda to the usual steady 65 miles an hour, and I opened the windows wide. The air that came in was like the breath of an oven. The time was almost noon, and the sun was throwing its heat directly onto the roof of the car. My thermometer inside registered 103 degrees. But as you know, a touch of warmth never bothers me so long as I am sitting still and am wearing suitable clothes. In this case, a pair of cream-coloured linen slacks, a white Airtex shirt, and a spider silk tie of the loveliest rich moss green. I felt perfectly comfortable and at peace with the world. For a minute or two, I played with the idea of performing another opera en route. I was in the mood for La Gioconda, but after singing a few bars of the opening chorus, I began to perspire slightly. So I ran down the curtain and lit a cigarette instead. I was now driving through some of the finest scorpion country in the world, and I was eager to stop and make a search before I reached the halfway filling station at Bir Rod Salim. I had so far met not a single vehicle or seen a living creature since leaving Ismailia an hour before. This pleased me. Sinai was authentic desert. I pulled up on the side of the road and switched off the engine. I was thirsty, so I ate an orange. Then I put my white topi on my head and eased myself slowly out of the car, out of the comfortable hermit crab shell, and into the sunlight. For a full minute I stood motionless in the middle of the road, blinking at the brilliance of the surroundings. There was a blazing sun, a vast hot sky, and beneath it all, on every side, a great pale sea of yellow sand that was not quite of this world. There were mountains now in the distance on the south side of the road, bare, pale-brown, Tanagra-coloured mountains, faintly glazed with blue and purple, that rose up suddenly out of the desert and faded away in a haze of heat against the sky. The stillness was overpowering. There was no sound at all, no voice of a bird or insect anywhere, and it gave me a queer, godlike feeling to be standing there alone in the middle of such a splendid, hot, inhuman landscape, as though I were on another planet altogether, on Jupiter or Mars, or in some place more distant and desolate still, where never would the grass grow or the clouds turn red. I went to the boot of the car and took out my killing box, my net and my trowel. Then I stepped off the road into the soft burning sand. I walked slowly for about 100 yards into the desert, my eyes searching the ground. I was not looking for scorpions, but the lairs of scorpions. The scorpion is a cryptozoic and nocturnal creature that hides all through the day, either under a stone or in a burrow, according to its type. Only after the sun has gone down does it come out to hunt for food. The one I wanted, Opistophthalmus, was a burrower, so I wasted no time turning over stones. I searched only for burrows. After 10 or 15 minutes, I had found none, but already the heat was getting to be too much for me, and I decided reluctantly to return to the car. I walked back very slowly, still watching the ground, and I had reached the road and was in the act of stepping onto it, when all at once in the sand, not more than 12 inches from the edge of the tarmac, I caught sight of a scorpion's burrow. I put the killing box and the net on the ground beside me. Then, with my little trowel, I began very cautiously to scrape away the sand all around the hole. This was an operation that never failed to excite me. It was like a treasure hunt with just the right amount of danger accompanying it to stir the blood. I could feel my heart beating away in my chest as I probed deeper and deeper into the sand. And suddenly, there she was. Oh, my heavens! What a whopper! A gigantic female scorpion, not Opistophthalmus, as I saw immediately, but Pandanus, the other large African burrower. And clinging to her back, oh, this was too good to be true, swarming all over her were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 14 tiny babies. The mother was 6 inches long at least. Her children were the size of small revolver bullets. She had seen me now, the first human she had ever seen in her life, and her pincers were wide open. Her tail was curled high over her back like a question mark, ready to strike. I took up the net and slid it swiftly underneath her and scooped her up. She twisted and squirmed, striking wildly in all directions with the end of her tail. I saw a single large drop of venom fall through the mesh into the sand. Quickly I transferred her, together with the offspring, to the killing box and closed the lid. Then I fetched the ether from the car and poured it through the little gauze hole in the top of the box until the pad inside was well soaked. How splendid she would look in my collection! The babies would, of course, fall away from her as they died, but I would stick them on again with glue in more or less their correct positions, and then I would be the proud possessor of a huge female pandanus with her own 14 offspring on her back. I was extremely pleased. I lifted the killing box. I could feel her thrashing about furiously inside, and placed it in the boot, together with the net and trowel. Then I returned to my seat in the car, lit a cigarette, and drove on. The more contented I am, the slower I drive. I drove quite slowly now, and it must have taken me nearly an hour more to reach Bir Road Salim, the halfway station. It was a most unenticing place. On the left, there was a single gasoline pump and a wooden shack. On the right, there were 3 more shacks, each about the size of a potting shed. The rest was desert. There was not a soul in sight. The time was 20 minutes before 2 in the afternoon, and the temperature inside the car was 106 degrees. What with the nonsense of getting the water boiled before leaving Ismailia, I had forgotten completely to fill up with gasoline before leaving, and my gauge was now registering slightly less than 2 gallons. I'd cut it rather fine, but no matter. I pulled in alongside the pump and waited. Nobody appeared. I pressed the horn button, and the 4-tuned horns on the Lagonda shouted their wonderful Songia mille tre across the desert. Nobody appeared. I pressed again. Songia mille tre, sang the horns. Mozart's phrase sounded magnificent in these surroundings, but still nobody appeared. The inhabitants of Bir Road Salim didn't give a damn, it seemed, about my friend Don Giovanni and the 1,003 women he had deflowered in Spain. At last, after I'd played the horns no less than 6 times, the door of the hut behind the gasoline pump opened, and a tallish man emerged and stood on the threshold, doing up his buttons with both hands. He took his time over this, and not until he had finished did he glance up at the Lagonda. I looked back at him through my open window. I saw him take the first step in my direction. He took it very, very slowly. Then he took a second step. My God, I thought at once. The spirochetes have got him. He had the slow, wobbly walk, the loose-limbed, high-stepping gait of a man with locomotor ataxia. With each step he took, the front foot was raised high in the air before him and brought down violently to the ground, as though he were stamping on a dangerous insect. I thought, I'd better get out of here. I'd better start the motor and get the hell out of here before he reaches me. But I knew I couldn't. I had to have the gasoline. I sat in the car staring at the awful creature as he came stamping laboriously over the sand. He must have had the revolting disease for years and years, otherwise it wouldn't have developed into ataxis. Tabes dorsalis, they call it in professional circles, and pathologically this means that the victim is suffering from degeneration of the posterior columns of the spinal cord. But ah, my foes, and oh, my friends, it is really a lot worse than that. It is a slow and merciless consuming of the actual nerve fibres of the body by syphilitic toxins. The man, the Arab, I shall call him, came right up to the door of my side of the car and peered in through the open window. I leaned away from him, praying that he would not come an inch closer. Without a doubt, he was one of the most blighted humans I had ever seen. His face had the eroded, eaten-away look of an old wood-carving when the worm had been at it, and the sight of it made me wonder how many other diseases the man was suffering from besides syphilis. "Slam," he mumbled. "Fill up the tank," I told him. He didn't move. He was inspecting the interior of the Lagonda with great interest. A terrible, feculent odour came wafting in from his direction. "Come along," I said sharply. "I want some gasoline." He looked at me and grinned. It was more of a leer than a grin, an insolent, mocking leer that seemed to be saying, I am the king of the gasoline pump at Bir Road Salim. Touch me if you dare. A fly had settled in the corner of one of his eyes. He made no attempt to brush it away. You want gasoline, he said, taunting me. I was about to swear at him, but I checked myself just in time and answered politely, Yes, please. I would be very grateful. He watched me slyly for a few moments to be sure I wasn't mocking him. Then he nodded as though satisfied now with my behaviour. He turned away and started slowly toward the rear of the car. I reached into the door pocket for my bottle of Glenmorangie. I poured myself a stiff one and sat sipping it. That man's face had been within a yard of my own. His fetid breath had come pouring into the car. And who knows how many billions of airborne viruses might not have come pouring in with it. On such an occasion, it is a fine thing to sterilize the mouth and throat with a drop of Highland whisky. The whisky is also a solace. I emptied the glass and poured myself another. Soon I began to feel less alarmed. I noticed the watermelon lying on the seat beside me. I decided that a slice of it at this moment would be refreshing. I took my knife from its case and cut out a thick section. Then, with the point of the knife, I carefully picked out all the black seeds, using the rest of the melon as a receptacle. I sat drinking the whisky and eating the melon, both very delicious. Gasoline is done, the dreadful Arab said, appearing at the window. I check water now and oil. I would have preferred him to keep his hands off the Lagonda altogether, but rather than risk an argument, I said nothing. He went clumping off toward the front of the car, and his walk reminded me of a drunken Hitler stormtrooper doing the goose step in very slow motion. Tabes dorsalis, as I live and breathe. The only other disease to induce that queer high-stepping gait is chronic beriberi. Well, he probably had that one too. I cut myself another slice of watermelon and concentrated for a minute or so on taking out the seeds with a knife. When I looked up again, I saw that the Arab had raised the bonnet of the car on the right-hand side and was bending over the engine. His head and shoulders were out of sight, and so were his arms. What on earth was the man doing? The oil dipstick was on the other side. I rapped on the windshield. He seemed not to hear me. I put my head out of the window and shouted, Hey! Come out of there! Slowly he straightened up, and as he drew his right arm out of the bowels of the engine, I saw that he was holding in his fingers something that was long and black and curly and very thin. Good God, I thought, he's found a snake in there. He came round to the window, grinning at me, and holding the object out for me to see, and only then, as I got a closer look, did I realize that it was not a snake at all. It was the fan belt of my Lagonda. All the awful implications of suddenly being stranded in this outlandish place with this disgusting man came flooding over me as I sat there staring dumbly at my broken fan belt. You can see, the Arab was saying. It was hanging on by a single thread. A good thing I noticed it. I took it from him and examined it closely. You cut it! I cried. Cut it? He answered softly. Why should I cut it? To be perfectly honest, it was impossible for me to judge whether he had or had not cut it. If he had, then he had also taken the trouble to fray the severed ends with some instrument to make it look like an ordinary break. Even so, my guess was that he had cut it, and if I was right, then the implications were more sinister than ever. I suppose you know I can't go on without a fan belt, I said. He grinned again with that awful mutilated mouth, showing ulcerated gums. If you go now, he said, you will boil over in 3 minutes. So what do you suggest? I shall get you another fan belt. You will? Of course. There is a telephone here, and if you will pay for the call, I will telephone to Ismailia, and if they haven't got one in Ismailia, I will telephone to Cairo. There is no problem. No problem? I shouted, getting out of the car. And when, pray, do you think the fan belt is going to arrive in this ghastly place? There is a mail truck comes through every morning about 10 o'clock. You would have it tomorrow." The man had all the answers. He never even had to think before replying. This bastard, I thought, has cut fan belts before. I was very alert now, and watching him closely. "They will not have a fan belt for a machine of this make in Ismailia," I said. "It would have to come from the agents in Cairo. I will telephone them myself." The fact that there was a telephone gave me some comfort. The telephone poles had followed the road all the way across the desert, and I could see the 2 wires leading into the hut from the nearest pole. "I will ask the agents in Cairo to set out immediately for this place in a special vehicle," I said. The Arab looked along the road toward Cairo, some 200 miles away. "Who is going to drive 6 hours here and 6 hours back to bring a fan belt?" he said. "The mail will be just as quick." "Show me the telephone," I said, starting toward the hut. Then a nasty thought struck me, and I stopped. How could I possibly use this man's contaminated instrument? The earpiece would have to be pressed against my ear, and the mouthpiece would almost certainly touch my mouth, and I didn't give a damn what the doctors said about the impossibility of catching syphilis from remote contact. A syphilitic mouthpiece was a syphilitic mouthpiece, and you wouldn't catch me putting anywhere near my lips, thank you very much. I wouldn't even enter his hut. I stood there in the sizzling heat of the afternoon and looked at the Arab with his ghastly, diseased face, and the Arab looked back at me as cool and unruffled as you please. "You want the telephone?" he asked. "No," I said. "Can you read English?" "Oh, yes." "Very well. I shall write down for you the name of the agents and the name of this car, and also my own name. They know me there. You will tell them what is wanted. And listen. Tell them to dispatch a special car immediately at my expense. I will pay them well. And if they won't do that, tell them they have to get the fan belt to Ismailia in time to catch the mail truck. You understand?" "There is no problem," the Arab said. So I wrote down what was necessary on a piece of paper and gave it to him. He walked away with that slow, stamping tread toward the hut and disappeared inside. I closed the bonnet of the car. Then I went back and sat in the driver's seat to think things out. I poured myself another whiskey and lit a cigarette. There must be some traffic on this road. Somebody would surely come along before nightfall. But would that help me? No, it wouldn't. Unless I were prepared to hitch a ride and leave the Lagonda and all my baggage behind to the tender mercies of the Arab. Was I prepared to do that? I didn't know. Probably yes. But if I were forced to stay the night, I would lock myself in the car and try to keep awake as much as possible. On no account would I enter the shack where that creature lived. Nor would I touch his food. I had whiskey and water, and I had half a watermelon and a slab of chocolate. That was ample. The heat was pretty bad. The thermometer in the car was still around 104 degrees. It was hotter outside in the sun. I was perspiring freely. My God, what a place to get stranded in. And what a companion. After about 15 minutes, the Arab came out of the hut. I watched him all the way to the car. "I talked to the garage in Cairo," he said, pushing his face through the window. "Fan belt will arrive tomorrow by mail truck. Everything arranged." "Did you ask them about sending it at once?" "They said impossible," he answered. "You're sure you asked them?" He inclined his head to one side and gave me that sly, insolent grin. I turned away and waited for him to go. He stayed where he was. "We have house for visitors," he said. "You can sleep there very nice. My wife will make food, but you will have to pay." "Who else is here besides you and your wife?" "Another man," he said. He waved an arm in the direction of the 3 shacks across the road, and I turned and saw a man standing in the doorway of the middle shack, a short, wide man who was dressed in dirty khaki slacks and shirt. He was standing absolutely motionless in the shadow of the doorway, his arms dangling at his sides. He was looking at me. "Who is he?" I said. Saleh. What does he do? He helps. I will sleep in the car, I said, and it will not be necessary for your wife to prepare food. I have my own. The Arab shrugged and turned away and started back toward the shack where the telephone was. I stayed in the car. What else could I do? It was just after 2:30. In 3 or 4 hours' time it would start to get a little cooler. Then I could take a stroll and maybe hunt up a few scorpions. Meanwhile, I must make the best of things as they were. I reached into the back of the car where I kept my box of books, and without looking, I took out the first one I touched. The box contained 30 or 40 of the best books in the world, and all of them could be reread 100 times and would improve with each reading. It was immaterial which one I got. It turned out to be The Natural History of Selborne. I opened it at random. We had in this village more than 20 years ago an idiot boy, whom I well remember, who from a child showed a strong propensity to bees. They were his food, his amusement, his sole object. And as people of this caste have seldom more than one point of view, so this lad exerted all his few faculties on this one pursuit. In winter, he dozed away his time within his father's house, by the fireside, in a kind of torpid state, seldom departing from the chimney corner. But in the summer he was all alert, and in quest of his game in the fields and on sunny banks. Honeybees, bumblebees, wasps were his prey wherever he found them. He had no apprehensions from their stings, but would seize them, nudis manibus, and at once disarm them of their weapons, and suck their bodies for the sake of their honey bags. Sometimes he would fill his bosom between his shirt and his skin with a number of these captives, and sometimes confine them to bottles. He was a very merops apiaster, or bee-bird, and very injurious to men that kept bees, for he would slide into their bee gardens, and sitting down before the stools, would rap with his fingers on the hives, and so take the bees as they came out. He has been known to overturn hives for the sake of honey, of which he is passionately fond. Where metheglin was making, he would linger round the tubs and vessels, begging a draught of what he called bee wine. As he ran about, he used to make a humming noise with his lips, resembling the buzzing of bees. I glanced up from the book and looked around me. The motionless man across the road had disappeared. There was nobody in sight. The silence was eerie, and the stillness, the utter stillness and desolation of the place, was profoundly oppressive. I knew I was being watched. I knew that every little move I made, every sip of whiskey and every puff of a cigarette, was being carefully noticed. I detest violence, and I never carry a weapon. But I could have done with one now. For a while, I toyed with the idea of starting the motor and driving on down the road until the engine boiled over. But how far would I get? Not very far in this heat and without a fan. 1 mile, perhaps, or 2 at the most. No, to hell with it. I would stay where I was and read my book. It must have been about an hour later that I noticed a small dark speck moving toward me along the road in the far distance, coming from the Jerusalem direction. I laid aside my book without taking my eyes away from the speck. I watched it growing bigger and bigger. It was travelling at a great speed, at a really amazing speed. I got out of the Lagonda and hurried to the side of the car and stood there, ready to signal the driver to stop. Closer and closer it came, and when it was about 1/4 of a mile away, it began to slow down. Suddenly I noticed the shape of its radiator. It was a Rolls-Royce. I raised an arm and kept it raised, and the big green car with a man at the wheel pulled in off the road and stopped beside my Lagonda. I felt absurdly elated. Had it been a Ford or a Morris, I would have been pleased enough, but I would not have been elated. The fact that it was a Rolls, a Bentley would have done equally well, or an Isota, or another Lagonda, was a virtual guarantee that I would receive all the assistance I required, for whether you know it or not, there is a powerful brotherhood existing among people who own very costly automobiles. They respect one another automatically, and the reason they respect one another is simply that wealth respects wealth. In point of fact, there is nobody in the world that a very wealthy person respects more than another very wealthy person, and because of this, they naturally seek each other out wherever they go. Recognition signals of many kinds are used among them. With the female, the wearing of massive jewels is perhaps the most common, but the costly automobile is also much favoured, and is used by both sexes. It is a travelling placard, a public declaration of affluence, and as such, it is also a card of membership to that excellent unofficial society, the Very Wealthy People's Union. I am a member myself of long standing, and am delighted to be one. When I meet another member, as I was about to do now, I feel an immediate rapport. I respect him. We speak the same language. He is one of us. I had good reason, therefore, to be elated. The driver of the Rolls climbed out and came toward me. He was a small, dark man with olive skin, and he wore an immaculate white linen suit. Probably a Syrian, I thought. Just possibly a Greek. In the heat of the day, he looked as cool as could be.
"Good afternoon," he said. "Are you having trouble?"
I greeted him, and then, bit by bit, I told him everything that had happened.
"My dear fellow," he said in perfect English. "But my dear fellow, how very distressing. What rotten luck. This is no place to get stranded in."
"It isn't, is it?"
"And you say that a new fan belt has definitely been ordered?"
"Yes," I answered, "if I can rely upon the proprietor of this establishment." The Arab who had emerged from his shack almost before the Rolls had come to a stop had now joined us, and the stranger proceeded to question him swiftly in Arabic about the steps he had taken on my behalf. It seemed to me that the two knew each other pretty well, and it was clear that the Arab was in great awe of the new arrival. He was practically crawling along the ground in his presence.
"Well, that seems to be all right,"
the stranger said at last, turning to me.
"But quite obviously you won't be able to move on from here until tomorrow morning.
Where were you headed for?" "Jerusalem," I said, "and I don't relish the idea of spending the night in this infernal spot."
"I should say not, my dear man. That would be most uncomfortable."
He smiled at me, showing exceptionally white teeth. Then he took out a cigarette case and offered me a cigarette. The case was gold, and on the outside of it there was a thin line of green jade inlaid diagonally from corner to corner. It was a beautiful thing. I accepted the cigarette. He lit it for me, then lit his own. The stranger took a long pull at his cigarette, inhaling deeply. Then he tilted back his head and blew the smoke up into the sun.
"We shall both get heat-stroke if we stand around here much longer," he said. "Will you permit me to make a suggestion?"
"But of course."
"I do hope you won't consider it presumptuous coming from a complete stranger."
"Please."
"You can't possibly remain here, so I suggest you come back and stay the night in my house."
There. The Rolls-Royce was smiling at the Lagonda, smiling at it as it would never have smiled at a Ford or a Morris. "You mean in Ismailia?" I said.
"No, no," he answered, laughing. "I live just around the corner, just over there."
He waved a hand in the direction he had come from. "But surely you were going to Ismailia. I wouldn't want you to change your plans on my behalf."
"I wasn't going to Ismailia at all," he said. "I was coming down here to collect the mail. My house, and this may surprise you, is quite close to where we are standing. You see that mountain? That's Megara. I'm immediately behind it."
I looked at the mountain. It lay about 10 miles to the north, a yellow rocky lump, perhaps 2,000 feet high. "Do you really mean that you have a house in the middle of all this wasteland?" I asked.
"You don't believe me," he said, smiling.
"Of course I believe you," I answered. "Nothing surprises me any more, except perhaps," and here I smiled back at him, "except when I meet a stranger in the middle of the desert and he treats me like a brother. I am overwhelmed by your offer."
"Nonsense, my dear fellow. My motives are entirely selfish. Civilized company is not easy to come by in these parts. I'm quite thrilled at the thought of having a guest for dinner. Permit me to introduce myself. Abdul Aziz."
He made a quick little bow. "Oswald Cornelius," I said. "It is a great pleasure." We shook hands.
I live partly in Beirut, he said.
I live in Paris.
Charming. And now, shall we go? Are you ready?
But my car, I said. Can I leave it here safely?
Have no fear about that. Omar is a friend of mine. He's not much to look at, poor chap, but he won't let you down if you're with me. And the other one, Saleh, is a good mechanic. He'll fit your new fan belt when it arrives tomorrow. I'll tell him now.
Saleh, the man from across the road, had walked over while we were talking. Mr. Aziz gave him his instructions. He then spoke to both men about guarding the Lagonda. He was brief and incisive. Omar and Saleh stood bowing and scraping. I went across to the Lagonda to get a suitcase. I needed a change of clothes badly.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Aziz called over to me, I usually put on a black tie for dinner.
Of course, I murmured, quickly pushing back my first choice of suitcase and taking another.
I do it for the ladies, mostly. They seem to like dressing themselves up for dinner.
I turned sharply and looked at him, but he was already getting into his car.
Ready?
He said. I took the suitcase and placed it in the back of the Rolls. Then I climbed into the front seat beside him, and we drove off. During the drive, we talked casually about this and that. He told me that his business was in carpets. He had offices in Beirut and Damascus. His forefathers, he said, had been in the trade for hundreds of years. I mentioned that I had a 17th-century Damascus carpet on the floor of my bedroom in Paris.
You don't mean it,
he cried, nearly swerving off the road with excitement.
Is it silk and wool, with the warp made entirely of silk? And has it got a ground of gold and silver threads?
Yes, I said, exactly.
But, my dear fellow, you mustn't put a thing like that on the floor.
It is touched only by bare feet, I said. That pleased him. It seemed that he loved carpets almost as much as I love the blue vases of Chin Hoa. Soon we turned left off the tar road onto a hard, stony track and headed straight over to the desert, towards the mountain.
This is my private driveway, Mr. Aziz said. It is 5 miles long.
You are even on the telephone, I said, noticing the poles that branched off the main road to follow his private drive. And then suddenly a queer thought struck me. That Arab at the filling station, he also was on the telephone. Might not this then explain the fortuitous arrival of Mr. Aziz? Was it possible that my lonely host had devised a clever method of shanghaiing travellers off the road in order to provide himself with what he called civilized company for dinner? Had he, in fact, given the Arabs standing instructions to immobilize the cars of all likely-looking persons one after the other as they came along?
Just cut the fan belt, Omar. Then phone me up quick. But make sure it's a decent-looking fellow with a good car. Then I'll pop along and see if I think he's worth inviting to the house.
It was ridiculous, of course. I think, my companion was saying,
that you are wondering why in the world I should choose to have a house out here in a place like this.
Well, yes, I am a bit.
Everyone does, he said.
Everyone? I said.
Yes, he said.
Well, well, I thought. Everyone.
I live here, he said, because I have a peculiar affinity with the desert. I am drawn to it the same way as a sailor is drawn to the sea. Does that seem so very strange to you?
No, I answered. It doesn't seem strange at all. He paused and took a pull at his cigarette. Then he said,
That is one reason, but there is another. Are you a family man, Mr. Cornelius?
Unfortunately not, I answered cautiously.
I am, he said. I have a wife and a daughter. Both of them, in my eyes at any rate, are very beautiful. My daughter is just 18. She has been to an excellent boarding school in England, and she is now, he shrugged, she is now just sitting around and waiting until she is old enough to get married. But this waiting period, what does one do with a beautiful young girl during that time? I can't let her loose. She's far too desirable for that. When I take her to Beirut, I see the men hanging around her like wolves waiting to pounce. It drives me nearly out of my mind. I know all about men, Mr. Cornelius. I know how they behave. It is true, of course, that I am not the only father who has had this problem. But the others seem somehow able to face it and accept it. They let their daughters go. They just turn them out of the house and look the other way. I cannot do that. I simply cannot bring myself to do it. I refuse to allow her to be mauled by every Ahmed, Ali, and Hamil that comes along. And that, you see, is the other reason why I live in the desert. To protect my lovely child for a few more years from the wild beasts. Did you say that you had no family at all, Mr. Cornelius?
I'm afraid that's true.
Oh, he seemed disappointed. You mean you've never been married?
Well, no, I said. No, I haven't. I waited for the next inevitable question. It came about a minute later.
Have you never wanted to get married and have children?
They all asked that one. It was simply another way of saying, are you in that case homosexual? Once, I said. Just once.
What happened?
There was only one person ever in my life, Mr. Aziz. And after she went, I sighed.
You mean she died?
I nodded, too choked up to answer.
My dear fellow, he said, oh, I am so sorry. Forgive me for intruding.
We drove on for a while in silence.
It's amazing, I murmured, how one loses all interest in matters of the flesh after a thing like that. I suppose it's the shock. One never gets over it.
He nodded sympathetically, swallowing it all. So now I just travel around trying to forget. I've been doing it for years. We had reached the foot of Mount Megara now, and were following the track as it curved around the mountain toward the side that was invisible from the road, the north side.
As soon as we round the next bend, you'll see the house,
Mr. Aziz said. We rounded the bend, and there it was. I blinked and stared, and I tell you that for the first few seconds I literally could not believe my eyes. I saw before me a white castle, I mean it, a tall white castle with turrets and towers and little spires all over it, standing like a fairy tale in the middle of a splash of green vegetation on the lower slope of the blazing hot, bare, yellow mountain. It was fantastic. It was straight out of Hans Christian Andersen or Grimm. I had seen plenty of romantic-looking Rhine and Loire Valley castles in my time, but never before had I seen anything with such a slender, graceful, fairy-tale quality as this. The greenery, as I observed when we drew closer, was a pretty garden of lawns and date palms, and there was a high white wall going all the way round to keep out the desert.
Do you approve?
My host asked, smiling. It's fabulous, I said. It's like all the fairy-tale castles in the world made into one. That's exactly what it is, he cried. It's a fairy-tale castle. I built it especially for my daughter, my beautiful princess. And the beautiful princess is imprisoned within its walls by her strict and jealous father, King Abdul Aziz, who refuses to allow her the pleasures of masculine company. But watch out, for here comes Prince Oswald Cornelius to the rescue. Unbeknownst to the king, he is going to ravish the beautiful princess and make her very happy.
You have to admit it's different,
Mr. Aziz said. It is that.
It is also nice and private. I sleep very peacefully here. So does the princess. No unpleasant young men are likely to come climbing in through those windows during the night.
Quite so, I said.
It used to be a small oasis, he went on. I bought it from the government. We have ample water for the house, the swimming pool, and 3 acres of garden.
We drove through the main gates, and I must say it was wonderful to come suddenly into a miniature paradise of green lawns and flower beds and palm trees. Everything was in perfect order, and water sprinklers were playing on the lawns. When we stopped at the front door of the house, 2 servants in spotless jalabias and scarlet tarbooshes ran out immediately, one to each side of the car, to open the doors for us. 2 servants? But would both of them have come out like that unless they'd been expecting 2 people? I doubted it. More and more it began to look as though my odd little theory about being shanghaied as a dinner guest was turning out to be correct. It was all very amusing. My host ushered me in through the front door, and at once I got that lovely shivery feeling that comes over the skin as one walks suddenly out of intense heat into an air-conditioned room. I was standing in the hall. The floor was of green marble. On my right there was a wide archway leading to a large room, and I received a fleeting impression of cool white walls, fine pictures, and superlative Louis XV furniture. What a place to find oneself in the middle of the Sinai Desert! And now a woman was coming slowly down the stairs. My host had turned away to speak to the servants, and he didn't see her at once, so when she reached the bottom step, the woman paused, and she laid her naked arm like a white anaconda along the rail of the banister. And there she stood, looking at me as though she were Queen Semiramis on the steps of Babylon, and I was a candidate who might or might not be to her taste. Her hair was jet black, and she had a figure that made me wet my lips. When Mr. Aziz turned and saw her, he said, "Oh, darling, there you are. I brought you a guest. His car broke down at the filling station. Such rotten luck. So I asked him to come back and stay the night. Mr. Cornelius. My wife." "How very nice," she said quietly, coming forward. I took her hand and raised it to my lips. "I am overcome by your kindness, madame," I murmured. There was upon that hand of hers a diabolical perfume. It was almost exclusively animal. The subtle, sexy secretions of the sperm whale, the male musk deer, and the beaver were all there, pungent and obscene beyond words. They dominated the blend completely, and only faint traces of the clean vegetable oils, lemon, cajeput, and zeroli were allowed to come through. It was superb. And another thing I noticed in the flash of that first moment was this. When I took her hand, she did not, as other women do, let it lie simply across my palm like a fillet of raw fish. Instead, she placed her thumb underneath my hand, with the fingers on top, and thus she was able to, and I swear she did, exert a gentle but suggestive pressure upon my hand as I administered the conventional kiss. "Where is Diana?" asked Mr. Aziz. "She's out by the pool," the woman said, and turning to me, "Would you like a swim, Mr. Cornelius? You must be roasted after hanging around that awful filling station." She had huge velvet eyes, so dark they were almost black, and when she smiled at me, the end of her nose moved upwards, distending the nostrils. There and then Prince Oswald Cornelius decided that he cared not one whit about the beautiful princess who was held captive in the castle by the jealous king. He would ravish the queen instead. "Well," I said. "I'm going to have one," Mr. Aziz said. "Let's all have one," his wife said. "We'll lend you a pair of trunks." I asked if I might go up to my room first and get out a clean shirt and clean slacks to put on after the swim, and my hostess said, "Yes, of course," and told one of the servants to show me the way. He took me up 2 flights of stairs, and we entered a large white bedroom which had in it an exceptionally large double bed. There was a well-equipped bathroom leading off to one side, with a pale blue bathtub and a bidet to match. Everywhere things were scrupulously clean and very much to my liking. While the servant was unpacking my case, I went over to the window and looked out, and I saw the great blazing desert sweeping in like a yellow sun all the way from the horizon until it met the white garden wall just below me, and there, within the wall, I could see the swimming pool, and beside the pool there was a girl lying on her back in the shade of a big pink parasol. The girl was wearing a white swimming costume, and she was reading a book. She had long, slim legs and black hair. She was the princess. What a set-up, I thought. The White Castle, the comfort, the cleanliness, the air-conditioning, the two dazzlingly beautiful females, the watchdog husband, and a whole evening to work in. The situation was so perfectly designed for my entertainment that it would have been impossible to improve upon it. The problems that lay ahead appealed to me very much. A simple, straightforward seduction did not amuse me any more. There was no artistry in that sort of thing, and I can assure you that had I been able, by waving a magic wand, to make Mr. Abdul-Aziz, the jealous watchdog, disappear for the night, I would not have done so. I wanted no Pyrrhic victories. When I left the room, the servant accompanied me. We descended the first flight of stairs, and then on the landing of the floor below my own, I paused and said casually, "Does the whole family sleep on this floor?"
"Oh, yes," the servant said. "That is the master's room, there," indicating a door, "and the next to it is Mrs. Aziz. Miss Diana is opposite."
3 separate rooms, all very close together, virtually impregnable. I tucked the information away in my mind and went on down to the pool. My host and hostess were there before me.
"This is my daughter, Diana,"
my host said. The girl in the white swimming suit stood up, and I kissed her hand.
"Hello, Mr. Cornelius,"
she said. She was using the same heavy animal perfume as her mother. Ambergris, musk, and castor. What a smell it had! Bitchy, brazen, and marvellous. I sniffed at it like a dog. She was, I thought, even more beautiful than the parent, if that were possible. She had the same large, velvety eyes, the same black hair, and the same shape of face, but her legs were unquestionably longer, and there was something about her body that gave it a slight edge over the older woman's. It was more sinuous, more snaky, and almost certain to be a good deal more flexible. But the older woman, who was probably 37 and looked no more than 25, had a spark in her eye that the daughter could not possibly match. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Just a little while ago Prince Oswald had sworn that he would ravish the Queen alone, and to hell with the Princess. But now that he had seen the Princess in the flesh, he did not know which one to prefer. Both of them, in their different ways, held forth a promise of innumerable delights, the one innocent and eager, the other expert and voracious. The truth of the matter was that he would like to have them both, the Princess as an hors d'oeuvre, and the Queen as the main dish.
"Help yourself to a pair of trunks in the changing room, Mr. Cornelius,"
Mrs. Aziz was saying. So I went into the hut and changed, and when I came out again, the 3 of them were already splashing about in the water. I dived in and joined them. The water was so cold it made me gasp.
"I thought that would surprise you," Mr. Aziz said, laughing. "It's cooled. I keep it at 65 degrees. It's more refreshing in this climate."
Later, when the sun began dropping lower in the sky, we all sat around in our wet swimming clothes while a servant brought us pale, ice-cold martinis, and it was at this point that I began very slowly, very cautiously, to seduce the 2 ladies in my own particular fashion. Normally, when I am given a free hand, this is not especially difficult for me to do. The curious little talent that I happen to possess, the ability to hypnotize a woman with words, very seldom lets me down. It is not, of course, done only with words. The words themselves, the innocuous, superficial words, are spoken only by the mouth, whereas the real message, the improper and exciting promise, comes from all the limbs and organs of the body, and is transmitted through the eyes. More than that I cannot honestly tell you about how it is done. The point is that it works. It works like cantharides. I believe that I could sit down opposite the Pope's wife, if he had one, and within 15 minutes, were I to try hard enough, she would be leaning toward me over the table with her lips apart and her eyes glazed with desire. It is a minor talent, not a great one, but I am none the less thankful to have had it bestowed upon me, and I have done my best at all times to see that it has not been wasted. So the four of us, the two wondrous women, the little man and myself, sat close together in a semicircle beside the swimming pool, lounging in deck chairs and sipping our drinks and feeling the warm 6 o'clock sunshine upon our skin. I was in good form. I made them laugh a great deal. The story about the greedy old Duchess of Glasgow putting her hand in the chocolate box and getting nipped by one of my scorpions had the daughter falling out of her chair with mirth, and when I described in detail the interior of my spider breeding house in the garden outside Paris, both ladies began wriggling with revulsion and pleasure. It was at this stage that I noticed the eyes of Mr. Abdulaziz resting upon me in a good-humoured, twinkling kind of way. "Well, well," the eyes seemed to be saying, "we are glad to see that you're not quite so disinterested in women as you led us to believe in the car. Or is it, perhaps, that these congenial surroundings are helping you to forget that great sorrow of yours at last?" Mr. Aziz smiled at me, showing his pure white teeth. It was a friendly smile. I gave him a friendly smile back. What a friendly little fellow he was! He was genuinely delighted to see me paying so much attention to the ladies. So far, then, so good. I shall skip very quickly over the next few hours, for it was not until after midnight that anything really tremendous happened to me. A few brief notes will suffice to cover the intervening period. At 7 o'clock we all left the swimming pool and returned to the house to dress for dinner. At 8 o'clock we assembled in the big living room to drink another cocktail. The two ladies were both superbly turned out and sparkling with jewels. Both of them wore low-cut, sleeveless evening dresses, which had come without any doubt at all from some great fashion house in Paris. My hostess was in black, her daughter in pale blue, and the scent of that intoxicating perfume was everywhere about them. What a pair they were! The older woman had that slight forward hunch to her shoulders, which one sees only in the most passionate and practised of females. For in the same way as a horsey woman will become bandy-legged from sitting constantly upon a horse, so a woman of great passion will develop a curious roundness of the shoulders from continually embracing men. It is an occupational deformity, and the noblest of them all. The daughter was not yet old enough to have acquired this singular badge of honour, but with her it was enough for me simply to stand back and observe the shape of her body, and to notice the splendid sliding motion of her thighs underneath the tight silk dress as she wandered about the room. She had a line of tiny soft golden hairs growing all the way up the exposed length of her spine, and when I stood behind her it was difficult to resist the temptation of running my knuckles up and down those lovely vertebrae. At 8:30 we moved into the dining-room. The dinner that followed was a really magnificent affair, but I shall waste no time here describing food or wine. Throughout the meal I continued to play most delicately and insidiously upon the sensibilities of the women, employing every skill that I possessed, and by the time the dessert arrived, they were melting before my eyes like butter in the sun. After dinner we returned to the living-room for coffee and brandy, and then, at my host's suggestion, we played a couple of rubbers of bridge. By the end of the evening I knew for certain that I had done my work well. The old magic had not let me down. Either of the two ladies, should circumstances permit, was mine for the asking. I was not deluding myself over this. It was a straightforward, obvious fact. It stood out a mile. The face of my hostess was bright with excitement, and whenever she looked at me across the card table, those huge, dark, velvety eyes would grow bigger and bigger, and the nostrils would dilate, and the mouth would open slightly to reveal the tip of a moist pink tongue squeezing through between the teeth. It was a marvellously lascivious gesture, and more than once it caused me to trump my own trick. The daughter was less daring, but equally direct. Each time her eyes met mine, and that was often enough, She would raise her brows just the tiniest fraction of a centimetre, as though asking a question. Then she would make a quick, sly little smile, supplying the answer.
"I think it's time we all went to bed," Mr. Aziz said, examining his watch. "It's after 11. Come along, my dears."
Then a queer thing happened. At once, without a second's hesitation, and without another glance in my direction, both ladies rose and made for the door. It was astonishing. It left me stunned. I didn't know what to make of it. It was the quickest thing I'd ever seen. And yet it wasn't as though Mr. Aziz had spoken angrily. His voice, to me at any rate, had sounded as pleasant as ever. But now he was already turning out the lights, indicating clearly that he wished me also to retire. What a blow! I'd expected at least to receive a whisper from either the wife or the daughter before we separated for the night, just a quick 3 or 4 words telling me where to go and when. But instead, I was left standing like a fool beside the card table while the 2 ladies glided out of the room. My host and I followed them up the stairs. On the landing of the first floor, the mother and daughter stood side by side, waiting for me.
"Good night, Mr. Cornelius,"
my hostess said.
"Good night, Mr. Cornelius,"
the daughter said.
"Good night, my dear fellow," Mr. Aziz said. "I do hope you have everything you want."
They turned away, and there was nothing for me to do but continue slowly, reluctantly up the second flight of stairs to my own room. I entered it and closed the door. The heavy brocade curtains had already been drawn by one of the servants, but I parted them and leaned out the window to take a look at the night. The air was still and warm, and a brilliant moon was shining over the desert. Below me, the swimming pool in the moonlight looked something like an enormous glass mirror lying flat on the lawn, and beside it I could see the 4 deck chairs we had been sitting in earlier. Well, well, I thought, what happens now? One thing I knew I must not do in this house was to venture out of my room and go prowling around the corridors. That would be suicide. I had learned many years ago that there are 3 breeds of husband with whom one must never take unnecessary risks: the Bulgarian, the Greek, and the Syrian. None of them, for some reason, resents you flirting quite openly with his wife, but he will kill you at once if he catches you getting into her bed. Mr. Aziz was a Syrian. A degree of prudence was therefore essential, and if any move were going to be made now, it must be made not by me, but by one of the 2 women, for only she, or they, would know precisely what was safe and what was dangerous. Yet I had to admit that after witnessing the way in which my host had called them both to heel 4 minutes ago, there was little hope of further action in the near future. The trouble was, though, that I'd got myself so infernally steamed up. I undressed and took a long, cold shower. That helped. Then, because I've never been able to sleep in the moonlight, I made sure that the curtains were tightly drawn together. I got into bed, and for the next hour or so I lay reading some more of Gilbert White's Natural History of Selborne. That also helped. And at last, somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m., there came a time when I was able to switch out the light and prepare myself for sleep without altogether too many regrets. I was just beginning to doze off when I heard some tiny sounds. I recognized them at once. They were sounds that I had heard many times before in my life, and yet they were still for me the most thrilling and evocative in the whole world. They consisted of a series of little soft metallic noises, of metal grating gently against metal, and they were always made by somebody who was very slowly, very cautiously, turning the handle of one's door from the outside. Instantly I became wide awake, but I did not move. I simply opened my eyes and stared in the direction of the door, and I can remember wishing at that moment for a gap in the curtain, for just a small thin shaft of moonlight to come in from outside, so that I could at least catch a glimpse of the shadow of the lovely form that was about to enter.
but the room was as dark as a dungeon. I did not hear the door open. No hinge squeaked. But suddenly a little gust of air swept through the room and rustled the curtains, and a moment later I heard the soft thud of wood against wood as the door was carefully closed again. Then came the click of the latch as the handle was released. Next, I heard feet tiptoeing toward me over the carpet. For one horrible second, it occurred to me that this might just possibly be Mr. Abdul Aziz, creeping in upon me with a long knife in his hand. But then all at once, a warm, extensile body was bending over mine, and a woman's voice was whispering in my ear, "Don't make a sound." "My dearest beloved," I said, wondering which one of them it was. "I knew you'd—" Instantly her hand came over my mouth. "Please," she whispered, "not another word." I didn't argue. My lips had many better things to do than that. So had hers. Here I must pause. This is not like me at all, I know that. But just for once, I wish to be excused a detailed description of the great scene that followed. I have my own reasons for this, and I beg you to respect them. In any case, it will do you no harm to exercise your own imagination for a change, and if you wish, I will stimulate it a little by saying simply and truthfully that of the many thousands and thousands of women I have known in my time, none has transported me to greater extremes of ecstasy than this lady of the Sinai Desert. Her dexterity was amazing. Her passion was intense. Her range was unbelievable. At every turn she was ready with some new and intricate manoeuvre, and to cap it all, she possessed the subtlest and most recondite style I have ever encountered. She was a great artist. She was a genius. All this, you will probably say, indicated clearly that my visitor must have been the older woman. You would be wrong. It indicated nothing. True genius is a gift of birth. It has very little to do with age, and I can assure you I had no way of knowing for certain which of them it was in the darkness of that room. I wouldn't have bet a penny on it either way. At one moment, after some particularly boisterous cadenza, I would be convinced it was the wife. It must be the wife. Then suddenly the whole tempo would begin to change, and the melody would become so childlike and innocent that I found myself swearing it was the daughter. It must be the daughter. Maddening it was not to know the true answer. It tantalized me. It also humbled me, for after all, a connoisseur, a supreme connoisseur, should always be able to guess the vintage without seeing the label on the bottle. But this one really had me beat. At one point, I reached for cigarettes, intending to solve the mystery in the flare of a match, but her hand was on me in a flash, and cigarettes and matches were snatched away and flung across the room. More than once I began to whisper the question itself into her ear, but I never got 3 words out before the hand shot up again and smacked itself over my mouth, rather violently too. Very well, I thought. Let it be for now. Tomorrow morning, downstairs in the daylight, I shall know for certain which one of you it was. I shall know by the glow on the face, by the way the eyes look back into mine, and by 100 other little telltale signs. I shall also know by the marks that my teeth have made on the left side of the neck above the dress line. A rather wily move, that one, I thought, and so perfectly timed. My vicious bite was administered during the height of her passion, that she never for one moment realized the significance of the act. It was altogether a most memorable night, and at least 4 hours must have gone by before she gave me a final fierce embrace and slipped out of the room as quickly as she had come in. The next morning I did not awaken until after 10 o'clock. I got out of bed and drew open the curtains.
It was another brilliant, hot desert day. I took a leisurely bath, then dressed myself as carefully as ever. I felt relaxed and chipper. It made me very happy to think that I could still summon a woman to my room with my eyes alone, even in middle age. And what a woman! It would be fascinating to find out which one of them she was. I would soon know. I made my way slowly down the 2 flights of stairs. "Good morning, my dear fellow, good morning," Mr. Aziz said, rising from a small desk he had been writing at in the living room. "Did you have a good night?" "Excellent, thank you," I answered, trying not to sound smug. He came and stood close to me, smiling with his very white teeth. His shrewd little eyes rested on my face and moved over it slowly, as though searching for something. "I have good news for you," he said. "They called up from Bir Rod Salim 5 minutes ago and said your fan belt had arrived by the mail truck. Saleh is fitting it now. It'll be ready in an hour. So when you've had some breakfast, I'll drive you over, and you can be on your way." I told him how grateful I was. "We'll be sorry to see you go," he said. "It's been an immense pleasure for all of us having you drop in like this. An immense pleasure." I had my breakfast alone in the dining room. Afterwards, I returned to the living room to smoke a cigarette, while my host continued writing at his desk. "Do forgive me," he said. "I just have a couple of things to finish here. I won't be long. I've arranged for your case to be packed and put in the car, so you have nothing to worry about. Sit down and enjoy your cigarette. The ladies ought to be down any minute now." The wife arrived first. She came sailing into the room looking more than ever like the dazzling Queen Semiramis of the Nile, and the first thing I noticed about her was the pale green chiffon scarf knotted casually around her neck. Casually, but carefully. So carefully that no part of the skin of the neck was visible. The woman went straight over to her husband and kissed him on the cheek. "Good morning, my darling," she said. "You cunning, beautiful bitch," I thought. "Good morning, Mr. Cornelius," she said gaily, coming over to sit in the chair opposite mine. "Did you have a good night? I do hope you had everything you wanted." Never in my life have I ever seen such a sparkle in a woman's eyes as I saw in hers that morning, nor such a glow of pleasure in a woman's face. "I had a very good night indeed, thank you," I answered, showing her that I knew. She smiled and lit a cigarette. I glanced over at Mr. Aziz, who was still writing away busily at the desk, with his back to us. He wasn't paying the slightest attention to his wife or to me. He was, I thought, exactly like all the other poor cuckolds that I ever created. Not one of them would believe that it could happen to him, not right under his own nose. "Good morning, everybody," cried the daughter, sweeping into the room. "Good morning, Daddy. Good morning, Mummy." She gave them each a kiss. "Good morning, Mr. Cornelius." She was wearing a pair of pink slacks and a rust-coloured blouse, and I'll be damned if she didn't also have a scarf tied carelessly but carefully around her neck. A chiffon scarf. "Did you have a decent night?" she asked, perching herself like a young bride on the arm of my chair, arranging herself in such a way that one of her thighs rested against my forearm. I leaned back and looked at her closely. She looked back at me and winked. She actually winked. Her face was glowing and sparkling every bit as much as her mother's, and if anything, she seemed even more pleased with herself than the older woman. I felt pretty confused. Only one of them had a bite mark to conceal, yet both of them had covered their necks with scarves. I conceded that this might be a coincidence, but on the face of it, it looked much more like a conspiracy to me. It looked as though they were both working closely together to keep me from discovering the truth. But what an extraordinary screwy business! And what was the purpose of it all? And in what other peculiar ways, might I ask, did they plot and plan together among themselves? Had they drawn lots or something the night before? Or did they simply take it in turns with visitors? I must come back again, I told myself, for another visit as soon as possible, just to see what happens the next time. In fact, I might motor down specially from Jerusalem in a day or two. It would be easy, I reckon, to get myself invited again.
"Are you ready, Mr. Cornelius?" Mr. Aziz said, rising from his desk.
"Quite ready," I answered. The ladies, sleek and smiling, led the way outside to where the big green Rolls-Royce was waiting. I kissed their hands and murmured a million thanks to each of them. Then I got into the front seat beside my host, and we drove off. The mother and daughter waved. I lowered my window and waved back. Then we were out of the garden and into the desert, following the stony yellow track as it skirted the base of Mount Mangara, with the telegraph poles marching along beside us. During the journey, my host and I conversed pleasantly about this and that. I was at pains to be as agreeable as possible, because my one objective now was to get myself invited to stay at the house again. If I didn't succeed in getting him to ask me, then I should have to ask him. I would do it at the last moment. "Goodbye, my dear friend," I would say, gripping him warmly by the throat. "May I have the pleasure of dropping in to see you again, if I happen to be passing this way?" And of course he would say yes.
"Did you think I exaggerated when I told you my daughter was beautiful?"
he asked me. "You understated it," I said. "She's a raving beauty. I do congratulate you. But your wife is no less lovely. In fact, between the two of them, they almost swept me off my feet," I added, laughing.
"I noticed that," he said, laughing with me. "They're a couple of very naughty girls. They do so love to flirt with other men. But why should I mind? There's no harm in flirting."
"None whatsoever," I said.
"I think it's gay and fun."
"It's charming," I said. In less than half an hour, we had reached the main Ismailia-Jerusalem road. Mr. Aziz turned the Rolls onto the black tarmac strip and headed for the filling station at 70 miles an hour. In a few minutes, we would be there. So now I tried moving a little closer to the subject of another visit, fishing gently for an invitation. "I can't get over your house," I said. "I think it's simply wonderful."
"It is nice, isn't it?"
"I suppose you're bound to get pretty lonely out there, on and off, just the three of you together?"
"It's no worse than anywhere else," he said. "People get lonely wherever they are, a desert or a city. It doesn't make much difference, really. But we do have visitors, you know. You'd be surprised at the number of people who drop in from time to time, like you, for instance. It was a great pleasure having you with us, my dear fellow."
"I shall never forget it," I said. "It is a rare thing to find kindness and hospitality of that order nowadays." I waited for him to tell me that I must come again, but he didn't. A little silence sprang up between us, a slightly uneasy little silence. To bridge it, I said, "I think yours is the most thoughtful paternal gesture I've ever heard of in my life."
"Mine?"
"Yes. Building a house right out there in the back of beyond, and living in it just for your daughter's sake, to protect her. I think it's remarkable." I saw him smile, but he kept his eyes on the road and said nothing. The filling station and the group of huts were now in sight about a mile ahead of us. The sun was high, and it was getting hot inside the car. "Not many fathers would put themselves out to that extent," I went on. Again he smiled, but somewhat bashfully this time, I thought. And then he said,
"I don't deserve quite as much credit as you like to give me. Really, I don't. To be absolutely honest with you, that pretty daughter of mine isn't the only reason for my living in such splendid isolation."
"I know that."
"You do?"
"You told me. You said the other reason was the desert. You loved it, you said, as a sailor loves the sea."
"So I did, and it's quite true. But there's still a third reason."
Oh? And what is that? He didn't answer me. He sat quite still with his hands on the wheel and his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I'm sorry, I said. I shouldn't have asked the question. It's none of my business. No, that's quite all right, he said. Don't apologize. I stared out of the window at the desert. I think it's hotter than yesterday, I said. It must be well over 100 already. Yes. I saw him shifting a little in his seat, as though trying to get comfortable, and then he said, I don't really see why I shouldn't tell you the truth about that house. You don't strike me as being a gossip. Certainly not, I said. We were close to the filling station now, and he'd slowed the car down almost to walking speed to give himself time to say what he had to say. I could see the two Arabs standing beside my Lagonda watching us. That daughter, he said at length, the one you met, she isn't the only daughter I have. Oh, really? I've got another who is 5 years older than she. And just as beautiful, no doubt, I said. Where does she live? In Beirut? No, she's in the house. Which house? Not the one we've just left. Yes. But I never saw her. Well, he said, turning suddenly to my face. Maybe not. But why? She has leprosy. I jumped. Yes, I know, he said. It's a terrible thing. She has the worst kind, too, poor girl. It's called anesthetic leprosy. It is highly resistant and almost impossible to cure. If only it were the nodular variety, it would be much easier, but it isn't. And there you are. So when a visitor comes to the house, she keeps to her own apartment on the 3rd floor. The car must have pulled into the filling station about then, because the next thing I can remember was seeing Mr. Abdul-Aziz sitting there looking at me with those small, clever black eyes of his, and he was saying, But, my dear fellow, you mustn't alarm yourself like this. Calm yourself down, Mr. Cornelius. Calm yourself down. There's absolutely nothing in the world for you to worry about. It is not a very contagious disease. You have to have the most intimate contact with the person in order to catch it. I got out of the car very slowly and stood in the sunshine. The Arab with the diseased face was grinning at me and saying, Fan belt all fixed now. Everything fine. I reached into my pocket for cigarettes, but my hand was shaking so violently I dropped the packet on the ground. I bent down and retrieved it. Then I got a cigarette out and managed to light it. When I looked up again, I saw the green Rolls-Royce already half a mile down the road, and going away fast.
The last act.
Anna was in the kitchen washing a head of Boston lettuce for the family supper when the doorbell rang. The bell itself was on the wall directly above the sink, and it never failed to make her jump if it rang when she happened to be near. For this reason, neither her husband nor any of the children ever used it. It seemed to ring extra loud this time, and Anna jumped extra high. When she opened the door, 2 policemen were standing outside. They looked at her out of pale, waxen faces, and she looked back at them, waiting for them to say something. She kept looking at them, but they didn't speak or move. They stood so still and so rigid that they were like 2 wax figures somebody had put on her doorstep as a joke. Each of them was holding his helmet in front of him in his 2 hands. "What is it?" Anna asked. They were both young, and they were wearing leather gauntlets up to their elbows. She could see their enormous motorcycles propped up along the edge of the sidewalk behind them. And dead leaves were falling around the motorcycles and blowing along the sidewalk, and the whole of the street was brilliant in the yellow light of a clear, gusty September evening. The taller of the two policemen shifted uneasily on his feet. Then he said quietly, "Are you Mrs. Cooper, ma'am?" "Yes, I am." The other said, "Mrs. Edmund J. Cooper?" "Yes." And then slowly it began to dawn upon her that these men, neither of whom seemed anxious to explain his presence, would not be behaving as they were unless they had some distasteful duty to perform. "Mrs. Cooper," she heard one of them saying, and from the way he said it, as gently and softly as if he were comforting a sick child, she knew at once that he was going to tell her something terrible. A great wave of panic came over her, and she said, "What happened?" "We have to inform you, Mrs. Cooper." The policeman paused, and the woman, watching him, felt as though her whole body were shrinking and shrinking and shrinking inside its skin. "That your husband was involved in an accident on the Hudson River Parkway at approximately 5:45 this evening, and died in the ambulance." The policeman who was speaking produced the crocodile wallet she had given Ed on their 20th wedding anniversary 2 years back, and as she reached out to take it, she found herself wondering whether it might not still be warm from having been close to her husband's chest only a short while ago. "If there's anything we can do," the policeman was saying, "like call up somebody to come over, some friend or relative, maybe." Anna heard his voice drifting away and then fading out altogether, and it must have been about then that she began to scream. Soon she became hysterical, and the two policemen had their hands full trying to control her until the doctor arrived some 40 minutes later and injected something into her arm. She was no better, though, when she woke up the following morning. Neither her doctor nor her children were able to reason with her in any way at all, and had she not been kept under almost constant sedation for the next few days, she would undoubtedly have taken her own life. In the brief lucid periods between drug takings, she acted as though she were demented, calling out her husband's name and telling him that she was coming to join him as soon as she possibly could. It was terrible to listen to her. But in defense of her behavior, it should be said at once that this was no ordinary husband she had lost. Anna Greenwood had married Ed Cooper when they were both 18, and over the time they were together they grew to be closer and more dependent upon each other than it is possible to describe in words. Every year that went by, their love became more intense and overwhelming, and toward the end of it, it had reached such a ridiculous peak that it was almost impossible for them to endure the daily separation caused by Ed's departure for the office in the mornings. When he returned at night, he would rush through the house to seek her out, and she, who had heard the noise of the front door slamming, would drop everything and rush simultaneously in his direction, meeting him head-on, recklessly, at full speed, perhaps halfway up the stairs or on the landing or between the kitchen and the hall, and as they came together he would take her in his arms and hug her and kiss her for minutes on end, as though she were yesterday's bride. It was wonderful. It was so utterly, unbelievably wonderful that one is very nearly able to understand why she should have had no desire and no heart to continue living in a world where her husband did not exist any more. Her 3 children, Angela, 20, Mary, 19, and Billy, 17.5, stayed around her constantly right from the start of the catastrophe. They adored their mother, and they certainly had no intention of letting her commit suicide if they could help it. They worked hard and with loving desperation to convince her that life could still be worth living, and it was due entirely to them that she managed in the end to come out of the nightmare and climb back slowly into the ordinary world. 4 months after the disaster, she was pronounced moderately safe by the doctors, and she was able to return, albeit rather listlessly, to the old routine of running the house and doing the shopping and cooking the meals for her grown-up children. But then what happened? Before the snows of that winter had melted away, Angela married a young man from Rhode Island and went off to live in the suburbs of Providence. A few months later, Mary married a fair-haired giant from a town called Slayton in Minnesota, and away she flew for ever and ever and ever. And although Anna's heart was now beginning to break all over again into tiny pieces, she was proud to think that neither of the two girls had the slightest inkling of what was happening to her.
"Oh, Mommy, isn't it wonderful?"
"Yes, my darling, I think it's the most wonderful wedding there has ever been. I'm even more excited than you are," etc., etc. And then, to put a lid on everything, her beloved Billy, who had just turned 18, went off to begin his first year at Yale. So all at once, Anna found herself living in a completely empty house. It is an awful feeling, after 23 years of boisterous, busy, magical family life, to come down alone to breakfast in the mornings, to sit there in silence with a cup of coffee and a piece of toast, and to wonder what you are going to do with the day that lies ahead. The room you are sitting in, which has heard so much laughter and seen so many birthdays, so many Christmas trees, so many presents being opened, is quiet now and feels curiously cold. The air is heated and the temperature itself is normal, but the place still makes you shiver. The clock has stopped because you were never the one who wound it in the first place. A chair stands crooked on its legs, and you sit staring at it, wondering why you hadn't noticed it before. And when you glance up again, you have a sudden panicky feeling that all the four walls of the room have begun creeping in upon you, very, very slowly, when you weren't looking. In the beginning, she would carry her coffee cup over to the telephone and start calling up friends. But all her friends had husbands and children, and although they were always as nice and warm and cheerful as they could possibly be, they simply could not spare the time to sit and chat with a desolate lady from across the way first thing in the morning. So then she started calling up her married daughters instead. They also were sweet and kind to her at all times, but Anna detected very soon a subtle change in their attitudes toward her. She was no longer number one in their lives. They had husbands now and were concentrating everything upon them. Gently but firmly, they were moving their mother into the background. It was quite a shock. But she knew they were right. They were absolutely right. She was no longer entitled to impinge upon their lives or make them feel guilty for neglecting her. She saw Dr. Jacobs regularly, but he wasn't really any help. He tried to get her to talk, and she did her best, and sometimes he made little speeches to her full of oblique remarks about sex and sublimation. Anna never properly understood what he was driving at, but the burden of his song appeared to be that she should get herself another man. She took to wandering around the house and fingering things that used to belong to Ed. She would pick up one of his shoes and put her hand into it and feel the little dents that the ball of his foot and his toes had made upon the sole. She found a sock with a hole in it, and the pleasure it gave her to darn that sock was indescribable. Occasionally, she took out a shirt, a tie, and a suit and laid them on the bed, all ready for him to wear, and once, one rainy Sunday morning, she made an Irish stew. It was hopeless to go on. So how many pills would she need to make absolutely sure of it this time? She went upstairs to her secret store and counted them. There were only 9. Was that enough? She doubted that it was. Oh, hell. The one thing she was not prepared to face all over again was failure. The rush to the hospital, the stomach pump, the 7th floor of the Payne Whitney Pavilion, the psychiatrists, the humiliation, the misery of it all. In that case, it would have to be the razor blade. But the trouble with the razor blade was that it had to be done properly. Many people failed miserably when they tried to use the razor blade on the wrist. In fact, nearly all of them failed. They didn't cut deep enough. There was a big artery down there somewhere that simply had to be reached. Veins were no good. Veins made plenty of mess, but they never quite managed to do the trick. Then again, the razor blade was not an easy thing to hold, not if one had to make a firm incision, pressing it right home all the way, deep, deep down. But she wouldn't fail. The ones who failed were the ones who actually wanted to fail. She wanted to succeed. She went to the cupboard in the bathroom, searching for blades. There weren't any. Ed's razor was still there, and so was hers, but there was no blade in either of them, and no little packet lying alongside. That was understandable. Such things had been removed from the house on an earlier occasion. But there was no problem. Anyone could buy a packet of razor blades. She returned to the kitchen and took the calendar down from the wall. She chose September 23rd, which was Ed's birthday, and wrote R-B for razor blades against the date. She did this on September 9th, which gave her exactly 2 weeks' grace to put her affairs in order. There was much to be done. Old bills to be paid, a new will to be written, the house to be tidied up, Billy's college fees to be taken care of for the next 4 years, letters to the children, to her own parents, to Ed's mother, and so on and so forth. Yet, busy as she was, she found that those 2 weeks, those 14 long days, were going far too slowly for her liking. She wanted to use the blade, and eagerly every morning she counted the days that were left. She was like a child counting the days before Christmas, for wherever it was that Ed Cooper had gone when he died, even if it were only to the grave, she was impatient to join him. It was in the middle of this 2-week period that her friend Elizabeth Powelletti came calling on her at 8:30 one morning. Anna was making coffee in the kitchen at the time, and she jumped when the bell rang and jumped again when it gave a second long blast. Liz came sweeping in through the front door, talking nonstop as usual. "Anna, my darling woman, I need your help. Everyone's down with flu at the office. You've got to come. Don't argue with me. I know you can type, and I know you haven't got a damn thing in the world to do all day except mope. Just grab your hat and purse and let's get going. Hurry up, girl, hurry up. I'm late as it is." Anna said, "Go away, Liz. Leave me alone." "The cab is waiting," Liz said. "Please," Anna said, "don't try to bully me now. I'm not coming." "You are coming," Liz said. "Pull yourself together. Your days of glorious martyrdom are over." Anna continued to resist, but Liz wore her down, and in the end she agreed to go along just for a few hours. Elizabeth Powelletti was in charge of an adoption society, one of the best in the city. 9 of the staff were down with flu. Only 2 were left, excluding herself. "You don't know a thing about the work," she said in the cab, "but you're just going to have to help us all you can." The office was bedlam. The telephones alone nearly drove Anna mad. She kept running from one cubicle to the next, taking messages that she did not understand. And there were girls in the waiting room, young girls with ashen, stony faces, and it became part of her duty to type their answers on an official form. "The father's name?" "Dunno." "You have no idea?" "What's the father's name got to do with it?" "My dear, if the father is known, then his consent has to be obtained as well as yours before the child can be offered for adoption." "You're quite sure about that?" "Jesus, I told you, didn't I?" At lunchtime, somebody brought her a sandwich, but there was no time to eat it. At 9 o'clock that night, exhausted and famished and considerably shaken by some of the knowledge she had acquired, Anna staggered home, took a stiff drink, fried up some eggs and bacon, and went to bed. "I'll call for you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning," Liz had said, "and for God's sake, be ready." Anna was ready, and from then on, she was hooked. It was as simple as that. All she'd needed right from the beginning was a good hard job of work to do and plenty of problems to solve, other people's problems instead of her own. The work was arduous and often quite shattering emotionally, but Anna was absorbed by every moment of it, and we're skipping right forward now, within about a year and a half, she began to feel moderately happy once again. She was finding it more and more difficult to picture her husband vividly, to see him precisely as he was when he ran up the stairs to meet her, or when he sat across from her at supper in the evenings. The exact sound of his voice was becoming less easy to recall, and even the face itself, unless she glanced at a photograph, was no longer sharply etched in the memory. She still thought about him constantly, but she discovered that she could do so now without bursting into tears, and when she looked back on the way she had behaved a while ago, she felt slightly embarrassed. She started taking a mild interest in her clothes and in her hair. She returned to using lipstick and to shaving the hair from her legs. She enjoyed her food, and when people smiled at her, she smiled right back at them and meant it. In other words, she was back in the swim once again. She was pleased to be alive. It was at this point that Anna had to go down to Dallas on office business. Liz's office did not normally operate beyond state lines, but in this instance, a couple who had adopted a baby through the agency had subsequently moved away from New York and gone to live in Texas. Now, 5 months after the move, the wife had written to say that she no longer wanted to keep the child. Her husband, she announced, had died of a heart attack soon after they'd arrived in Texas. She herself had remarried almost at once, and her new husband found it impossible to adjust to an adopted baby. Now this was a serious situation, and quite apart from the welfare of the child itself, there were all manner of legal obligations involved. Anna flew down to Dallas in a plane that left New York very early, and she arrived before breakfast. After checking in at her hotel, she spent the next 8 hours with the persons concerned in the affair, and by the time she had done all that could be done that day, it was around 4:30 in the afternoon, and she was utterly exhausted. She took a cab back to the hotel and went up to her room. She called Liz on the phone to report the situation. Then she undressed and soaked herself for a long time in a warm bath. Afterwards, she wrapped up in a towel and lay on the bed smoking a cigarette. Her efforts on behalf of the child had so far come to nothing. There had been 2 lawyers there who had treated her with absolute contempt. How she hated them! She detested their arrogance and their softly spoken hints that nothing she might do would make the slightest difference to their client. One of them kept his feet up on the table all the way through the discussion, and both of them had rolls of fat on their bellies, and the fat spilled out into their shirts like liquid and hung in huge folds over their belted trouser tops. Anna had visited Texas many times before in her life, but until now she had never gone there alone. Her visits had always been with Ed, keeping him company on business trips, and during those trips he and she had often spoken about the Texans in general and about how difficult it was to like them. One could ignore their coarseness and their vulgarity. It wasn't that. But there was, it seemed, a quality of ruthlessness still surviving among these people, something quite brutal, harsh, inexorable, that it was impossible to forgive. They had no bowels of compassion, no pity, no tenderness. The only so-called virtue they possessed, and this they paraded ostentatiously and endlessly to strangers, was a kind of professional benevolence. It was plastered all over them. Their voices, their smiles, were rich and syrupy with it, but it left Anna cold. It left her quite cold inside. "Why do they love acting so tough?" she used to ask. "Because they're children," Ed would answer. "They're dangerous children who go about trying to imitate their grandfathers. Their grandfathers were pioneers. These people aren't." It seemed that they lived, these present-day Texans by a sort of egotistic will. Push and be pushed. Everybody was pushing. Everybody was being pushed, and it was all very fine for a stranger in their midst to step aside and announce firmly, "I will not push, and I will not be pushed." That was impossible. It was especially impossible in Dallas. Of all the cities in the state, Dallas was the one that had always disturbed Anna the most. It was such a godless city, she thought, such a rapacious, gripped, iron, godless city. It was a place that had run amok with its money, and no amount of gloss and phony culture and syrupy talk could hide the fact that the great golden fruit was rotten inside. Anna lay on the bed with her bath towel around her. She was alone in Dallas this time. There was no Ed with her now to envelop her in his incredible strength and love, and perhaps it was because of this that she began, all of a sudden, to feel slightly uneasy. She lit a second cigarette and waited for the uneasiness to pass. It didn't pass. It got worse. A hard little knot of fear was gathering itself in the top of her stomach, and there it stayed, growing bigger every minute. It was an unpleasant feeling, the kind one might experience if one were alone in the house at night and heard, or thought one heard, a footstep in the next room. In this place there were a million footsteps, and she could hear them all. She got off the bed and went over to the window, still wrapped in her towel. Her room was on the 22nd floor, and the window was open. The great city lay pale and milky yellow in the evening sunshine. The street below was solid with automobiles. The sidewalk was filled with people. Everybody was hustling home from work, pushing and being pushed. She felt the need of a friend. She wanted very badly to have someone to talk to at this moment. She would have liked a house to go to, a house with a family, a wife and a husband and children and rooms full of toys, and the husband and wife would fling their arms around her at the front door and cry out, "Anna! How marvelous to see you! How long can you stay? A week? A month? A year?" All of a sudden, as so often happens in situations like this, her memory went click, and she said aloud, "Conrad Kruger! Good heavens above! He lives in Dallas. At least he used to." She hadn't seen Conrad since they were classmates in high school in New York. They were both about 17 then, and Conrad had been her beau, her love, her everything. For over a year they had gone around together, and each of them had sworn eternal loyalty to the other with marriage in the near future. Then suddenly Ed Cooper had flashed into her life, and that, of course, had been the end of the romance with Conrad. But Conrad did not seem to have taken the break too badly. It certainly couldn't have shattered him, because not more than a month or two later he had started going strong with another girl in the class. Now, what was her name? A big, handsome, bosomy girl she was, with flaming red hair and a peculiar name, a very old-fashioned name. What was it? Arabella? No, not Arabella. Something, though. Araminty? Yes. Araminty it was. And what is more, within a year or so Conrad Kruger had married Araminty and had carried her back with him to Dallas, the place of his birth. Anna went over to the bedside table and picked up the telephone directory. Kruger, Conrad P. M.D. That was Conrad, all right. He had always said he was going to be a doctor. The book gave an office number and a residence number. Should she phone him? Why not? She glanced at her watch. It was 5:20. She lifted the receiver and gave the number of his office. "Dr. Kruger's surgery," a girl's voice answered. "Hello," Anna said. "Is Dr. Kruger there?" "The doctor's busy right now. May I ask who's calling?" "Will you please tell him that Anna Greenwood telephoned him?" "Who?" "Anna Greenwood." "Yes, Miss Greenwood. Did you wish for an appointment?" "No, thank you. Is there something I can do for you?" Anna gave the name of her hotel and asked her to pass it on to Dr. Kruger. "I'll be very glad to," the secretary said. "Goodbye, Miss Greenwood." "Goodbye," Anna said. She wondered whether Dr. Conrad P. Kruger would remember her name after all these years. She believed he would. She lay back again on the bed and began trying to recall what Conrad himself used to look like. Extraordinarily handsome, that he was. Tall, lean, big-shouldered, with almost pure black hair and a marvelous face. A strong, carved face like one of those Greek heroes, Perseus or Ulysses. Above all, though, he had been a very gentle boy, a serious, decent, quiet, gentle boy. He had never kissed her much, only when he said goodbye in the evenings, and he'd never gone in for necking, as all the others had. When he took her home from the movies on Saturday nights, he used to park his old Buick outside her house and sit there in the car beside her, just talking and talking about the future, his future and hers, and how he was going to go back to Dallas to become a famous doctor. His refusal to indulge in necking and all the nonsense that went with it had impressed her no end. "He respects me," she used to say. "He loves me." And she was probably right. In any event, he had been a nice man, a nice, good man, and had it not been for the fact that Ed Cooper was a super-nice, super-good man, she was sure she would have married Conrad Kruger. The telephone rang. Anna lifted the receiver. "Yes," she said. "Hello?" "Anna Greenwood." "Conrad Kruger?" "My dear Anna, what a fantastic surprise. Good gracious me, after all these years." "It's a long time, isn't it?" "It's a lifetime. Your voice sounds just the same." "So does yours." "What brings you to our fair city? You staying long?" "No, I have to go back tomorrow. I hope you didn't mind my calling you." "Hell no, Anna. I'm delighted. Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine now. I had a bad time of it for a bit after Ed died." "What?" "He was killed in an automobile 2.5 years ago." "Oh, gee, Anna, I am sorry. How terrible. I don't know what to say." "Don't say anything." "You're okay now?" "I'm fine, working like a slave." "That's the girl." How's Araminty?" "Oh, she's fine." "Any children?" "One," he said. "A boy. How about you?" "I have 3, 2 girls and a boy." "Well, well, what do you know? Now listen, Anna." "I'm listening." "Why don't I run over to the hotel and buy you a drink? I'd like to do that. I bet you haven't changed one iota." "I look old, Conrad." "You're lying." "I feel old, too." "You want a good doctor?" "Yes. No. Of course I don't. I don't want any more doctors. All I need is... Well..." "Yes?" "This place worries me, Conrad. I guess I need a friend. That's all I need." "You've got one. I have just one more patient to see, and then I'm free. I'll meet you down in the bar, that something room. I've forgotten what it's called. At 6 in about half an hour. Would that suit you?" "Yes," she said. "Of course, and thank you, Conrad." She replaced the receiver, then got up from the bed and began to dress. She felt mildly flustered. Not since Ed's death had she been out and had a drink alone with a man. Dr. Jacobs would be pleased when she told him about it on her return. He wouldn't congratulate her madly, but he would certainly be pleased. He'd say it was a step in the right direction, a beginning. She still went to him regularly, and now that she had gotten so much better, his oblique references had become far less oblique, and he had more than once told her that her depressions and suicidal tendencies would never completely disappear until she had actually and physically replaced Ed with another man. "But it is impossible to replace a person one has loved to distraction," Anna had said to him the last time he had brought up the subject. "Heavens above, Doctor, when Mrs. Crumlin Brown's parakeet died last month, her parakeet, mind you, not her husband, she was so shook up about it she swore she'd never have another bird again." "Mrs. Cooper," Dr. Jacobs had said, "one doesn't normally have sexual intercourse with a parakeet." "Well, no. That's why it doesn't have to be replaced. But when a husband dies and the surviving wife is still an active and a healthy woman, she will invariably get a replacement within 3 years if she possibly can, and vice versa." Sex. It was about the only thing that sort of doctor ever thought about. He had sex on the brain. By the time Anna had dressed and taken the elevator downstairs, it was 10 minutes after 6. The moment she walked into the bar, a man stood up from one of the tables. It was Conrad. He must have been watching the door. He came across the floor to meet her. He was smiling nervously. Anna was smiling too. One always does. "Well, well," he said. "Well, well, well." And she, expecting the usual peck on the cheek, inclined her face upward towards his own, still smiling. But she had forgotten how formal Conrad was. He simply took her hand in his and shook it, once. "This is a surprise," he said. "Come and sit down." The room was the same as any other hotel drinking room. It was lit by dim lights and filled with many small tables. There was a saucer of peanuts on each table, and there were leather bench seats all around the walls. The waiters were rigged out in white jackets and maroon pants. Conrad led her to a corner table, and they sat down facing each other. A waiter was standing over them at once. "What will you have?" Conrad asked. "Could I have a martini?" "Of course. Vodka?" "No, gin, please." "1 gin martini," he said to the waiter. "No, make it 2. I've never been much of a drinker, Anna, as you probably remember, but I think this calls for a celebration." The waiter went away. Conrad leaned back in his chair and studied her carefully. "You look pretty good," he said. "You look pretty good yourself, Conrad," she told him. And so he did. It was astonishing how little he had aged in 25 years. He was just as lean and handsome as he'd ever been, in fact more so. His black hair was still black, his eye was clear, and he looked altogether like a man who was no more than 30 years old. "You are older than me, aren't you?" he said. "What sort of a question is that?" she said, laughing. "Yes, Conrad. I am exactly 1 year older than you. I'm 42. "I thought you were." He was still studying her with the utmost care, his eyes traveling all over her face and neck and shoulders. Anna felt herself blushing. "Are you an enormously successful doctor?" she asked. "Are you the best in town?" He cocked his head over to one side, right over, so that the ear almost touched the top of the shoulder. It was a mannerism that Anna had always liked. "Successful?" he said. "Any doctor can be successful these days in a big city, financially, I mean. But whether or not I'm absolutely first-rate at my job is another matter. I only hope and pray that I am." The drinks arrived, and Conrad raised his glass and said, "Welcome to Dallas, Anna. I'm so pleased you called me up. It's good to see you again." "It's good to see you too, Conrad," she said, speaking the truth. He looked at her glass. She had taken a huge first gulp, and the glass was now half empty. "You prefer gin to vodka?" he asked. "I do," she said. "Yes." "You ought to change over." "Why?" "Gin is not good for females." "It's not. It's very bad for them." "I'm sure it's just as bad for males," she said. "Actually, no. It isn't nearly so bad for males as it is for females." "Why is it bad for females?" "It just is," he said. "It's the way they're built. What kind of work are you engaged in, Anna, and what brought you all the way down to Dallas? Tell me about you." "Why is gin bad for females?" she said, smiling at him. He smiled back at her and shook his head, but he didn't answer. "Go on," she said. "No, let's drop it. You can't leave me up in the air like this," she said. "It's not fair." After a pause, he said, "Well, if you really want to know, gin contains a certain amount of the oil which is squeezed out of juniper berries. They use it for flavoring." "What does it do?" "Plenty." "Yes, but what?" "Horrible things." "Conrad, don't be shy. I'm a big girl now." He was still the same old Conrad, she thought. Still as diffident, as scrupulous, as shy as ever. For that she liked him. "If this drink is really doing horrible things to me," she said, "then it is unkind of you not to tell me what those things are." Gently, he pinched the lobe of his left ear with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. Then he said, "Well, the truth of the matter is, Anna, oil of juniper has a direct inflammatory effect upon the uterus." "Now, come on. I'm not joking." "Mother's ruin," Anna said. "It's an old wives' tale." "I'm afraid not." "But you're talking about women who are pregnant." "I'm talking about all women, Anna." He had stopped smiling now, and he was speaking quite seriously. He seemed to be concerned about her welfare. "What do you specialize in?" she asked him. "What kind of medicine? You haven't told me that." "Gynecology and obstetrics." "Aha!" "Have you been drinking gin for many years?" he asked. "Oh, about 20, Anna said. "Heavily?" "For heaven's sake, Conrad, stop worrying about my insides. I'd like another martini, please." "Of course." He called the waiter over and said, "1 vodka martini." "No," Anna said. "Gin." He sighed and shook his head and said, "Nobody listens to their doctor these days." "You're not my doctor." "No," he said. "I'm your friend." "Let's talk about your wife," Anna said. "Is she still as beautiful as ever?" He waited a few moments, then he said, "Actually, we're divorced." "Oh, no." "Our marriage lasted for the grand total of 2 years. It was hard work to keep it going even that long." For some reason, Anna was profoundly shocked. "But she was such a beautiful girl," she said. "What happened?" "Everything happened. Everything you could possibly think of that was bad." "And the child?" "She got him. They always do." He sounded very bitter. "She took him back to New York. He comes to see me once a year in the summer. He's 20 years old now. He's at Princeton. Is he a fine boy? He's a wonderful boy, Conrad said. But I hardly know him. It isn't much fun. And you never married again? Nope, never. But that's enough about me. Let's talk about you. Slowly, gently, he began to draw her out on the subject of her health and the bad times she had gone through after Ed's death. She found she didn't mind talking to him about it, and she told him more or less the whole story. "But what makes your doctor think you're not completely cured?" he said. "You don't look very suicidal to me." "I don't think I am, except that sometimes, not often, mind you, but just occasionally when I get depressed, I have the feeling that it wouldn't take such a hell of a big push to send me over the edge." "In what way?" "I kind of start edging toward the bathroom cupboard." "What do you have in the bathroom cupboard?" "Nothing very much, just the ordinary equipment a girl has for shaving her legs." "I see." Conrad studied her face for a few moments, then he said, "Is that how you were feeling just now when you called me?" "Not quite. But I'd been thinking about Ed, and that's always a bit dangerous." "I'm glad you called." "So am I," she said. Anna was getting to the end of her second martini. Conrad changed the subject and began talking about his practice. She was watching him rather than listening to him. He was so damned handsome it was impossible not to watch him. She put a cigarette between her lips, then offered the pack to Conrad. "No, thanks," he said. "I don't." He picked up a book of matches from the table and gave her a light. Then he blew out the match and said, "Are those cigarettes mentholated?" "Yes, they are." She took a deep drag and blew the smoke slowly up into the air. "Now go ahead and tell me that they're going to shrivel up my entire reproductive system," she said. He laughed and shook his head. "Then why'd you ask?" "Just curious, that's all." "You're lying. I can tell it from your face. You were about to give me the figures for the incidence of lung cancer in heavy smokers." "Lung cancer has nothing to do with menthol, Anna," he said, and he smiled and took a tiny sip of his original martini, which he had so far hardly touched. He set the glass back carefully on the table. "You still haven't told me what work you're doing," he went on, "or why you came to Dallas." "Tell me about menthol first. If it's even half as bad as the juice of the juniper berry, I think I ought to know about it quick." He laughed and shook his head. "Please." "No, ma'am." "Conrad, you simply cannot start things up like this and then drop them. It's the second time in 5 minutes." "I don't want to be a medical bore," he said. "You're not being a bore. These things are fascinating. Come on, tell. Don't be mean." It was pleasant to be sitting there feeling moderately high on 2 big martinis and making easy talk with this graceful man, this quiet, comfortable, graceful person. He was not being coy. Far from it. He was simply being his normal, scrupulous self. "Is it something shocking?" she asked. "No, you couldn't call it that." "Then go ahead." He picked up the packet of cigarettes still lying in front of her and studied the label. "The point is this," he said. "If you inhale menthol, you absorb it into the bloodstream, and that isn't good, Anna. It does things to you. It has certain very definite effects upon the central nervous system. Doctors still prescribe it occasionally." "I know that," she said. "Nose drops and inhalations." "That's one of its minor uses. Do you know the other?" "You can rub it on the chest when you have a cold." "You can if you like, but it wouldn't help." "You put it in ointment and it heals cracked lips." "That's camphor." So it is. He waited for her to have another guess. Go ahead and tell me, she said. It may surprise you a bit. I'm ready to be surprised. Menthol, Conrad said, is a well-known anti-aphrodisiac. Oh, what? It suppresses sexual desire. Conrad, you're making these things up. I swear to you I'm not. Who uses it? Very few people nowadays. It has too strong a flavor. Saltpeter is much better. Ah, yes, I know about saltpeter. What do you know about saltpeter? They give it to prisoners, Anna said. They sprinkle it on their cornflakes every morning to keep them quiet. They also use it in cigarettes, Conrad said. You mean prisoners' cigarettes? I mean all cigarettes. That's nonsense. It is? Of course it is. Why do you say that? Nobody would stand for it, she said. They stand for cancer. That's quite different, Conrad. How do you know they put saltpeter in cigarettes? Have you never wondered, he said, what makes a cigarette go on burning when you lay it in the ashtray? Tobacco doesn't burn of its own accord. Any pipe smoker will tell you that. They use special chemicals, she said. Exactly. They use saltpeter. Does saltpeter burn? Sure it burns. Used to be one of the prime ingredients of old-fashioned gunpowder. Fuses, too. Makes very good fuses. That cigarette of yours is a first-rate, slow-burning fuse. Is it not? Anna looked at her cigarette. Though she hadn't drawn on it for a couple of minutes, it was still smoldering away, and the smoke was curling upward from the tip in a slim blue-gray spiral. So this has menthol in it and saltpeter, she said. Absolutely. And they're both anti-aphrodisiacs. Yes, you're getting a double dose. It's ridiculous, Conrad. It's too little to make any difference. He smiled, but didn't answer this. There's not enough there to inhibit a cockroach, she said. That's what you think, Anna. How many you smoke a day? About 30. Well, he said, I guess it's none of my business. He paused, and then he added, but you and I would be a lot better off today if it was. Was what? My business. Conrad, what do you mean? I'm simply saying that if you, once upon a time, hadn't suddenly decided to drop me, none of this misery would have happened to either of us. We'd still be happily married to each other. His face had suddenly taken on a queer, sharp look. Drop you? It was quite a shock, Anna. Oh, dear, she said. But everybody drops everybody else at that age, don't they? I wouldn't know, Conrad said. You're not cross with me still, are you, for doing that? Cross, he said. Good God, Anna, cross is what children get when they lose a toy. I lost a wife. She stared at him, speechless. Tell me, he went on, didn't you have any idea how I felt at the time? But, Conrad, we were so young. It destroyed me, Anna. It just about destroyed me. But how what? How, if it meant so much, could you turn right around and get engaged to somebody else a few weeks later? Have you never heard of the rebound? He asked. She nodded, gazing at him in dismay. I was wildly in love with you, Anna. She didn't answer. I'm sorry, he said. That was a silly outburst. Please forgive me. There was a long silence. Conrad was leaning back in his chair, studying her from a distance. She took another cigarette from the pack and lit it. Then she blew out the match and placed it carefully in the ashtray. When she glanced up again, he was still watching her. There was an intent, far look in his eyes. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. He didn't answer. "Conrad," she said, "do you still hate me for doing what I did?"
"Hate you?"
"Yes, hate me. I have a queer feeling that you do. I'm sure you do, even after all these years."
"Anna,"
he said. "Yes, Conrad." He hitched his chair closer to the table and leaned forward.
"Did it ever cross your mind?"
He stopped. She waited. He was looking so intensely earnest all of a sudden that she leaned forward herself. "Did what cross my mind?" she asked.
"The fact that you and I, that both of us, have a bit of unfinished business."
She stared at him. He looked back at her, his eyes as bright as two stars.
"Don't be shocked,"
he said. "Please."
"Shocked? You look as though I'd just asked you to jump out of the window with me."
The room was full of people now, and it was very noisy. It was like being at a cocktail party. You had to shout to be heard. Conrad's eyes waited on her, impatient, eager. "I'd like another martini," she said.
"Must you?"
"Yes," she said, "I must." In her whole life, she had been made love to by only one man, her husband Ed, and it had always been wonderful. 3,000 times? She thought more. Probably a good deal more. Who counts? Assuming, though, for the sake of argument, that the exact figure, for there has to be an exact figure, was 3,680, and knowing that every single time it happened was an act of pure, passionate, authentic love-making between the same man and the same woman, then how in heaven's name could an entirely new man, an unloved stranger, hope to come in suddenly on the 3,681st time and be even halfway acceptable? He'd be a trespasser. All the memories would come rushing back. She would be lying there suffocated by memories. She had raised this very point with Dr. Jacobs during one of her sessions a few months back, and old Jacobs had said, "There will be no nonsense about memories, my dear Mrs. Cooper. I wish you would forget that. Only the present will exist." "But how do I get there?" she had said. "How can I summon up enough nerve suddenly to go upstairs to a bedroom and take off my clothes in front of a new man, a stranger, in cold blood?" "Cold blood!" he had cried. "Good God, woman, it'll be boiling hot." And later he had said, "Do, at any rate, try to believe me, Mrs. Cooper, when I tell you that any woman who has been deprived of sexual congress after more than 20 years of practice, of uncommonly frequent practice, in your case, if I understand you correctly, any woman in those circumstances is going to suffer continually from severe psychological disturbances until the routine is reestablished. You are feeling better, a lot better, I know that. But it is my duty to inform you that you are by no means back to normal." To Conrad, Anna said, "This isn't by any chance a therapeutic suggestion, is it?"
"A what?"
"A therapeutic suggestion."
"What in the world do you mean?"
"It sounds exactly like a plot hatched out by my Dr. Jacobs."
"Look,"
he said, and now he leaned right across the table and touched her left hand, with the tip of one finger. "When I knew you before, I was too damn young and nervous to make that sort of a proposition, much as I wanted to. I didn't think there was any particular hurry then, anyway. I figured we had a whole lifetime before us. I wasn't to know you were going to drop me." Her martini arrived. Anna picked it up and began to drink it fast. She knew exactly what it was going to do to her. It was going to make her float. A third martini always did that. Give her a third martini, and within seconds her body would become completely weightless, and she would go floating around the room like a wisp of hydrogen gas. She sat there, holding the glass with both hands as though it were a sacrament. She took another gulp. There was not much of it left now. Over the rim of her glass she could see Conrad watching her with disapproval as she drank. She smiled at him radiantly. "You're not against the use of anesthetics when you operate, are you?" she asked. "Please, Anna, don't talk like that." "I'm beginning to float," she said. "So I see," he answered. "Why don't you stop there?" "What did you say?" "I said, why don't you stop?" "Do you want me to tell you why?" "No," he said. He made a little forward movement with his hands as though he were going to take her glass away from her. So she quickly put it to her lips and tipped it high, holding it there for a few seconds to allow the last drop to run out. When she looked at Conrad again, he was placing a $10 bill on the waiter's tray, and the waiter was saying, "Thank you, sir. Thank you indeed." And the next thing she knew, she was floating out of the room and across the lobby of the hotel, with Conrad's hand cupped lightly under one of her elbows, steering her toward the elevators. They floated up to the 22nd floor, and then along the corridor to the door of her bedroom. She fished the key out of her purse and unlocked the door and floated inside. Conrad followed, closing the door behind him. Then very suddenly he grabbed hold of her and folded her up in his enormous arms and started kissing her with great gusto. She let him do it. He kissed her all over her mouth and cheeks and neck, taking deep breaths in between the kisses. She kept her eyes open, watching him in a queer, detached sort of way, and the view she got reminded her vaguely of the blurry close-up view of a dentist's face when he's working on an upper back tooth. Then all of a sudden Conrad put his tongue into one of her ears. The effect of this upon her was electric. It was as though a live 200-volt plug had been pushed into an empty socket, and all the lights came on, and the bones began to melt, and the hot molten sap went running down into her limbs, and she exploded into a frenzy. It was the kind of marvelous, wanton, reckless, flaming frenzy that Ed used to provoke in her so very often in the olden days, by just a touch of the hand here and there. She flung her arms around Conrad's neck and started kissing him back with far more gusto than he had ever kissed her, and although he looked at her as though he thought she were going to swallow him alive, he soon recovered his balance. Anna hadn't the faintest idea how long they stood there embracing and kissing with such violence, but it must have been for quite a while. She felt such happiness, such confidence again at last, such sudden, overwhelming confidence in herself that she wanted to tear off her clothes and do a wild dance for Conrad in the middle of the room. But she did no such foolish thing. Instead, she simply floated away to the edge of the bed and sat down to catch her breath. Conrad quickly sat down beside her. She leaned her head against his chest and sat there glowing all over while he gently stroked her hair. Then she undid one button of his shirt and slid her hand inside and laid it against his chest. Through the ribs she could feel the beating of his heart. "What do I see here?" Conrad said. "What do you see where, my darling?" "On your scalp. You want to watch this, Anna. You watch it for me, dearest." "Seriously," he said. "You know what it looks like? It looks like a tiny touch of androgenic alopecia." "Good. No, it's not good. It's actually an inflammation of the hair follicles, and it causes baldness. It's quite common on women in their later years." "Oh, shut up, Conrad," she said, kissing him on the side of his neck. "I have the most gorgeous hair." She sat up and pulled off his jacket. Then she undid his tie and threw it across the room. "There's a little hook on the back of my dress," she said. "Undo it, please." Conrad unhooked the hook, then unzipped the zipper, and helped her to get out of the dress. She had on a rather nice pale blue slip. Conrad was wearing an ordinary white shirt, as doctors do, but it was now open at the neck, and this suited him. His neck had a little ridge of sinewy muscle running up vertically on either side, and when he turned his head the muscle moved under the skin. It was the most beautiful neck Anna had ever seen. "Let's do this very, very slowly," she said. "Let's drive ourselves crazy with anticipation." His eyes rested for a moment on her face, then traveled away, all the way down the length of her body, and she saw him smile. "Shall we be very stylish and dissipated, Conrad, and order a bottle of champagne? I can ask room service to bring it up, and you can hide in the bathroom when they come in." "No," he said. "You've had enough to drink already. Stand up, please." The tone of his voice caused her to stand up at once. "Come here," he said. She went close to him. He was still sitting on the bed, and now, without getting up, he reached forward and began to take off the rest of her clothes. He did this slowly and deliberately. His face had become suddenly rather pale. "Oh, darling," she said.
How marvelous! You've got that famous thing, a real thick clump of hair growing out of each of your ears. You know what that means, don't you? It's the absolutely positive sign of enormous virility."
She bent down and kissed him on the ear. He went on taking off her clothes, the bra, the shoes, the girdle, the pants, and finally the stockings, all of which he dropped in a heap on the floor. The moment he had peeled off her last stocking and dropped it, he turned away. He turned right away from her as though she didn't exist, and now he began to undress himself. It was rather odd to be standing so close to him in nothing but her own skin, and him not even giving her a second look. But perhaps men did these things. Ed might have been an exception. How could she know? Conrad took off his white shirt first, and after folding it very carefully, he stood up and carried it to a chair and laid it on one of the arms. He did the same with his undershirt. Then he sat down again on the edge of the bed and started removing his shoes. Anna remained quite still, watching him. His sudden change of mood, his silence, his curious intensity were making her a bit afraid. But they were also exciting her. There was a stealth, almost a menace, in his movements, as though he were some splendid animal treading softly toward the kill. A leopard. She became hypnotized watching him. She was watching his fingers, the surgeon's fingers, as they untied and loosened the laces of the left shoe, easing it off the foot, and placing it neatly half under the bed. The right shoe came next, then the left sock, and the right sock, both of them being folded together and laid with the utmost precision across the toes of the shoes. Finally, the fingers moved up to the top of the trousers, where they undid one button and then began to manipulate the zipper. The trousers, when taken off, were folded along the creases, then carried over to the chair. The underpants followed. Conrad, now naked, walked slowly back to the edge of the bed and sat. Then at last he turned his head and noticed her. She stood waiting and trembling. He looked her slowly up and down. Then abruptly he shot out a hand and took her by the wrist, and with a sharp pull he had her sprawled across the bed. The relief was enormous. Anna flung her arms around him and held on to him tightly, oh, so tightly, for fear that he might go away. She was in mortal fear that he might go away and not come back. And there they lay, she holding on to him as though he were the only thing left in the world to hold on to, and he strangely quiet, watchful, intent, slowly disentangling himself and beginning to touch her now in a number of different places with those fingers of his, those expert surgeon's fingers, and once again she flew into a frenzy. The things he did to her during the next few moments were terrible and exquisite. He was, she knew, merely getting her ready, preparing her, or as they say in the hospital, prepping her for the operation itself. But, oh God, she had never known or experienced anything even remotely like this, and it was all exceedingly quick. For in what seemed to her no more than a few seconds, she had reached that excruciating point of no return, where the whole room becomes compressed into a single, tiny, blinding speck of light that is going to explode and tear one to pieces at the slightest extra touch. At this stage, in a swift, rapacious parabola, Conrad swung his body on top of her for the final act. And now Anna felt her passion being drawn out of her, as if a long live nerve were being drawn slowly out of her body, a long live thread of electric fire. And she cried out to Conrad to go on and on and on, and as she did so, in the middle of it all, somewhere above her head, she heard another voice, and this other voice grew louder and more insistent, demanding to be heard. "I said, are you wearing something?" the voice wanted to know. "Oh, darling, what is it?" "I keep asking you, are you wearing something?" "Who, me?" "There's an obstruction here. You must be wearing a diaphragm or some other appliance." "Oh, of course not, darling. Everything's wonderful. Oh, do be quiet." "Everything is not wonderful, Anna." Like a picture on a screen, the room swam back into focus. In the foreground was Conrad's face. It was suspended above her on naked shoulders. The eyes were looking directly into hers. The mouth was still talking. "If you're going to use the device, then for heaven's sake learn to introduce it in the proper manner. There's nothing so aggravating as careless positioning. The diaphragm has to be placed right back against the cervix." "But I'm not wearing anything." "You're not? Well, there's still an obstruction." Not only the room, but the whole world as well seemed slowly to be sliding away from under her now. "I feel sick," she said. "You what?" "I feel sick." "Don't be childish, Anna." "Conrad, I'd like you to go, please. Go now." "What on earth are you talking about?" "Go away from me, Conrad." "That's ridiculous, Anna. Okay, I'm sorry I spoke. Forget it." "Go away," she cried. "Go away! Go away! Go away!" She tried to push him away from her, but he was huge and strong, and he had her pinned.
"Calm yourself," he said. "Relax. You can't suddenly change your mind like this in the middle of everything. Oh, for heaven's sake, don't start weeping. Leave me alone, Conrad, I beg you." He seemed to be gripping her with everything he had. Arms and elbows, hands and fingers, thighs and knees, ankles and feet. He was like a toad the way he gripped her. He was exactly like an enormous clinging toad, gripping and grasping and refusing to let go. She had seen a toad once doing precisely this. It was copulating with a frog on a stone beside a stream, and there it sat, motionless, repulsive, with an evil yellow gleam in its eye, gripping the frog with its two powerful front paws and refusing to let it go. "Now stop struggling, Anna. You're acting like a hysterical child. For God's sake, woman, what's eating you?" "You're hurting me," she cried. "Hurting you? It's hurting me terribly." She told him this only to get him away. "You know why it's hurting?" he said. "Conrad, please." "Now, wait a minute, Anna. Allow me to explain." "No!" she cried. "I've had enough explaining." "My dear woman." "No!" She was struggling desperately to free herself, but he still had her pinned. "The reason it hurts," he went on, "is that you are not manufacturing any fluid. The mucosa is virtually dry." "Stop!" "The actual name is senile atrophic vaginitis. It comes with age, Anna. That's why it's called senile vaginitis. There's not much one can do." At that point, she started to scream. The screams were not very loud, but they were screams nevertheless. Terrible, agonized, stricken screams. And after listening to them for a few seconds, Conrad, in a single graceful movement, suddenly rolled away from her and pushed her to one side with both hands. He pushed her with such force that she fell onto the floor. She climbed slowly to her feet, and as she staggered into the bathroom, she was crying, "Ed! Ed! Ed!" in a queer, supplicating voice. The door shut. Conrad lay very still listening to the sounds that came from behind the door. At first he heard only the sobbing of the woman, but a few seconds later, above the sobbing, he heard the sharp, metallic click of a cupboard being opened. Instantly he sat up and vaulted off the bed and began to dress himself with great speed. His clothes, so neatly folded, lay ready at hand, and it took him no more than a couple of minutes to put them on. When that was done, he crossed to the mirror and wiped the lipstick off his face with a handkerchief. He took a comb from his pocket and ran it through his fine black hair. He walked once around the bed to see if he had forgotten anything, and then, carefully, like a man who is tiptoeing from a room where a child is sleeping, he moved out into the corridor, closing the door softly behind him.
The Great Switcheroo. Bitch.
I have, so far, released for publication only one episode from Uncle Oswald's diaries. It concerned, as some of you may remember, a carnal encounter between my uncle and a Syrian female leper in the Sinai desert. 6 years have gone by since its publication, and nobody has yet come forward to make trouble. I am therefore encouraged to release a second episode from these curious pages. My lawyer has advised against it. He points out that some of the people concerned are still living and are easily recognizable. He says I will be sued mercilessly. Well, let them sue. I am proud of my uncle. He knew how life should be lived. In a preface to the first episode, I said that Casanova's memoirs read like a parish magazine beside Uncle Oswald's diaries, and that the great lover himself, when compared with my uncle, appears positively undersexed. I stand by that, and given time, I shall prove it to the world. Here, then, is a little episode from Volume 23, precisely as Uncle Oswald wrote it.
Paris. Wednesday. Breakfast at 10. I tried the honey. It was delivered yesterday in an early Sèvres sucrier, which had that lovely canary-coloured ground known as jonquille. From Susie, the note said, and thank you. It is nice to be appreciated, and the honey was interesting. Susie Jollibois had, among other things, a small farm south of Casablanca, and was fond of bees. Her hives were set in the midst of a plantation of cannabis indica, and the bees drew their nectar exclusively from this source. They lived, those bees, in a state of perpetual euphoria, and were disinclined to work. The honey was therefore very scarce. I spread a third piece of toast. The stuff was almost black. It had a pungent aroma. The telephone rang. I put the receiver to my ear and waited. I never speak first when called. After all, I'm not phoning them. They're phoning me.
Oswald, are you there?
I knew the voice. Yes, Henri, I said. Good morning.
Listen,
he said, speaking fast and sounding excited.
I think I've got it. I'm almost certain I've got it. Forgive me if I'm out of breath, but I've just had a rather fantastic experience. It's all right now. Everything's fine. Will you come over?
Yes, I said. I'll come over. I replaced the receiver and poured myself another cup of coffee. Had Henri really done it at last? If he had, then I wanted to be around to share the fun. I must pause here to tell you how I met Henri Biot. Some 3 years ago, I drove down to Provence to spend a summer weekend with a lady who was interesting to me simply because she possessed an extraordinarily powerful muscle in a region where other women have no muscles at all. An hour after my arrival, I was strolling alone on the lawn beside the river, when a small dark man approached me. He had black hairs on the backs of his hands, and he made me a little bow and said,
Henri Biot, a fellow guest.
Oswald Cornelius, I said. Henri Biot was as hairy as a goat. His chin and cheeks were covered with bristly black hair, and thick tufts of it were sprouting from his nostrils.
May I join you?
He said, falling into step beside me and starting immediately to talk. And what a talker he was! How Gallic, how excitable! He walked with a mad little hop, and his fingers flew as if he wanted to scatter them to the four winds of heaven, and his words went off like firecrackers, with terrific speed. He was a Belgian chemist, he said, working in Paris. He was an olfactory chemist. He had devoted his life to the study of olfaction. You mean smell? I said.
Yes, yes, he cried. Exactly. I'm an expert on smells. I know more about smells than anyone else in the world.
Good smells or bad? I asked, trying to slow him down.
Good smells, lovely smells, glorious smells, he said. I make them. I can make any smell you want.
He went on to tell me he was the chief perfume blender to one of the great couturiers in the city, and his nose, he said, placing a hairy finger on the tip of his hairy proboscis, probably looked just like any other nose, did it not? I wanted to tell him it had more hairs sprouting from the nose holes than wheat from the prairies, and why didn't he get his barber to snip them out? But instead, I confessed politely that I could see nothing unusual about it.
Quite so, he said, but in actual fact, it is a smelling organ of phenomenal sensitivity. With 2 sniffs, it can detect the presence of a single drop of macroylic musk in a gallon of geranium oil.
Extraordinary, I said.
On the Champs-Élysées, he went on, which is a wide thoroughfare, my nose can identify the precise perfume being used by a woman walking on the other side of the street.
With the traffic in between?
with heavy traffic in between," he said.
He went on to name two of the most famous perfumes in the world, both of them made by the fashion house he worked for.
"Those are my personal creations," he said modestly. "I blended them myself. They have made a fortune for the celebrated old bitch who runs the business."
"But not for you?"
"Me? I'm but a poor miserable employee on a salary,"
he said, spreading his palms and hunching his shoulders so high they touched his earlobes.
"One day, though, I shall break away and pursue my dream."
"You have a dream?"
"I have a glorious, tremendous, exciting dream, my dear sir."
"Then why don't you pursue it?"
"Because first I must find a man far-sighted enough and wealthy enough to back me."
Aha, I thought. So that's what it's all about. "With a reputation like yours, that shouldn't be too difficult," I said.
"The sort of rich man I seek is hard to find," he said. "He must be a sporty gambler with a very keen appetite for the bizarre."
"That's me, you clever little bugger," I thought. "What is this dream you wish to pursue?" I asked him. "Is it making perfumes?"
"My dear fellow," he cried, "anyone can make perfumes. I'm talking about the perfume. The only one that counts."
"Which one would that be?"
"Why, the dangerous one, of course, and when I've made it I shall rule the world."
"Good for you," I said.
"I'm not joking, Monsieur Cornelius. Would you permit me to explain what I'm driving at?"
"Go ahead."
"Forgive me if I sit down,"
he said, moving toward a bench.
"I had a heart attack last April, and I have to be careful."
"I'm sorry to hear that."
"Oh, don't be sorry. All will be well so long as I don't overdo things."
It was a lovely afternoon, and the bench was on the lawn near the river bank, and we sat down on it. Beside us, the river flowed slow and smooth and deep, and there were little clouds of water lilies hovering over the surface. Across the river there were willows along the bank, and beyond the willows an emerald-green meadow, yellow with buttercups, and a single cow grazing. The cow was brown and white.
"I will tell you what kind of perfume I wish to make," he said. "But it is essential I explain a few other things to you on the way, or you will not fully understand. So, please, bear with me a while."
One hand lay limp upon his lap, the hairy part upward. It looked like a black rat. He was stroking it gently with the fingers of the other hand.
"Let us consider first," he said, "the phenomenon that occurs when a dog meets a bitch in heat. The dog's sexual drive is tremendous. All self-control disappears. He has only one thought in his head, which is to fornicate on the spot, and unless he is prevented by force, he will do so. But do you know what it is that causes this tremendous sex drive in a dog?"
"Smell?" I said.
"Precisely, Monsieur Cornelius. Odorous molecules of a special conformation enter the dog's nostrils and stimulate his olfactory nerve endings. This causes urgent signals to be sent to the olfactory bulb and thence to the higher brain centers. It is all done by smell. If you sever a dog's olfactory nerve, he will lose interest in sex. This is also true of many other mammals, but it is not true of man. Smell has nothing to do with the sexual appetite of the human male. He is stimulated in this respect by sight, by tactility, and by his lively imagination, never by smell."
"What about perfume?" I said.
"It's all rubbish," he answered. "All those expensive scents in small bottles, the ones I make, they have no aphrodisiac effect at all upon a man. Perfume was never intended for that purpose. In the old days, women used it to conceal the fact that they stank. Today, when they no longer stink, they use it purely for narcissistic reasons. They enjoy putting it on and smelling their own good smells. Men hardly notice this stuff, I promise you that.
I do, I said.
Does it stir you physically?
No, not physically. Aesthetically, yes.
You enjoy the smell, so do I. But there are plenty of other smells I enjoy more. The bouquet of a good Lafitte, the scent of a fresh Commis pear, or the smell of the air blowing in from the sea on the Brittany coast.
A trout jumped high in midstream, and the sunlight flashed on its body.
You must forget, said Monsieur Biot, all the nonsense about musk and ambergris, and the testicular secretions of the civet cat. We make our perfumes from chemicals these days. If I want a musky odor, I will use ethylene sabacate. Phenylacetic acid will give me civet, and benzaldehyde will provide the smell of almonds. No, sir, I am no longer interested in mixing up chemicals to make pretty smells.
For some minutes his nose had been running slightly, wetting the black hairs in his nostrils. He noticed it and produced a handkerchief and gave it a blow and a wipe.
What I intend to do, he said, is to produce a perfume which will have the same electrifying effect upon a man as the scent of a bitch in heat has upon a dog. One whiff, and that'll be it. The man will lose all control. He'll rip off his pants and ravish the lady on the spot.
We could have some fun with that, I said.
We could rule the world, he cried.
Yes, but you told me just now that smell has nothing to do with the sexual appetite of the human male.
It doesn't, he said, but it used to. I have evidence that in the period of the post-glacial drift, when primitive man was far more closely related to the ape than he is now, he still retained the ape-like characteristic of jumping on any right-smelling female he ran across. And later, in the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods, he continued to become sexually animated by smell, but to a lesser and lesser degree. By the time the higher civilizations had come along in Egypt and China around 10,000 BC, evolution had played its part and had completely suppressed man's ability to be stimulated sexually by smell. Am I boring you?
Not at all, but tell me, does that mean an actual physical change has taken place in man's smelling apparatus?
Absolutely not, he said. Otherwise there'd be nothing we could do about it. The little mechanism that enabled our ancestors to smell these subtle odors is still there. I happen to know it is. Listen. You've seen how some people can make their ears move a tiny bit.
I can do it myself, I said, doing it.
You see, he said, the ear-moving muscle is still there. It's a leftover from the time when man used to be able to cock his ears forward for better hearing, like a dog. He lost that ability over 100,000 years ago, but the muscle remains. And the same applies to our smelling apparatus. The mechanism for smelling those secret smells is still there, but we have lost the ability to use it.
How can you be so certain it's still there? I asked.
Do you know how our smelling system works? He said.
Not really.
Then I shall tell you. Otherwise I cannot answer your question. Attend closely, please. Air is sucked in through the nostrils and passes the 3 baffle-shaped turbinate bones in the upper part of the nose. There, it gets warmer and filtered. This warm air now travels up and over 2 clefts that contain the smelling organs. These organs are patches of yellowish tissue, each about 1 inch square. In this tissue are embedded the nerve fibers and nerve endings of the olfactory nerve. Every nerve ending consists of an olfactory cell bearing a cluster of tiny hair-like filaments. These filaments act as receivers. Receptors is a better word. And when the receptors are tickled or stimulated by odorous molecules, they send signals to the brain. If, as you come downstairs in the morning, you sniff into your nostrils the odorous molecules of frying bacon, these will stimulate your receptors. The receptors will flash a signal along the olfactory nerve to the brain, and the brain will interpret it in terms of the character and intensity of the odor. And that is when you cry out, "Aha! Bacon for breakfast!"
I never eat bacon for breakfast, I said. He ignored this.
These receptors, he went on, these tiny air-like filaments are what concern us. And now you are going to ask me how on earth they can tell the difference between one odorous molecule and another, between, say, peppermint and camphor.
How can they? I said. I was interested in this.
Attend more closely than ever now, please, he said. At the end of each receptor is an indentation, a sort of cup, except that it isn't round. This is the receptor site. Imagine now thousands of these little air-like filaments with tiny cups at their extremities, all waving about like the tendrils of sea anemones and waiting to catch in their cups any odorous molecules that pass by. That, you see, is what actually happens. When you sniff a certain smell, the odorous molecules of the substance which made that smell go rushing around inside your nostrils and get caught by the little cups, the receptor sites. Now the important thing to remember is this. Molecules come in all shapes and sizes. Equally, the little cups or receptor sites are also differently shaped. Thus, the molecules lodge only in the receptor sites which fit them. Pepperminty molecules go only into special pepperminty receptor sites. Camphor molecules, which have a quite different shape, will fit only into the special camphor receptor sites, and so on. It's rather like those toys for small children, where they have to fit variously shaped pieces into the right holes.
Let me see if I understand you, I said. Are you saying that my brain will know it is a pepperminty smell simply because the molecule has lodged in a pepperminty reception site?
Precisely.
But you're surely not suggesting there are differently shaped receptor sites for every smell in the world?
No, he said. As a matter of fact, man has only 7 differently shaped sites.
Why only 7?
Because our sense of smell recognizes only 7 pure primary odors. All the rest are complex odors, made up by mixing the primaries.
Are you sure of that?
Positive. Our sense of taste has even less. It recognizes only 4 primaries: sweet, sour, salt, and bitter. All other tastes are mixtures of these.
What are the 7 pure primary odors? I asked him.
Their names are of no importance to us, he said. Why confuse the issue?
I'd like to hear them.
All right, he said. They are camphoraceous, pungent, musky, ethereal, floral, pepperminty, and putrid. Don't look so skeptical, please. This isn't my discovery. Very learned scientists have worked on it for years, and their conclusions are quite accurate, except in one respect.
What's that?
There is an 8th pure primary odor which they don't know about, and an 8th receptor site to receive the curiously shaped molecules of that odor.
Aha, I said. I see what you're driving at.
Yes, he said. The 8th pure primary odor is the sexual stimulant that caused primitive man to behave like a dog thousands of years ago. It has a very peculiar molecular structure.
Then you know what it is.
Of course I know what it is.
And you say we still retain the receptor sites for these peculiar molecules to fit into?
Absolutely. This mysterious smell, I said, does it ever reach our own nostrils nowadays? Frequently. Do we smell it? I mean, are we aware of it? No. You mean the molecules don't get caught in the receptor sites? They do, my dear fellow, they do. But nothing happens. No signal is sent off to the brain. The telephone line is out of action. It's like that ear muscle. The mechanism is still there, but we lost the ability to use it properly. And what do you propose to do about that? I asked. I shall reactivate it, he said. We are dealing with nerves here, not muscles. And these nerves are not dead or injured. They are merely dormant. I shall probably increase the intensity of the smell 1,000-fold, and add a catalyst. Go on, I said. That's enough. I should like to hear more, I said. Forgive me for saying so, Monsieur Cornelius, but I don't think you know enough about organoleptic quality to follow me any further. The lecture is over. Henri Biot sat smug and quiet on the bench beside the river, stroking the back of one hand with the fingers of the other. The tufts of hair sprouting from his nostrils gave him a pixie look, but that was camouflage. He struck me rather as a dangerous and dainty little creature, someone who lurked behind stones with a sharp eye and a sting in his tail, waiting for the lone traveller to come by. Surreptitiously I searched his face. The mouth interested me. The lips had a magenta tinge, possibly something to do with his heart trouble. The lower lip was caruncular and pendulous. It bulged out in the middle like a purse, and could easily have served as a receptacle for small coins. The skin of the lip seemed to be blown up very tight, as though by air, and it was constantly wet, not from licking, but from an excess of saliva in the mouth. And there he sat, this Monsieur Henri Biot, smiling a wicked little smile, and waiting patiently for me to react. He was a totally amoral man, that much was clear. But then so was I. He was also a wicked man, and although I cannot in all honesty claim wickedness as one of my own virtues, I find it irresistible in others. A wicked man has a lustre all his own. Then again, there was something diabolically splendid about a person who wished to set back the sex habits of civilized man 500,000 years. Yes, he had me hooked. So there and then, sitting beside the river in the garden of the lady from Provence, I made an offer to Henri. I suggested he should leave his present employment forthwith and set himself up in a small laboratory. I would pay all the bills for this little venture, as well as making good his salary. It would be a 5-year contract, and we would go 50-50 on anything that came out of it. Henri was ecstatic. "You mean it?" he cried. "You are serious?" I held out my hand. He grasped it in both of his and shook it vigorously. It was like shaking hands with a yak. "We shall control mankind," he said. "We'll be the gods of the earth." He flung his arms around me and embraced me and kissed me first on one cheek, then on the other. Oh, this awful Gallic kissing! Henri's lower lip felt like the wet underbelly of a toad against my skin. "Let's keep the celebrations until later," I said, wiping myself dry with a linen handkerchief. Henri Biot made apologies and excuses to his hostess and rushed back to Paris that night. Within a week, he'd given up his old job and had rented 3 rooms to serve as a laboratory. These were on the 3rd floor of a house on the left bank, on the Rue de Cassette, just off the Boulevard de Raspail. He spent a great deal of my money equipping the place with complicated apparatus, and he even installed a large cage into which he put 2 apes, a male and a female. He also took on an assistant, a clever and moderately presentable young lady called Jeanette. And with all that, he set to work. You should understand that for me this little venture was of no great importance. I had plenty of other things to amuse me. I used to drop in on Henri maybe a couple of times a month to see how things were going, but otherwise I left him entirely to himself. My mind wasn't on his job. I hadn't the patience for that kind of research.
and when results failed to come quickly, I began to lose all interest. Even the pair of oversexed apes ceased to amuse me after a while. Only once did I derive any pleasure from my visits to his laboratory. As you must know by now, I can seldom resist even a moderately presentable woman. And so, on a certain rainy Thursday afternoon, while Henri was busy applying electrodes to the olfactory organs of a frog in one room, I found myself applying something infinitely more agreeable to Jeanette in the other room. I had not, of course, expected anything out of the ordinary from this little frolic. I was acting more out of habit than anything else. But my goodness, what a surprise I got! Beneath her white overall, this rather austere research chemist turned out to be a sinewy and flexible female of immense dexterity. The experiments she performed, first with the oscillator, then with the high-speed centrifuge, were absolutely breathtaking. In fact, not since that Turkish tightrope walker in Ankara, see Volume 21, had I experienced anything quite like it. Which all goes to show, for the 1000th time, that women are as inscrutable as the ocean. You never know what you have under your keel, deep water or shallow, until you have heaved the lead. I did not bother to visit the laboratory again after that. You know my rule. I never return to a female a second time. With me, at any rate, women invariably pull out all the stops during the first encounter, and a second meeting can therefore be nothing more than the same old tune on the same old fiddle. Who wants that? Not me. So, when I suddenly heard Henri's voice calling urgently to me over the telephone that morning at breakfast, I had almost forgotten his existence. I drove through the fiendish Paris traffic to the Rue de Cassette. I parked the car and took the tiny elevator to the 3rd floor. Henri opened the door of the laboratory.
"Don't move!" he cried. "Stay right where you are!"
He scuttled away and returned in a few seconds holding a little tray upon which lay 2 greasy-looking red rubber objects.
"Nose plugs," he said. "Put them in, please. Like me, keep out the molecules. Go on, ram them in tight. You'll have to breathe through your mouth, but who cares?"
Each nose plug had a short length of blue string attached to its blunt lower end, presumably for pulling it back out of the nostril. I could see the 2 bits of blue string dangling from Henri's nostrils. I inserted my own nose plugs. Henri inspected them. He rammed them in tighter with his thumb. Then he went dancing back into the lab, waving his hairy hands and crying out, "Come in now, my dear Oswald. Come in, come in. Forgive my excitement, but this is a great day for me." The plugs in his nose made him speak as though he had a bad cold. He hopped over to a cupboard and reached inside. He brought out one of those small square bottles made of very thick glass that hold about an ounce of perfume. He carried it over to where I stood, cupping his hands around it as though it were a tiny bird.
"Look, here it is, the most precious fluid in the entire world."
This is the sort of rubbishy overstatement I dislike intensely. "So you think you've done it?" I said.
"I know I've done it, Oswald. I am certain I've done it."
"Tell me what happened."
"That's not so easy," he said. "But I can try."
He placed the little bottle carefully on the bench.
"I had this left, this particular blend, number 1076, to distill overnight," he went on. "That was because only 1 drop of distillate is produced every half hour. I had it dripping into a sealed beaker to prevent evaporation. All these fluids are extremely volatile. And so, soon after I arrived at 8:30 in this morning, I went over to number 1076 and lifted the seal from the beaker. I took a tiny sniff, just 1 tiny sniff. Then I replaced the seal."
"And then?"
"Oh, my God, Oswald, it was fantastic! I completely lost control of myself. I did things I would never in a million years have dreamt of doing."
"Such as what?"
"My dear fellow, I went completely wild. I was like a wild beast, an animal. I was not human. The civilizing influences of centuries simply dropped away. I was Neolithic.
What did you do?
I can't remember the next bit very clearly. It was all so quick and violent. But I became overwhelmed by the most terrifying sensation of lust it is possible to imagine. Everything else was blotted out of my mind. All I wanted was a woman. I felt that if I didn't get hold of a woman immediately, I would explode.
Lucky Jeanette, I said, glancing toward the next room. How is she now?
Jeanette left me over a year ago, he said. I replaced her with a brilliant young chemist called Simone Gauthier.
Lucky Simone, then.
No, Henri cried. That was the awful thing. She hadn't arrived. Today of all days she was late for work. I began to go mad. I dashed out into the corridor and down the stairs. I was like a dangerous animal. I was hunting for a woman, any woman, and I will help her when I found her.
And who did you find?
Nobody, thank God, because suddenly I regained my senses. The effect had worn off. It was very quick, and I was standing alone on the second-floor landing. I felt cold, but I knew at once exactly what had happened. I ran back upstairs and re-entered this room with my nostrils pinched tightly between my finger and thumb. I went straight to the drawer where I stored the nose plugs. Ever since I started working on this project, I have kept a supply of nose plugs ready for just such an occasion. I rammed in the nose plugs. Now I was safe.
Can't the molecules get up into the nose through the mouth? I asked him.
They can't reach the receptor sites, he said. That's why you can't smell through your mouth. So I went over to the apparatus and switched off the heat. I then transferred a tiny quantity of precious fluid from the beaker to this very solid airtight bottle you see here. In it, there are precisely 11 cubic centimeters of number 1076.
Then you telephone me.
Not immediately, no, because at this point, Simone arrived. She took one look at me and ran into the next room, screaming.
Why did she do that?
My God, Oswald, I was standing there stark naked, and I hadn't realized it. I must have ripped off all my clothes.
Then what?
I got dressed again. After that, I went and told Simone exactly what had happened. When she heard the truth, she became as excited as me. Don't forget, we've been working on this together for over a year now.
Is she still here?
Yes, she's next door in the other lab.
It was quite a story, Henri had told me. I picked up the little square bottle and held it against the light. Through the thick glass I could see about half an inch of fluid, pale and pinkish grey, like the juice of a ripe quince.
Don't drop it, Henri said. Better put it down.
I put it down.
The next step, he went on, will be to make an accurate test under scientific conditions. For that, I shall have to spray a measured quantity onto a woman, and then let a man approach her. It will be necessary for me to observe the operation at close range.
You are a dirty old man, I said.
I am an olfactory chemist, he said primly.
Why don't I go out into the street with my nose plugs in, I said, and spray some on to the first woman who comes along? You can watch from the window here. It ought to be fun.
It would be fun, all right, Henri said, but not very scientific. I must make the tests indoors, under controlled conditions.
And I will play the male part, I said.
No, Oswald.
What do you mean, no? I insist.
Now listen to me, Henri said. We have not yet found out what will happen when a woman is present. This stuff is very powerful. I am certain of that. And you, my dear sir, are not exactly young. It could be extremely dangerous. It could drive you beyond the limit of your endurance.
I was stung. There are no limits to my endurance, I said.
Rubbish, Henri said. I refuse to take chances. That is why I've engaged the fittest and strongest young man I could find.
You mean you've already done this?
Certainly I have, Henri said. I'm excited and impatient. I want to get on. The boy will be here any minute.
Who is he?
A professional boxer.
Good God!
His name is Pierre Lacaille. I'm paying him 1,000 francs for the job.
How did you find him?
I know a lot more people than you think, Oswald. I'm not an hermit.
Does the man know what he's in for?
I've told him that he is to participate in a scientific experiment that has to do with the psychology of sex. The less he knows, the better.
And the woman? Who will you use there?
Simone, of course,
Henri said.
She's a scientist in her own right. She'll be able to observe the reactions of the male even more closely than me.
That she will, I said. Does she realize what might happen to her?
Very much so. And I had one hell of a job persuading her to do it. And to point out that she would be participating in a demonstration that will go down in history. It will be talked about for hundreds of years.
Nonsense, I said.
My dear sir, through the centuries, there are certain great epic moments of scientific discovery that are never forgotten, like the time when Dr. Horace Wells of Hartford, Connecticut, had a tooth pulled out in 1844.
What was so historic about that?
Dr. Wells was a dentist who had been playing about with nitrous oxide gas. One day, he got a terrible toothache. He knew the tooth would have to come out, and he called in another dentist to do the job. But first, he persuaded his colleague to put a mask over his face and turn on the nitrous oxide. He became unconscious, and the tooth was extracted, and he woke up again as fit as a flea. Now that, Oswald, was the first operation ever performed in the world under general anesthesia. It started something big. We shall do the same.
At this point, the doorbell rang. Henri grabbed a pair of nose plugs and carried them with him to the door. And there stood Pierre the boxer. But Henri would not allow him to enter until the plugs were rammed firmly up his nostrils. I believe the fellow came thinking he was going to act in a blue film, but the business with the plugs must have quickly disillusioned him. Pierre Lacaille was a bantamweight, small, muscular, and wiry. He had a flat face and a bent nose. He was about 22 and not very bright. Henri introduced me, then ushered us straight into the adjoining laboratory where Simone was working. She was standing by the lab bench in a white overall, writing something in a notebook. She looked up at us through thick glasses as we came in. The glasses had a white plastic frame.
Simone, Henri said. This is Pierre Lacaille.
Simone looked at the boxer but said nothing. Henri didn't bother to introduce me. Simone was a slim 30-ish woman with a pleasant scrubbed face. Her hair was brushed back and plaited into a bun. This, together with the white spectacles, the white overall, and the white skin of her face, gave her a quaint antiseptic air. She looked as though she had been sterilized for 30 minutes in an autoclave and should be handled with rubber gloves. She gazed at the boxer with large brown eyes.
Let's get going, Henri said. Are you ready? I don't know what's going to happen, the boxer said, but I'm ready.
He did a little dance on his toes. Henri was also ready. He had obviously worked the whole thing out before I arrived.
Simone will sit in that chair,
he said, pointing to a plain wooden chair set in the middle of the laboratory.
And you, Pierre, will stand on the 6-meter mark with your nose plug still in.
There were chalk lines on the floor indicating various distances from the chair from 0.5 meter up to 6 meters.
I shall begin by spraying a small quantity of liquid onto the lady's neck,
Henri went on, addressing the boxer.
You will then remove your nose plugs and start walking slowly towards her.
To me, he said, "I wish, first of all, to discover the effective range, the exact distance he is from the subject when the molecules hit."
"Does he start with his clothes on?" I asked.
"Exactly as he is now."
"And is the lady expected to cooperate or to resist?"
"Neither. She must be a purely passive instrument in his hands."
Simone was still looking at the Boxer. I saw her slide the end of her tongue slowly over her lips. "This perfume," I said to Henri, "does it have any effect upon a woman?"
"None whatsoever," he said. "That is why I am sending Simone out now to prepare the spray."
The girl went into the main laboratory, closing the door behind her.
"So you spray something on the girl and I walk towards her," the Boxer said. "What happens then?" "We shall have to wait and see," Henri said. "You are not worried, are you?"
"Me? Worried?" the Boxer said. "About a woman?"
"Good boy,"
Henri said. Henri was becoming very excited. He went hopping from one end of the room to the other, checking and rechecking the position of the chair on its chalk mark, and moving all breakables such as glass beakers and bottles and test tubes off the bench onto a high shelf.
"This isn't the ideal place," he said, "but we must make the best of it."
He tied a surgeon's mask over the lower part of his face, then handed one to me. "Don't you trust the nose plugs?"
"It's just an extra precaution," he said. "Put it on."
The girl returned, carrying a tiny stainless steel spray gun. She gave the gun to Henri. Henri took a stopwatch from his pocket.
"Get ready, please," he said. "You, Pierre, stand over there, on the 6-meter mark."
Pierre did so. The girl seated herself in the chair. It was a chair without arms. She sat very prim and upright in her spotless white overall, with her hands folded on her lap, her knees together. Henri stationed himself behind the girl. I stood to one side.
"Are we ready?"
Henri cried.
"Wait,"
said the girl. It was the first word she had spoken. She stood up, removed her spectacles, placed them on a high shelf, then returned to her seat. She smoothed the white overall along her thighs, then clasped her hands together and laid them again on her lap.
"Are we ready now?"
Henri said. "Let her have it," I said. "Shoot!" Henri aimed the little spray gun at an area of bare skin just below Simone's ear. He pulled the trigger. The gun made a soft hiss, and a fine misty spray came out of its nozzle.
"Pull your nose plugs out!"
Henri called to the Boxer as he skipped quickly away from the girl and took up a position next to me. The Boxer caught hold of the strings dangling from his nostrils and pulled. The Vaseline plugs slid out smoothly.
"Come on, come on!" Henri shouted. "Start moving! Drop the plugs on the floor and come forward slowly."
The Boxer took a pace forward.
"Not so fast!"
Henri cried.
"Slowly does it." "That's better! Keep going, keep going! Don't stop!"
He was crazy with excitement, and I must admit I was getting a bit worked up myself. I glanced at the girl. She was crouching in the chair just a few yards away from the Boxer, tense, motionless, watching his every move, and I found myself thinking about a white female rat I'd once seen in a cage with a huge python. The python was going to swallow the rat, and the rat knew it, and the rat was crouching very low and still, hypnotized, transfixed, utterly fascinated by the slow advancing movements of the snake. The Boxer edged forward. As he passed the 5-meter mark, the girl unclasped her hands. She laid them palms downwards on her thighs. Then she changed her mind and placed them more or less underneath her buttocks, gripping the seat of the chair on either side, bracing herself, as it were, against the coming onslaught. The Boxer had just passed the 2-meter mark when the smell hit him. He stopped dead. His eyes glazed and he swayed on his legs, as though he had been tapped on the head with a mallet. I thought he was going to keel over, but he didn't.
He stood there, swaying gently from side to side like a drunk. Suddenly, he started making noises through his nostrils, queer little snorts and grunts that reminded me of a pig sniffing around its trough. Then, without any warning at all, he sprang at the girl. He ripped off her white overall, her dress and her underclothes. After that, all hell broke loose. There's little point in describing exactly what went on during the next few minutes. You can guess most of it anyway. I do have to admit, though, that Henri had probably been right in choosing an exceptionally fit and healthy young man. I hate to say it, but I doubt my middle-aged body could have stood up to the incredibly violent gymnastics the boxer seemed driven to perform. I am not a voyeur. I hate that sort of thing. But in this case, I stood there absolutely transfixed. The sheer animal ferocity of the man was frightening. He was like a wild beast, and right in the middle of it all, Henri did an interesting thing. He produced a revolver and rushed up to the boxer and shouted, "Get away from that girl! Leave her alone or I'll shoot you!" The boxer ignored him, so Henri fired a shot just over the top of his head and yelled, "I mean it, Pierre! I shall kill you if you don't stop!" The boxer didn't even look up. Henri was hopping and dancing about the room and shouting, "It's fantastic! It's magnificent! Unbelievable! It works! It works! We've done it, my dear Oswald! We've done it!" The action stopped as quickly as it had begun. The boxer suddenly let go of the girl, stood up, blinked a few times, and then said, "Where the hell am I? What happened?" Simone, who seemed to have come through it all with no bones broken, jumped up, grabbed her clothes, and ran into the next room. "Thank you, mademoiselle," said Henri as she flew past him. The interesting thing was that the bemused boxer hadn't the faintest idea what he'd been doing. He stood there naked and covered with sweat, gazing around the room and trying to figure out how in the world he came to be in that condition. "What did I do?" he asked. "Where's the girl?" "You were terrific!" Henri shouted, throwing him a towel. "Don't worry about a thing! The 1,000 francs is all yours!" Just then the door flew open, and Simone, still naked, ran back into the lab. "Spray me again!" she cried. "Oh, Monsieur Henri, spray me just one more time!" Her face was alight, her eyes shining brilliantly. "The experiment is over," Henri said. "Go away and dress yourself." He took her firmly by the shoulders and pushed her back into the other room. Then he locked the door. Half an hour later, Henri and I sat celebrating our success in a small cafe down the street. We were drinking coffee and brandy. "How long did it go on?" I asked. 6 minutes and 32 seconds, Henri said. I sipped my brandy and watched the people strolling by on the sidewalk. "What's the next move?" "First, I must write up my notes," Henri said. "Then we shall talk about the future." "Does anyone else know the formula?" "Nobody." "What about Simone?" "She doesn't know it." "Have you written it down?" "Not so anyone else could understand it. I shall do that tomorrow." "Do it first thing," I said. "I'll want a copy. What shall we call the stuff? We need a name." "What do you suggest?" "Bitch," I said. "Let's call it Bitch." Henri smiled and nodded his head slowly. I ordered more brandy. "It would be great stuff for stopping a riot," I said. "Much better than tear gas. Imagine the scene if you sprayed it on an angry mob." "Nice," Henri said. "Very nice." "Another thing we could do, we could sell it to very fat, very rich women at fantastic prices." "We could do that," Henri answered. "Do you think it would cure loss of virility in men?" I asked him. "Of course," Henri said. "Impotence would go out the window." "What about octogenarians?" "Them too," he said, "though it would kill them at the same time." "And marriages on the rocks?" "My dear fellow," Henri said,
The possibilities are legion.
At that precise moment, the seed of an idea came sneaking slowly into my mind. As you know, I have a passion for politics, and my strongest passion, although I am English, is for the politics of the United States of America. I have always thought it is over there, in that mighty and mixed-up nation, that the destinies of mankind must surely lie. And right now there was a president in office whom I could not stand. He was an evil man who pursued evil policies. Worse than that, he was a humorless and unattractive creature. So why didn't I, Oswald Cornelius, remove him from office? The idea appealed to me. "How much bitch have you got in the lab at the moment?" I asked.
Exactly 10 cubic centimeters,
Henri said. "And how much is one dose?"
We used 1 cc for our test.
"That's all I want," I said. 1 cc. I'll take it home with me today, and a set of nose plugs."
No, Henri said. Let's not play around with it at this stage. It's too dangerous.
"It is my property," I said. "Half of it is mine. Don't forget our agreement." In the end, he had to give in, but he hated doing it. We went back to the lab, inserted our nose plugs, and Henri measured out precisely 1 cc of bitch into a small scent bottle. He sealed the stopper with wax and gave me the bottle.
I implore you to be discreet, he said. This is probably the most important scientific discovery of the century, and it must not be treated as a joke.
From Henri's place, I drove directly to the workshop of an old friend, Marcel Brossolet. Marcel was an inventor and manufacturer of tiny, precise scientific gadgets. He did a lot of work for surgeons, devising new types of heart valves and pacemakers, and those little one-way valves that reduce intracranial pressure in hydrocephalics. "I want you to make me," I said to Marcel, "a capsule that will hold exactly 1 cc of liquid. To this little capsule there must be attached a timing device that will split the capsule and release the liquid at a predetermined moment. The entire thing must not be more than 1/2 an inch long and 1/2 an inch thick. The smaller, the better. Can you manage that?"
Oh, very easily, Marcel said. A thin plastic capsule, a tiny section of razor blade to split the capsule, a spring to flip the razor blade, and the usual preset alarm system on a very small lady's watch. Should the capsule be fillable?
"Yes. Make it so I myself can fill it and seal it up. Can I have it in a week?"
Why not? Marcel said. It is very simple.
The next morning brought dismal news. That lecherous little slut Simone had apparently sprayed herself with the entire remaining stock of bitch, over 9 cubic centimetres of it, the moment she arrived at the lab. She had then sneaked up behind Henri, who was just settling himself at his desk to write up his notes. I don't have to tell you what happened next, and worst of all, the silly girl had forgotten that Henri had a serious heart condition. Damn it, he wasn't even allowed to climb a flight of stairs. So when the molecules hit him, the poor fellow didn't stand a chance. He was dead within a minute, killed in action, as they say, and that was that. The infernal woman might at least have waited until he had written down the formula. As it was, Henri left not a single note. I searched the lab after they had taken away his body, but I found nothing. So now, more than ever, I was determined to make good use of the only remaining cubic centimetre of bitch in the world. A week later, I collected from Marcel Brossolet a beautiful little gadget. The timing device consisted of the smallest watch I had ever seen, and this, together with the capsule and all the other parts, had been secured to a tiny aluminium plate 3/8 of an inch square. Marcel showed me how to fill and seal the capsule and set the timer. I thanked him and paid the bill. As soon as possible, I travelled to New York. In Manhattan, I put up at the Plaza Hotel. I arrived there at about 3 in the afternoon. I took a bath, had a shave, and asked room service to send up a bottle of Glenlivet and some ice. Feeling clean and comfortable in my dressing gown, I poured myself a good strong drink of the delicious malt whisky, then settled down in a deep chair with the morning's New York Times. My suite overlooked Central Park, and through the open window I could hear the hum of traffic and the blaring of cab drivers' horns on Central Park South. Suddenly, one of the smaller headlines on the front page of the paper caught my eye. It said, "President on TV tonight." I read on. "President is expected to make an important foreign policy statement when he speaks tonight at the dinner to be given in his honor by the daughters of the American Revolution in the ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria." My God, what a piece of luck! I had been prepared to wait in New York for many weeks before I got a chance like this. The President of the United States does not often appear with a bunch of women on television, and that was exactly how I had to have him. He was an extraordinarily slippery customer. He'd fallen into many a sewer and had always come out smelling of shit. Yet he managed every time to convince the nation that the smell was coming from someone else, not him. So the way I figured it was this. A man who rapes a woman in full sight of 20 million viewers across the country would have a pretty hard time denying he ever did it. I read on. "President will speak for approximately 20 minutes, commencing at 9 p.m., and all major TV networks will carry the speech. He'll be introduced by Mrs. Elvira Ponsonby, the incumbent president of the Daughters of the American Revolution. When interviewed in her suite at the Waldorf Towers, Mrs. Ponsonby said—" It was perfect. Mrs. Ponsonby would be seated on the president's right, at 9:10 precisely, with the president well into his speech, and half the population of the United States watching. A little capsule nestling secretly in the region of Mrs. Ponsonby's bosom would be punctured, and 1/2 centimetre of bitch would come oozing out onto her gilt lame ball gown. The president's head would come up, he would sniff and sniff again, his eyes would bulge, his nostrils would flare, and he would start snorting like a stallion. Then suddenly he would turn and grab hold of Mrs. Ponsonby. She would be flung across the dining table, and the president would leap on top of her with a pie a la mode and strawberry shortcake flying in all directions. I leaned back and closed my eyes, savouring the delicious scene. I saw the headlines in the papers the next morning. "President's best performance to date. Presidential secrets revealed to nation. President inaugurates Blue TV," and so on. He would be impeached the next day, and I would slip quietly out of New York and head back to Paris. Come to think of it, I would be leaving tomorrow. I checked the time. It was nearly 4 o'clock. I dressed myself without hurrying. I took the elevator down to the main lobby and strolled across to Madison Avenue. Somewhere around 62nd Street, I found a good florist's shop. There I bought a corsage of 3 massive orchid blooms, all fastened together. The orchids were cattleyas, white and mauve splotches on them. They were particularly vulgar. So, undoubtedly, was Mrs. Elvira Ponsonby. I had the shop pack them in a handsome box tied up with gold string. Then I strolled back to the plaza, carrying the box, and went up to my suite. I locked all the doors leading to the corridor in case the maid should come in to turn back the bed. I got out the nose plugs and vaselined them carefully. I inserted them in my nostrils, ramming them home very hard. I tied a surgeon's mask over my lower face as an extra precaution, just as Henri had done. I was ready now for the next step. With an ordinary nose-dropper, I transferred my precious cubic centimetre of bitch from the scent bottle to the tiny capsule. The hand holding the dropper shook a little as I did this, but all went well. I sealed the capsule. After that, I wound up the tiny watch and set it to the correct time. It was 3 minutes after 5 o'clock. Lastly, I set the timer to go off and break the capsule at 10 minutes past 9. The stems of the 3 huge orchid blooms had been tied together by the florist with a broad 1-inch wide white ribbon, and it was a simple matter for me to remove the ribbon and secure my little capsule and timer to the orchid stems with cotton thread. When that was done, I wound the ribbon back round the stems and over my gadget. Then I retied the bow. It was a nice job. Next, I telephoned the Waldorf and learned that the dinner was to begin at 8 o'clock. but that the guests must be assembled in the ballroom by 7:30 before the President arrived. At 10 minutes to 7, I paid off my cab outside the Waldorf Towers entrance and walked into the building. I crossed the small lobby and placed my orchid box on the reception desk. I leaned over the desk, getting as close as possible to the clerk. "I have to deliver this package to Mrs. Elvira Ponsonby," I whispered, using a slight American accent. "It is a gift from the President." The clerk looked at me suspiciously. "Mrs. Ponsonby is introducing the President before he speaks tonight in the ballroom," I added. "The President wishes her to have this corsage right away." "Leave it here, and I'll have it sent up to her suite," the clerk said. "No, you won't," I told him. "My orders are to deliver it in person. What's the number of her suite?" The man was impressed. "Mrs. Ponsonby is in 501, he said. I thanked him and went into the elevator. When I got out at the 5th floor and walked along the corridor, the elevator operator stayed and watched me. I rang the bell to 501. The door was opened by the most enormous female I had ever seen in my life. I have seen giant women in circuses. I have seen lady wrestlers and weightlifters. I have seen the huge Maasai women in the plains below Kilimanjaro, but never had I seen a female so tall and broad and thick as this one, nor so thoroughly repugnant. She was groomed and dressed for the greatest occasion of her life, and in the 2 seconds that elapsed before either of us spoke, I was able to take most of it in. The metallic silver-blue hair with every strand glued into place, the brown pig eyes, the long sharp nose sniffing for trouble, the curled lips, the prognathous jaw, the powder, the mascara, the scarlet lipstick, and most shattering of all, the massive shored-up bosom that projected like a balcony in front of her. It stuck out so far it was a miracle she didn't topple forward with the weight of it all. And there she stood, this pneumatic giant, swathed from neck to ankles in the stars and stripes of the American flag. "Mrs. Elvira Ponsonby?" I murmured. "I am Mrs. Ponsonby," she boomed. "What do you want? I'm extremely busy." "Mrs. Ponsonby," I said, "the President has ordered me to deliver this to you in person." She melted immediately. "The dear man!" she shouted. "How perfectly gorgeous of him!" 2 massive hands reached out to grab the box. I let her have it. "My instructions are to make sure you open it before you go to the banquet," I said. "Sure, I'll open it," she said. "Do I have to do it in front of you?" "If you wouldn't mind." "Okay, come on in, but I don't have much time." I followed her into the living room of the suite. "I am to tell you," I said, "that it comes with all good wishes from one president to another." "Ha!" she roared. "I like that. What a gorgeous man he is." She untied the gold string of the box and lifted the lid. "I guessed it," she shouted. "Orchids, how splendid. They're far grander than this poor little thing I'm wearing." I had been so dazzled by the galaxy of stars across her bosom that I hadn't noticed the single orchid pinned to the left-hand side. "I must change over at once," she said. "The President will be expecting me to wear his gift." "He certainly will," I said. Now, to give you an idea of how far her chest stuck out in front of her, I must tell you that when she reached forward to unpin the flower, she was only just able to touch it, even with her arms fully extended. She fiddled around with the pin for quite a while, but she couldn't really see what she was doing, and it wouldn't come undone. "I'm terrified of tearing this gorgeous gown," she said. "Here, you do it." She swung around and thrust her mammoth bust in my face. I hesitated. "Go on," she boomed. "I don't have all night." I went to it, and in the end I managed to get the pin unhooked from her dress. "Now let's get the other one on," she said. I put aside the single orchid and lifted my own flowers carefully from the box. "Have they got a pin?" she asked. "I don't believe they have," I said. That was something I'd forgotten. "No matter," she said. "We'll use the old one." She removed the safety pin from the first orchid, and then, before I could stop her, she seized the 3 orchids I was holding and jabbed the pin hard into the white ribbon around the stems. She jabbed it almost exactly into the spot where my little capsule of bitch was lying hidden. The pin struck something hard and wouldn't go through. She jabbed it again. Again it struck metal. "What the hell's under here?" she snorted. "Let me do it," I cried, but it was too late, because the wet stain of bitch from the punctured capsule was already spreading over the white ribbon, and 1/100th of a second later the smell hit me. It caught me smack under the nose, and it wasn't actually like a smell at all, because a smell is something intangible. You cannot feel a smell. But this stuff was palpable. It was solid. It felt as though some kind of fiery liquid were being squirted up my nostrils under high pressure. It was exceedingly uncomfortable. I could feel it pushing higher and higher, penetrating far beyond the nasal passage, forcing its way up behind the forehead, and reaching for the brain. Suddenly the stars and stripes on Mrs. Ponsonby's dress began to wobble and bobble about, and then the whole room started wobbling, and I could hear my heart thumping in my head. It felt as though I were going under an anaesthetic. At that point, I must have blacked out completely, if only for a couple of seconds. When I came round again, I was standing naked in a rosy room, and there was a funny feeling in my groin. I looked down and saw that my beloved sexual organ was 3 feet long and thick to match. It was still growing. It was lengthening and swelling at a tremendous rate. At the same time, my body was shrinking. Smaller and smaller shrank my body. Bigger and bigger grew my astonishing organ, and it went on growing, by God, until it had enveloped my entire body and absorbed it within itself. I was now a gigantic perpendicular penis, 7 feet tall and as handsome as they come. I did a little dance around the room to celebrate my splendid new condition. On the way, I met a maiden in a star-spangled dress. She was very big as maidens go. I drew myself up to my full height and declaimed in a loud voice, "The summer's flower is to the summer sweet. It flourishes despite the summer's heat. But tell me truly, did you ever see a sexual organ quite so grand as me?" The maiden leapt up and flung her arms as far round me as she could, then cried out, "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Shall I? Oh, dear, I know not what to say. But all my life I've had an itch to kiss a man who could have wrecked himself like this." A moment later, the two of us were millions of miles up in outer space, flying through the universe in a shower of meteorites, all red and gold. I was riding her bareback, crouching forward and gripping her tightly between my thighs. "Faster!" I shouted, jabbing long spurs into her flanks. "Go faster!" Faster and still faster she flew, spurting and spinning around the rim of the sky, her mane streaming with sun, and snow waving out of her tail. The sense of power I had was overwhelming. I was unassailable, supreme. I was the lord of the universe, scattering the planets and catching the stars in the palm of my hand and tossing them away as though they were ping-pong balls. Oh, ecstasy and ravishment! Oh, Jericho and Tyre and Sidon! The walls came tumbling down, and the firmament disintegrated, and out of the smoke and fire of the explosion, the sitting-room in the Waldorf Towers came swimming slowly back into my consciousness like a rainy day. The place was a shambles. A tornado would have done less damage. My clothes were on the floor. I started dressing myself very quickly. I did it in about 30 seconds flat, and as I ran toward the door, I heard a voice that seemed to be coming from somewhere behind an upturned table in the far corner of the room. "I don't know who you are, young man," it said, "but you certainly done me a pile of good."
The Bookseller. If, in those days, you walked up from Trafalgar Square into Charing Cross Road, you would come in a few minutes to a shop on the right-hand side that had above the window the words, "William Buggage, Rare Books." If you peered through the window itself, you would see that the walls were lined with books from floor to ceiling, and if you then pushed open the door and went in, you would immediately be assailed by that subtle odour of old cardboard and tea leaves that pervades the interiors of every second-hand bookshop in London. Nearly always you would find 2 or 3 customers in there, silent, shadowy figures in overcoats and trilby hats, rummaging among the sets of Jane Austen and Trollope and Dickens and George Eliot, hoping to find a first edition. No shopkeeper ever seemed to be hovering around to keep an eye on the customers, and if somebody actually wanted to pay for a book instead of pinching it and walking out, then he or she would have to push through a door at the back of the shop on which it said, "Office, pay here." If you went into the office, you would find both Mr. William Buggage and his assistant, Miss Muriel Tottle, seated at their respective desks, and very much preoccupied. Mr. Buggage would be sitting behind a valuable 18th century mahogany partner's desk, and Miss Tottle, a few feet away, would be using a somewhat smaller but no less elegant piece of furniture, a Regency writing table with a top of faded green leather. On Mr. Buggage's desk there would invariably be one copy of the day's London Times, as well as the Daily Telegraph, the Manchester Guardian, the Western Mail, and the Glasgow Herald. There would also be a current edition of Who's Who close at hand, fat and red, and well thumbed. Miss Tottle's writing table would have on it an electric typewriter and a plain but very nice open box containing notepaper and envelopes, as well as a quantity of paperclips and staplers and other secretarial paraphernalia. Now and again, but not very often, a customer would enter the office from the shop and would hand his chosen volume to Miss Tottle, who checked the price written in the pencil on the flyleaf and accepted the money, giving change when necessary from somewhere in the left-hand drawer of her writing table. Mr. Buggage never bothered even to glance up at those who came in and went out, and if one of them asked a question, it would be Miss Tottle who answered it. Neither Mr. Buggage nor Miss Tottle appeared to be in the least concerned about what went on in the main shop. In point of fact, Mr. Buggage took the view that if someone was going to steal a book, then good luck to him. He knew very well that there was not a single valuable first edition out there on the shelves. There might be a moderately rare volume of Goldsworthy or an early war that had come in with a job lot bought at auction, and there were certainly some good sets of Boswell and Walter Scott and Robert Louis Stevenson and the rest, often very nicely bound in half or even whole calf. But those were not really the sort of things you could slip into your overcoat pocket. Even if a villain did walk out with 6 volumes, Mr. Buggage wasn't going to lose any sleep over it. Why should he, when he knew that the shop itself earned less money in a whole year than the backroom business grossed in a couple of days? It was what went on in the back room that counted. One morning in February, when the weather was foul and sleet was slanting white and wet onto the window panes of the office, Mr. Buggage and Miss Tottle were in their respective places as usual, and each was engrossed, one might even say fascinated, by his and her own work. Mr. Buggage, with a gold Parker pen poised above a notepad, was reading the Times and jotting things down as he went along. Every now and again he would refer to Who's Who and make more jottings. Miss Tottle, who had been opening the mail, was now examining some cheques and adding up totals. 3 today, she said. What's it come to? Mr. Buggage asked, not looking up. 1,600, Miss Tottle said. Mr. Buggage said, I don't suppose we've heard anything yet from that bishop's house in Chester, have we? A bishop lives in a palace, Billy, not a house, Miss Tottle said. I don't give a sod where he lives, Mr. Buggage said, but I get just a little bit uneasy when there's no quick answer from someone like that. As a matter of fact, the reply came this morning, Miss Tottle said. Coughed up all right. The full amount. That's a relief, Mr. Buggage said. We never done a bishop before, and I'm not sure it was any too clever. The cheque came from some solicitors. Mr. Buggage looked up sharply. Was there a letter? He asked. Yes. Read it. Miss Tottle found the letter and began to read. Dear Sir, with reference to your communication of the 4th instant, we enclose herewith a cheque for £537 in full settlement. Yours faithfully, Smiths and Briggs and Ellis. Miss Tottle paused. That seems all right, doesn't it? It's all right this time, Mr. Buggage said, though we don't want no more solicitors, and let's not have any more bishops either. I agree about bishops, Miss Tottle said, but you're not suddenly ruling out earls and lords and all that lot, I hope? Lords is fine, Mr. Buggage said. We never had no trouble with lords, nor earls either. And didn't we do a duke once? The Duke of Dorset, Miss Tottle said. Did him last year, over 1,000 quid. Very nice, Mr. Buggage said. I remember selecting in myself straight off the front page. He stopped talking while he prized a bit of food out from between 2 front teeth with the nail of his little finger. What I says is this, he went on. The bigger the title, the bigger the twit. In fact, anyone's got a title on his name is almost certain to be a twit. Now, that's not quite true, Billy, Miss Tottle said. Some people are given titles because they've done absolutely brilliant things, like inventing penicillin or climbing Mount Everest. I'm talking about inherited titles, Mr. Buggage said. Anyone gets born with a title, it's odds on he's a twit. You're right there, Miss Tottle said. We never had the slightest trouble with the aristocracy. Mr. Buggage leaned back in his chair and gazed solemnly at Miss Tottle. You know what, he said. One of these days we might even have a crack at royalty. Oh, I'd love it, Miss Tottle said. Sock them for a fortune. Mr. Buggage continued to gaze at Miss Tottle's profile, and as he did so, a slightly lascivious glint crept into his eye. One is forced to admit that Miss Tottle's appearance, when judged by the highest standards, was disappointing. To tell the truth, when judged by any standards, it was still disappointing. Her face was long and horsey, and her teeth, which were also rather long, had a sulphurous tinge about them. So did her skin. The best you could say about her was that she had a generous bosom, but even that had its faults. It was the kind that makes a single long, tightly bound bulge from one side of the chest to the other, and at first glance one got the impression that there were not 2 individual breasts growing out of her body, but simply one big long loaf of bread. Then again, Mr. Buggage himself was in no position to be over-finicky. When one saw him for the first time, the word that sprang instantly to mind was grubby. He was squat, paunchy, bald, and flaccid, and so far as his face was concerned, one could only make a guess at what it looked like because not so much of it was visible to the eye. The major part was covered over by an immense thicket of black, bushy, slightly curly hair, a fashion one fears that is all too common these days, a foolish practice, and incidentally a rather dirty habit. Why so many males wish to conceal their facial characteristics is beyond the comprehension of us ordinary mortals. One must presume that if it were possible for these people also to grow hair all over their noses and cheeks and eyes, then they would do so, ending up with no visible face at all, but only an obscene and rather gamey ball of hair. The only possible conclusion one can arrive at when looking at one of these bearded males is that the vegetation is a kind of smoke-screen, and is cultivated in order to conceal something unsightly or unsavoury. This was almost certainly true in Mr. Buggage's case, and it was therefore fortunate for all of us, and especially for Miss Tottle, that the beard was there. Mr. Buggage continued to gaze wistfully at his assistant, and then he said, "Now, pet, why don't you hurry up and get them cheques in the post? 'Cause after you've done that, I've got a little proposal to put to you." Miss Tottle looked back over her shoulder at the speaker and gave him a smirk that showed the cutting edges of her sulphur teeth. Whenever he called her pet, it was a sure sign that feelings of a carnal nature were beginning to stir within Mr. Buggage's breast, and in other parts as well. "Tell it to me now, lover," she said. "You get them cheques done first," he said. He could be very commanding at times, and Miss Tottle thought it was wonderful. Miss Tottle now began what she called her daily audit. This involved examining all of Mr. Buggage's bank accounts and all of her own, and then deciding into which of them the latest cheques should be paid. Mr. Buggage, you see, at this particular moment had exactly 66 different accounts in his own name, and Miss Tottle had 22. These were scattered around among various branches of the big three banks, Barclays, Lloyds and National Westminster, all over London and a few in the suburbs. There was nothing wrong with that, and it had not been difficult, as the business became more and more successful, for either of them to walk into any branch of these banks and open a current account, with an initial deposit of a few £100s. They would then receive a cheque-book, a paying-in book, and the promise of a monthly statement. Mr. Buggage had discovered early on that if a person has an account with several or even many different branches of a bank, this will cause no comment by the staff. Each branch deals strictly with its own customers, and their names are not circulated to other branches or to head office, not even in these computerized times. On the other hand, banks are required by law to notify the Inland Revenue of the names of all clients who have deposit accounts containing £1,000 or more. They must also report the amounts of interest earned. But no such law applies to current accounts, because they earn no interest. Nobody takes any notice of a person's current account unless it is overdrawn, or unless, and this seldom happens, the balance becomes ridiculously large. A current account containing, let us say, £100,000 might easily raise an eyebrow or two among the staff, and the client would almost certainly get a nice letter from the manager suggesting that some of the money be placed on deposit to earn interest. But Mr. Buggage didn't give a fig for interest, and he wanted no raised eyebrows either. That is why he and Miss Tottle had 88 different bank accounts between them. It was Miss Tottle's job to see that the amounts in each of these accounts never exceeded £20,000. Anything more than that might, in Mr. Buggage's opinion, cause an eyebrow to raise, especially if it were left lying untouched in a current account for months or years. The agreement between the two partners was 75% of the profits of the business to Mr. Buggage and 25% to Miss Tottle. Miss Tottle's daily audit involved examining a list she kept of all the balances in all those 88 separate accounts, and then deciding into which of them the daily cheque or cheques should be deposited. She had in her filing cabinet 88 different files, one for each bank account, and 88 different chequebooks, and 88 different paying-in books. Miss Tottle's task was not a complicated one, but she had to keep her wits about her and not muddle things up. Only the previous week they had to open 4 new accounts at 4 new branches, 3 for Mr. Buggage and 1 for Miss Tottle. "Soon we're going to have 100 accounts in our names," Mr. Buggage had said to Miss Tottle at the time. "Why not 200? Miss Tottle had said. "A day will come," Mr. Buggage said, "when we'll have used up all the banks in this part of the country, and you and I is going to have to travel all the way up to Sunderland or Newcastle to open new ones." But now Miss Tottle was busy with her daily audit. "That's done," she said, putting the last cheque and paying-in slip into its envelope. "How much we got in our accounts altogether at this very moment?" Mr. Buggage asked her. Miss Tottle unlocked the middle drawer of her writing table and took out a plain school exercise book. On the cover she had written the words, "My old arithmetic book from school." She considered this a rather ingenious ploy designed to put people off the scent should the book ever fall into the wrong hands. "Just let me add on today's deposit," she said, finding the right page and beginning to write down figures. "There we are. Counting today, You have got in all the 66 branches £1,320,643, unless you've been cashing any cheques in the last few days. I haven't, Mr. Buggage said. And what have you got? I have got £430,725. Very nice, Mr. Buggage said. And how long's it taken us to gather in those tidy little sums? Just 11 years, Miss Tottle said. What was that teeny-weeny proposal you were going to put to me, lover? Ah, Mr. Buggage said, laying down his gold pencil and leaning back to gaze at her once again with that pale, licentious eye. I was just thinking, here's exactly what I was thinking. Why on earth should a millionaire like me be sitting here in this filthy freezing weather when I could be reclining in the lap of luxury beside a swimming pool with a nice girl like you to keep me company and flunkies bringing us goblets of iced champagne every few minutes? Why, indeed, Miss Tuttle cried, grinning widely. Then get out the book and let's see where we haven't been. Miss Tuttle walked over to a bookshelf on the opposite wall and took down a thickish paperback called The 300 Best Hotels in the World, chosen by René Leclerc. She returned to her chair and said, Where to this time, lover? Somewhere in North Africa, Mr. Buggage said. This is February, and you've got to go at least to North Africa to get it really warm. Italy's not hot enough yet, nor is Spain, and I don't want a flipping West Indies. I've had enough of them. Where haven't we been in North Africa? Miss Tuttle was turning the pages of the book. That's not so easy, she said. We've done the Palais Jamais in Fez, and the Gazelle d'Or in Taroudant, and the Tunis Hilton in Tunis. We didn't like that one. How many have we done so far altogether in that book? Mr. Buggage asked her. I think it was 48 the last time I counted. And I has every intention of doing all 300 of them before I'm finished, Mr. Buggage said. That's my big ambition, and I'll bet nobody else has ever done it. I think Mr. René Leclerc must have done it, Miss Tuttle said. Who's he? The man who wrote the book. He don't count, Mr. Buggage said. He leaned sideways in his chair and began to scratch the left cheek of his rump in a slow, meditative manner. And I'll bet he hasn't anyway. These travel guides use any Tom, Dick and Harry to go round for them. Here's one, Miss Tuttle cried. Hotel La Mamounia in Marrakesh. Where's that? In Morocco, just round the top corner of Africa on the left-hand side. Go on then. What does it say about it? It says, Miss Tuttle read, this was Winston Churchill's favourite haunt, and from his balcony he painted the Atlas sunset time and again. I don't paint, Mr. Buggage said. What else does it say? Miss Tuttle read on. As the liveried Moorish servant shows you into the tiled and latticed colonnaded court, you step decisively into an illustration of the 1001 Arabian Nights. That's more like it, Mr. Buggage said. Go on. Your next contact with reality will come when you pay your bill on leaving. Don't worry us millionaires, Mr. Buggage said. Let's go. We'll leave tomorrow. Call that travel agent right away, first class. We'll shut the shop for 10 days. Don't you want to do today's letters? Bugger today's letters, Mr. Buggage said. We're on holiday from now on. Get on to that travel agent quick. He leaned the other way now and started scratching his right buttock with the fingers of his right hand. Miss Tuttle watched him, and Mr. Buggage saw her watching him, but he didn't care. Call that travel agent, he said. I'd better get us some travellers' checks, Miss Tuttle said. Get 5,000 quid's worth. I'll write the cheque. This one's on me. I'll give me the cheque-book. Choose the nearest bank and call that hotel in whatever it was and ask for the biggest suite they got. They're never booked up when you want the biggest suite. 24 hours later, Mr. Buggage and Miss Tuttle were sunbathing beside the pool at La Mamounia in Marrakesh, and they were drinking champagne. This is the life, Miss Tuttle said. Why don't we retire altogether and buy a grand house in a climate like this? "What do we want to retire for?" Mr. Buggage said. "We got the best business in London going for us, and personally, I find that very enjoyable." On the other side of the pool, a dozen Moroccan servants were laying out a splendid buffet lunch for the guests. There were enormous cold lobsters and large pink hams, and very small roast chickens and several kinds of rice and about 10 different salads. A chef was grilling steaks over a charcoal fire. Guests were beginning to get up from deck chairs and mattresses to mill around the buffet with plates in their hands. Some were in swimsuits, some in light summer clothes, and most had straw hats on their heads. Mr. Buggage was watching them. Almost without exception, they were English. They were the very rich English, smooth, well-mannered, overweight, loud-voiced, and infinitely dull. He'd seen them before all around Jamaica and Barbados and places like that. It was evident that quite a few of them knew one another because at home, of course, they moved in the same circles. But whether they knew each other or not, they certainly accepted each other because all of them belonged to the same nameless and exclusive club. Any member of this club could always, by some subtle social alchemy, recognize a fellow member at a glance. Yes, they say to themselves, he's one of us. She's one of us. Mr. Buggage was not one of them. He was not in the club, and he never would be. He was a nouveau, and that, regardless of how many millions he had, was unacceptable. He was also overtly vulgar, and that was unacceptable too. The very rich could be just as vulgar as Mr. Buggage, or even more so, but they did it in a different way. "There they are," Mr. Buggage said, looking across the pool at the guests. "Them's our bread and butter. Every one of 'em's likely to be a future customer." "How right you are," Miss Tuttle said. Mr. Buggage, lying on a mattress that was striped in blue, red and green, was propped up on one elbow staring at the guests. His stomach was bulging out in folds over his swimming trunks, and droplets of sweat were running out of the fatty crevices. Now he shifted his gaze to the recumbent figure of Miss Tuttle lying beside him on her own mattress. Miss Tuttle's loaf-of-bread bosom was encased in a strip of scarlet bikini. The bottom half of the bikini was daringly brief, and possibly a shade too small, and Mr. Buggage could see traces of black hair high up on the inside of her thighs. "We'll have our lunch, pet, and then we'll go to our room and take a little nap, right?" Miss Tuttle displayed her sulphurous teeth and nodded her head. "And after that we'll do some letters." "Letters?" she cried. "I don't want to do letters. I thought this was going to be a holiday." "It is a holiday, pet, but I don't like letting good business go to waste. The hotel'll lend you a typewriter, I already checked on that, and they're lending me their who's who. Every good hotel in the world keeps an English who's who. The manager likes to know who's important so he can kiss their backsides." "They won't find you in it," Miss Tuttle said, a bit huffy now. "No," Mr. Buggage said, "I'll grant you that. But they won't find many in it that's got more money than me, neither. In this world, it's not who you are, my girl. It's not even who you know. It's what you got that counts." "We've never done letters on holiday before," Miss Tuttle said. "Well, there's a first time for everything, pet." "How can we do letters without newspapers?" "You know very well English papers always go airmail to places like this. I bought the Times in the foyer when we arrived. It's actually the same as I was working on in the office yesterday, so I done most of my own work already. I'm beginning to fancy a piece of that lobster over there. You ever seen bigger lobsters than that?" "But you're surely not going to post the letters from here, are you?" Miss Tuttle said. "Certainly not. We'll leave 'em undated and date 'em and post 'em as soon as we return. That way we'll have a nice backlog up our sleeves." Miss Tuttle stared at the lobsters on the table across the pool, then at the people milling around. Then she reached out and placed a hand on Mr. Buggage's thigh, high up under the bathing shorts. She began to stroke the hairy thigh. "Come on, Billy," she said. "Why don't we take a break from the letters, same as we always do when we're on holes?" "You surely don't want us throwing about 1,000 quid away a day, do you?" Mr. Buggage said. "And quarter of it yours, don't forget that." "We don't have the firm's note paper. We can't use hotel paper, for God's sake." "I brought the note paper," Mr. Buggage said, triumphant. "I got a whole box of it, and envelopes." "Oh, all right." Miss Tuttle said. "Are you going to fetch me some of that lobster, lover?" "We'll go together," Mr. Buggage said, and he stood up and started waddling round the pool in those almost knee-length bathing trunks he had bought a couple of years back in Honolulu. They had a pattern of green and yellow and white flowers on them. Miss Tuttle got to her feet and followed him. Mr. Buggage was busy helping himself at the buffet when he heard a man's voice behind him saying, "Fiona, I don't think you've met Mrs. Smith-Swithin, and this is Lady Hedgecock." "How do you do? How do you do?" the voices said. Mr. Buggage glanced round at the speakers. There was a man and a woman in swimming clothes and two elderly ladies wearing cotton dresses. Those names, he thought, I've heard those names before. I know I have. Smith-Swithin, Lady Hedgecock. He shrugged and continued to load food onto his plate. A few minutes later he was sitting with Miss Tuttle at a small table under a sun umbrella, and each of them was tucking into an immense half-lobster. "Tell me, does the name Lady Hedgecock mean anything to you?" Mr. Buggage asked, talking with his mouth full. "Lady Hedgecock? She's one of our clients, or she was. I never forget names like that. Why?" "And what about a Mrs. Smith-Swithin? Does that also ring a bell?" "It does, actually," Miss Tuttle said. "Both of them do. Why'd you ask that suddenly?" "'Cause both of them's here." "Good God! How'd you know?" "And what's more, my girl, they're together. They're chums." "Oh, they're not." "Oh, yes, they are." Mr. Buggage told her how he knew. "There they are," he said, pointing with a fork whose prongs were yellow with mayonnaise. "Those two fat old broads talking to the tall man and the woman." Miss Tuttle stared, fascinated. "You know," she said, "I've never actually seen a client of ours in the flesh before. Not in all the years we've been in business." "Nor me," Mr. Buggage said. "One thing's for sure. I picked 'em right, didn't I? They're rolling in it. That's obvious, and they're stupid. That's even more obvious." "Do you think it could be dangerous, Billy? The two of them knowing each other?" "It's a bloody queer coincidence," Mr. Buggage said, "but I don't think it's dangerous. Neither of them's ever going to say a word. That's the beauty of it." "Oh, I guess you're right." "The only possible danger," Mr. Buggage said, "would be if they saw my name on the register. I got a very unusual name, just like theirs. It would ring bells at once." "Guests don't see the register," Miss Tuttle said. "No, they don't," Mr. Buggage said. "No one's ever going to bother us. They never has, and they never will." "Amazing lobster," Miss Tuttle said. "Lobster is sex food," Mr. Buggage announced, eating more of it. "You're thinking of oysters, lover." "I am not thinking of oysters. Oysters is sex food too, but lobsters is stronger. A dish of lobsters can drive some people crazy." "Like you, perhaps?" she said, wriggling her rump in the chair. "Maybe," Mr. Buggage said. "We shall just have to wait and see about that, won't we, pet?" "Yes," she said. "It's a good thing they're so expensive," Mr. Buggage said. "If every Tom, Dick and Harry could afford to buy 'em, the whole world would be full of sex maniacs." "Keep eating it," she said. After lunch, the two of them went upstairs to their suite, where they cavorted clumsily on the huge bed for a brief period, and then they took a nap. And now they were in their private sitting-room and were wearing only dressing gowns over their nakedness. Mr. Buggage in a plum-coloured silk one, Miss Tuttle in a pastel pink and pale green. Mr. Buggage was reclining on the sofa with a copy of yesterday's Times on his lap and a Who's Who on the coffee table. Miss Tuttle was at the writing desk with a hotel typewriter before her and a notebook in her hand. Both were again drinking champagne. "This is a prime one," Mr. Buggage was saying. "Sir Edward Leishman got the lead obit. Chairman of Aerodynamics Engineering. One of our major industrialists, it says." "Nice," Miss Tuttle said. "Make sure the wife's alive." "Leaves a widow and 3 children," Mr. Buggage read out. "And, wait a minute, in Who's Who it says, recreations, walking and fishing, clubs, Whites and the Reform. Address? Miss Tottle asked. The Red House, Andover, Wilts. How do you spell Leishman? Miss Tottle asked. Mr. Buggage spelled it. How much shall we go for? A lot, Mr. Buggage said. He was loaded. Try around 900. You want to slip in the Complete Angler? Says he was a fisherman. Yes, first edition, 420 quid. You know the rest of it by heart. Bang it out quick, I've got another good one to come. Miss Tottle put a sheet of notepaper into the typewriter, and very rapidly she began to type. She had done so many thousands of these letters over the years that she had never had to pause for one word. She even knew how to compile the list of books so that it came out to around £900 or £350 or 520 or whatever. She could make it come out to any sum Mr. Buggage thought the client would stand. One of the secrets of this particular trade, as Mr. Buggage knew, was never to be too greedy. Never go over 1,000 quid with anyone, not even a famous millionaire. The letter, as Miss Tottle typed it, went like this. William Buggage, Rare Books, 27A Charing Cross Road, London. Dear Lady Leishman, it is with very great regret that I trouble you at this tragic time of your bereavement, but regretfully I am left with no alternative in these circumstances. I had the pleasure of serving your late husband over a number of years, and my invoices were always sent to him care of White's Club, as indeed were many of the little parcels of books that he collected with such enthusiasm. He was always a prompt settler, and a very pleasant gentleman to deal with. I am listing below his more recent purchases, those which, alas, he had ordered in more recent times before he passed away, and which were delivered to him in the usual manner. Perhaps I should explain to you that publications of this nature are often very rare, and can therefore be rather costly. Some are privately printed, some are actually banned in this country, and those are more costly still. Rest assured, dear madam, that I always conduct business in the strictest confidence. My own reputation over many years in this trade is the best guarantee of my discretion. When the bill is paid, that is the last you will hear of the matter, unless, of course, you happen to be able to lay hands on your late husband's collection of erotica, in which case I should be happy to make you an offer for it. 2 books. The Complete Angler, Isaac Walton, first edition, good clean copy, some rubbing of edges, rare, £420. Love in Furs, Leopold von Sacher-Masoch, 1920 edition, slipcover, £75. Sexual Secrets, translation from Danish, £40. How to Pleasure Young Girls When You Are Over 60, illustrations, private printing from Paris, £95. The Art of Punishment, The Cane, the Whip and the Lash, translated from German, banned in UK, £115. 3 Naughty Nuns, good clean edition, £60. Restraint, Shackles and Silken Cords, illustrations, £80. Why Teenagers Prefer Old Men, illustrations, American, £90. The London Directory of Escorts and Hostesses, current edition, £20. Total now due, £995. Yours faithfully, William Buggage. Right, Miss Tuttle said, running the notepaper out of her typewriter. Done that one, but you realise I don't have my Bible here, so I'll have to check the names when I get home before posting the letters. You do that, Mr. Buggage said. Miss Tottle's Bible was a massive index card file in which were recorded the names and addresses of every client they had written to since the beginning of the business. The purpose of this was to try as nearly as possible to ensure that no 2 members of the same family received a Buggage invoice. If this were to happen, there would always be the danger that they might compare notes. It also served to guard against a case where a widow who had received one invoice upon the death of her first husband might be sent another invoice on the death of the second husband. That, of course, would let the cat right out of the bag. There was no guaranteed way of avoiding this perilous mistake, because the widow would have changed her name when she remarried, but Miss Tottle had developed an instinct for sniffing out such pitfalls, and the Bible helped her to do it. "What's next?" Miss Tuttle asked. "Well, the next is Major General Lionel Anstruther. Here he is, got about 6 inches in Ouzoo. Clubs, Army and Navy, recreations, riding to hounds." "I suppose he fell off a horse and broke his flipping neck," Miss Tuttle said. "I'll start with Memoirs of a Fox-Hunting Man, first edition, right? Right, 220 quid, Mr. Buggage said, and make it between 500 and 600 altogether. OK? And put in the sting of the riding crop. Whips seem to come natural to these fox-hunting folk. And so it went on. The holiday in Marrakesh continued pleasantly enough, and 9 days later Mr. Buggage and Miss Tottle were back in the office in Charing Cross Road, both with sun-scorched skins as red as the shells of the many lobsters they had eaten. They quickly settled down again into their normal and stimulating routine. Day after day the letters went out, and the cheques came in. It was remarkable how smoothly the business ran. The psychology behind it was, of course, very sound. Strike a widow at the height of her grief, strike her with something that is unbearably awful, something she wants to forget about and put behind her, something she wants nobody else to discover. What's more, the funeral is imminent, so she pays up fast to get the sordid little business out of the way. Mr. Buggage knew his onions. In all the years he had been operating, he had never once had a protest or an angry reply. Just a cheque in an envelope. Now and again, but not often, there was no reply at all. The disbelieving widow had been brave enough to sling his letter into the waste paper basket, and that was the end of it. None of them quite dared to challenge the invoice because they could never be absolutely positive that the late husband had been as pure as the wife believed and hoped. Men never are. In many cases, of course, the widow knew very well that her beloved had been a lecherous old bird, and Mr. Buggage's invoice came as no surprise, so she paid up even faster. About a month after their return from Marrakesh, on a wet and rainy afternoon in March, Mr. Buggage was reclining comfortably in his office with his feet up on the top of his fine partner's desk, dictating to Miss Tottle some details about a deceased and distinguished admiral. Recreations, he was saying, reading from Who's Who, gardening, sailing, and stamp collecting. At that point, the door from the main shop opened, and a young man came in with a book in his hand. "Mr. Buggage," he said. Mr. Buggage looked up. "Over there," he said, waving towards Miss Tottle. "She'll deal with you." The young man stood still. His navy blue overcoat was wet from the weather, and droplets of water were dripping from his hair. He didn't look at Miss Tottle. He kept his eyes on Mr. Buggage. "Don't you want the money?" he said, pleasantly enough. "She'll take it." "Well, why won't you take it?" "Because she's the cashier," Mr. Buggage said. "You want to buy a book, go ahead. She'll deal with you." "I'd rather deal with you," the young man said. Mr. Buggage looked up at him. "Go on," he said. "Just do as you're told. There's a good lad." "You are the proprietor," the young man said. "You are Mr. William Buggage?" "What if I am?" Mr. Buggage said, his feet still up on the desk. "Are you or aren't you?" "What is it to you?" Mr. Buggage said. "So that's settled," the young man said. "How do you do, Mr. Buggage?" There was a curious edge to his voice now, a mixture of scorn and mockery. Mr. Buggage took his feet down from the desktop and sat up a trifle straighter. "You're a bit of a cheeky young bugger, aren't you?" he said. "If you want that book, I suggest you pay your money over there, and then you can op it, right?" The young man turned towards the still-open door that led to the front of the shop. Just the other side of the door there were a couple of the usual kind of customers, men in raincoats, pulling out books and examining them. "Mother," the young man called softly. "You can come in, Mother. Mr. Buggage is here." A small woman of about 60 came in and stood beside the young man. She had a trim figure for her age, and a face that must once have been ravishing, but now it showed traces of strain and exhaustion, and the pale blue eyes were dulled with grief. She was wearing a black coat and a simple black hat. She left the door open behind her. "Mr. Buggage," the young man said, "this is my mother, Mrs. Northcote." Miss Tottle, the rememberer of names, turned round quick and looked at Mr. Buggage, and made little warning movements with her mouth. Mr. Buggage got the message and said as politely as he could, "And what can I do for you, madam?" The woman opened her black handbag and took out a letter. She unfolded it carefully and held it out to Mr. Buggage. "Then it will be you who sent me this," she said. Mr. Buggage took the letter and examined it at some length. Miss Tottle, who had turned right round in her chair now, was watching Mr. Buggage. "Yes," Mr. Buggage said. This is my letter and my invoice, all correct and in order. What is your problem, madam? What I came here to ask you, the woman said, is, are you sure it's right? I'm afraid it is, madam. But it is so unbelievable. I find it impossible to believe that my husband bought those books. Let's see now. Your husband, Mr. Northcote, Miss Tuttle said. Yes, Mr. Northcote. Yes, of course, Mr. Northcote. He wasn't in here often, once or twice a year, maybe, but good customer, very fine gentleman. May I offer you, madam, my sincere condolences on your sad loss?
Thank you, Mr. Buggage, but are you really quite certain you haven't been mixing him up with somebody else?
Not a chance, madam. Not the slightest chance. My good secretary over there will confirm there is no mistake.
May I see it?
Miss Tuttle said, getting up and crossing to take the letter from Mr. Buggage.
Yes, she said, examining it. I typed this myself. There's no mistake.
Miss Tuttle's been with me a long time, Mr. Buggage said. She knows the business inside out. I can't remember her ever making a mistake.
I should hope not,
Miss Tuttle said. So, there you are, madam, Mr. Buggage said.
It simply isn't possible,
the woman said. Ah, but men will be men, Mr. Buggage said. They all have their little bit of fun now and again, and there's no harm in that, is there, madam? He sat confident and unmoved in his chair, waiting now to have done with it. He felt himself master of the situation. The woman stood very straight and still, and she was looking Mr. Buggage directly in the eyes.
These curious books you list on your invoice, she said, do they print them in Braille?
In what?
In Braille?
I don't know what you're talking about, madam.
I thought you wouldn't, she said. That's the only way my husband could have read them. He lost his sight in the last war in the Battle of Alamein more than 40 years ago, and he was blind for ever after.
The office became suddenly very quiet. The mother and her son stood motionless, watching Mr. Buggage. Miss Tuttle turned away and looked out of the window. Mr. Buggage cleared his throat as though to say something, but thought better of it. The two men in raincoats, who were close enough to have heard every word through the open door, came quietly into the office. One of them held out a plastic card and said to Mr. Buggage, "Inspector Richards, Serious Crimes Division, Scotland Yard." And to Miss Tuttle, who was already moving back towards her desk, he said, "Don't touch any of those papers, please, miss. Leave everything just where it is. You're both coming along with us." The son took his mother gently by the arm and led her out of the office, through the shop, and onto the street.
Rummins, read by Jessica Hines.
The sun was up over the hills now, and the mist had cleared, and it was wonderful to be striding along the road with the dog in the early morning, especially when it was autumn, with the leaves changing to gold and yellow, and sometimes one of them breaking away and falling slowly, turning slowly over in the air, dropping noiselessly right in front of him onto the grass beside the road. There was a small wind up above, and he could hear the beeches rustling and murmuring like a crowd of people. This was always the best time of the day for Claude Cubbage. He gazed approvingly at the rippling, velvety hindquarters of the greyhound trotting in front of him. "Jackie," he called softly. "Hey, Jackson, how you feeling, boy?" The dog half turned at the sound of its name and gave a quick, acknowledging wag of the tail. There would never be another dog like this Jackie, he told himself. How beautiful, slim, streamlining, the small, pointed head, the yellow eyes, the black, mobile nose. Beautiful, the long neck, the way the deep brisket curved back and up out of sight into no stomach at all. See how he walked upon his toes, noiselessly, hardly touching the surface of the road at all. "Jackson," he said. "Good old Jackson." In the distance, Claude could see the Rummins farmhouse, small, narrow and ancient, standing back behind a hedge on the right-hand side. "I'll turn round there," he decided. "That'll be enough for today." Rummins, carrying a pail of milk across the yard, saw him coming down the road. He set the pail down slowly and came forward to the gate, leaning both arms on the topmost bar, waiting. "Morning, Mr. Rummins," Claude said. It was necessary to be polite to Rummins because of eggs. Rummins nodded and leaned over the gate, looking critically at the dog.
"Looks well,"
he said. "He is well."
"When's he running?"
"Don't know, Mr. Rummins."
"Come on, when's he running?"
"He's only 10 months yet, Mr. Rummins. He's not even schooled properly, honest." The small beady eyes of Rummins peered suspiciously over the top of the gate.
"I wouldn't mind betting a couple of quid you're having it off of him somewhere secret soon."
Claude moved his feet uncomfortably on the black road surface. He disliked very much this man with the wide frog mouth, the broken teeth, the shifty eyes, and most of all he disliked having to be polite to him because of the eggs. "That hayrick of yours, opposite," he said, searching desperately for another subject, "is full of rats."
"All hayricks got rats."
"Not like this one. Matter of fact, we've been having a touch of trouble with the authorities about that." Rummins glanced up sharply. He didn't like trouble with the authorities. Any man who sells eggs black market and kills pigs without a permit is wise to avoid contact with that sort of people.
"What kind of trouble?"
"They sent a rat catcher along."
"I mean, just for a few rats?"
"A few? Blimey, it's swarming."
"Never."
"Honest it is, Mr. Rummins. There's hundreds of 'em."
"Don't the rat catcher catch 'em?"
"No."
"Why?"
"I reckon they're too artful." Rummins began thoughtfully to explore the inner rim of one nostril with the end of his thumb, holding the nose flap between thumb and finger as he did so.
"I wouldn't give thank you for no rat catchers," he said. "Rat catchers is government man working for the sodding government, and I wouldn't give thank you for 'em."
"Nor me, Mr. Rummins. All rat catchers is slimy, cunning creatures."
"Well,"
Rummins said, sliding fingers under his cap to scratch the head.
"I was coming over soon anyway to fetch in that rick. Reckon I might just as well do it today as any other time. Don't want no government men nosing around my stuff, thank you very much."
"Exactly, Mr. Rummins."
"We'll be over later, Bert and me."
With that, he turned and ambled off across the yard. Around 3 in the afternoon, Rummins and Bert were seen riding slowly up the road in a cart drawn by a ponderous and magnificent black cart horse. Opposite the filling station, the cart turned off into the field and stopped near the hayrick. "This ought to be worth seeing," I said. "Get the gun." Claude fetched the rifle and slipped a cartridge into the breech. I strolled across the road and leaned against the open gate. Rummins was on top of the rick now and cutting away at the cord that bound the thatching. Bert remained in the cart, fingering the 4-foot-long knife. Bert had something wrong with one eye. It was pale grey all over, like a boiled fish-eye, and although it was motionless in its socket, it appeared always to be looking at you and following you around the way eyes of the people in some of those portraits do in the museums. Wherever you stood, and wherever Bert was looking, there was this faulty eye fixing you sideways with a cold stare, boiled and misty pale with a little black dot in the centre, like a fish-eye on a plate. In his build, he was the opposite of his father, who was short and squat, like a frog. Bert was a tall, reedy, boneless boy, loose at the joints, even the head loose upon the shoulders, falling sideways as though perhaps it was too heavy for the neck. "You only made this rick last June," I said to him. "Why take it away so soon?"
"Dad wants it."
"Funny time to cut a new rick. November."
"Dad wants it,"
Bert repeated, and both his eyes, the sound one and the other, stared down at me with a look of absolute vacuity. go into all that trouble stacking it and thatching it and then pulling it down 5 months later?
Dad wants it.
Bert's nose was running, and he kept wiping it with the back of his hand and wiping the back of the hand on his trousers.
Come on, Bert,
Rummins called, and the boy climbed up onto the rick and stood in the place where the thatch had been removed. He took the knife and began to cut down into the tight-packed hay, with an easy, swinging, sawing movement, holding the handle with both hands and rocking his body like a man sawing wood with a big saw. I could hear the crisp cutting noise of the blade against the dry hay, and the noise becoming softer as the knife sank deeper into the rick.
Claude's going to take a pot at the rats as they come out.
The man and the boy stopped abruptly and looked across the road at Claude, who was leaning against the red pump with rifle in hand.
Tell him to put that bloody rifle away,
Rummins said.
He's a good shot.
He won't hit you.
No one's potting no rats alongside of me, don't matter how good they are.
You'll insult him.
Tell him to put it away,
Rummins said, slow and hostile.
I don't mind dogs nor sticks, but I'll be buggered if I'll have rifles.
The two on the hayrick watched while Claude did as he was told. Then they resumed their work in silence. Soon Bert came down into the cart, and reaching out with both hands, he pulled a slice of solid hay away from the rick so that it dropped neatly into the cart beside him. A rat, grey-black, with a long tail, came out of the base of the rick and ran into the hedge. A rat, I said.
Kill it,
Rummins said.
Why don't you get a stick and kill it?
The alarm had been given now, and the rats were coming out quicker. 1 or 2 of them every minute, fat and long-bodied, crouching close to the ground as they ran through the grass into the hedge. Whenever the horse saw one of them, it twitched its ears and followed it with uneasy, rolling eyes. Bert had climbed back on top of the rick and was cutting out another bale. Watching him, I saw him suddenly stop, hesitate for perhaps a second, then again begin to cut, but very cautiously this time. And now I could hear a different sound, a muffled, rasping noise, as the blade of the knife grated against something hard. Bert pulled out the knife and examined the blade, testing it with his thumb. He put it back, letting it down gingerly into the cut, feeling gently downward until it came again upon the hard object. And once more, when he made another cautious little sawing movement, there came that grating sound. Rummins turned his head and looked over his shoulder at the boy. He was in the act of lifting an armful of loosened thatch, bending forward with both hands, grasping the straw. But he stopped dead in the middle of what he was doing and looked at Bert. Bert remained still, hands holding the handle of the knife, a look of bewilderment on his face. Behind, the sky was a pale, clear blue, and the 2 figures up there on the hayrick stood out sharp and black, like an etching against the paleness. Then Rummins' voice, louder than usual, edged with an unmistakable apprehension that the loudness did nothing to conceal.
Some of them haymakers is too bloody careless what they put on a rick these days.
He paused, and again the silence, the men motionless, and across the road Claude, leaning motionless against the red pump. It was so quiet suddenly. We could hear a woman's voice, far down the valley on the next farm, calling the men to food. Then Rummins again, shouting where there was no need to shout.
Go on, man. Go on and cut through it, Bert. Little stick of wood won't hurt the sodding knife.
For some reason, as though perhaps scenting trouble, Claude came strolling across the road and joined me leaning on the gate. He didn't say anything, but both of us seemed to know that there was something disturbing about these 2 men, about the stillness that surrounded them, and especially about Rummins himself. Rummins was frightened. Bert was frightened too, and now, as I watched them, I became conscious of a small, vague image moving just below the surface of my memory. I tried desperately to reach back and grasp it. Once I almost touched it, but it slipped away, and when I went after it, I found myself travelling back and back through many weeks, back into the yellow days of summer, the warm wind blowing down the valley from the south, the big beech trees heavy with their foliage, the fields turning to gold. The harvesting, the haymaking, the rick, the building of the rick. Instantly, I felt a fine electricity of fear running over the skin of my stomach. Yes, the building of the rick. When was it we had built it? June, that was it, of course. A hot, muggy day in June, with the clouds low overhead and the air thick with the smell of thunder.
And Rummins had said, "Let's for God's sake get it in quick before the rain comes."
And old Jimmy had said, "There ain't going to be no rain, there ain't going to be no hurry either. You know very well when thunder's in the south it don't cross over into the valley." Rummins, standing up in the cart, handing out the pitchforks, had not answered him. He was in a furious, brooding temper because of his anxiety about getting in the hay before it rained. "There ain't going to be no rain before evening," old Jimmy had repeated, looking at Rummins, and Rummins had stared back at him, the eyes glimmering with a slow anger. All through the morning we had worked without a pause, loading the hay onto the cart, trundling it across the field, pitching it out onto the slowly growing rick that stood over by the gate opposite the filling station. We could hear the thunder in the south as it came towards us and moved away again. Then it seemed to return and remain stationary somewhere beyond the hills, rumbling intermittently. When we looked up, we could see the clouds overhead moving and changing shape in the turbulence of the upper air. But on the ground it was hot and muggy, and there was no breath of wind. We worked slowly, listlessly in the heat, shirts wet with sweat, faces shining. Claude and I had worked beside Rummins on the rick itself, helping to shape it, and I could remember how very hot it had been, and the flies around my face, and the sweat pouring out everywhere, and especially I could remember the grim, scowling presence of Rummins beside me, working with desperate urgency and watching the sky and shouting at the men to hurry. At noon, in spite of Rummins, we had knocked off for lunch. Claude and I had sat down under the hedge with old Jimmy and another man called Wilson, who was a soldier home on leave, and it was too hot to do much talking. Wilson had some bread and cheese and a canteen of cold tea. Old Jimmy had a satchel. There was an old gas mask container, and in this, closely packed, standing upright with their necks protruding, were 6 pint bottles of beer. "Come on," he said, offering a bottle to each of us. "I'd like to buy one from you," Claude said, knowing very well the old man had little money. "Take it." "I must pay you."
"Let me sit daft. Drink it."
He was a very good old man. Good and clean, with a clean, pink face that he shaved each day. He had used to be a carpenter, but they retired him at the age of 70, and that was some years before. Then the village council, seeing him still active, had given him the job of looking after the newly built children's playground, of maintaining the swings and seesaws in good repair, and also of acting as a kind of gentle watchdog, seeing that none of the kids hurt themselves or did anything foolish. That was a fine job for an old man to have, and everybody seemed pleased with the way things were going, until a certain Saturday night. That night old Jimmy had got drunk and gone reeling and singing down the middle of the high street with such a howling noise that people got out of their beds to see what was going on below. The next morning they had sacked him, saying he was a waster and a drunkard, not fit to associate with young children on the playground. Then an astonishing thing happened. The first day that he stayed away, a Monday it was, not one single child came near the playground. Nor the next day, nor the one after that. All week the swings and the seesaws and a high slide with steps going up to it stood deserted. Not a child went near them. Instead, they followed old Jimmy out into a field behind the rectory and played their games there, with him watching. And the result of all this was that after a while the council had had no alternative but to give the old man back his job. He still had it now, and he still got drunk, and no one said anything about it any more. He left it only for a few days each year, at haymaking time. All his life, old Jimmy had loved to go haymaking, and he wasn't going to give it up yet. "You want one?" he asked now, holding a bottle out to Wilson, the soldier. "No, thanks. Got tea." "You say tea's good on a hot day." "Oh, it is. Beer makes me sleepy." "If you like," I said to old Jimmy, "we could walk across to the filling station, and I'll do you a couple of nice sandwiches. Would you like that?" "Beer's plenty. There's more food in one bottle of beer, my lad, than 20 sandwiches." He smiled at me, showing 2 rows of pale pink toothless gums, but it was a pleasant smile, and there was nothing repulsive about the way the gums showed. We sat for a while in silence. The soldier finished his bread and cheese and lay back on the ground, tilting his hat forward over his face. Old Jimmy had drunk 3 bottles of beer, and now he offered the last to Claude and me. "No thanks. No thanks, one's plenty for me." The old man shrugged, unscrewed the stopper, tilted his head back and drank, pouring the beer into his mouth with the lips held open so that the liquid ran smoothly without gurgling down his throat. He wore a hat that was of no colour at all and of no shape, and it did not fall off when he tilted back his head. "Ain't Rummins going to give that old horse a drink?" he asked, lowering the bottle, looking across the field at the great cart horse that stood steaming between the shafts of the cart. "Not Rummins." "Horses is thirsty, just the same as us." Old Jimmy paused, still looking at the horse. "You got a bucket of water in that place of yours there?" "Of course." "No reason why we shouldn't give the old horse a drink then, is there?" "That's a very good idea. We'll give him a drink." Claude and I both stood up and began walking towards the gate, and I remember turning and calling to the old man, "Quite sure you wouldn't like me to bring you a nice sandwich? It won't take a second to make." He shook his head and waved the bottle at us, and said something about taking himself a little nap. We went on through the gate over the road to the filling station. I suppose we stayed away for about an hour, attending to customers and getting ourselves something to eat. And when at length we returned, Claude carrying the bucket of water, I noticed that the rick was at least 6 foot high. "Some water for the old horse," Claude said, looking hard at Rummins, who was up in the cart pitching hay onto the rick. The horse put its head in the bucket, sucking and blowing gratefully at the water. "Where's old Jimmy?" I asked. We wanted the old man to see the water because it had been his idea. When I asked the question, there was a brief moment, when Rummins hesitated, pitchfork in mid-air, looking around him. "I bought him a sandwich," I added. "Bloody old fool drunk too much beer and gone off home to sleep," Rummins said. I strolled along the hedge back to the place where we had been sitting with old Jimmy. 5 empty bottles were lying there in the grass. So was the satchel. I picked up the satchel and carried it back to Rummins. "I don't think old Jimmy's gone home, Mr. Rummins," I said, holding up the satchel by the long shoulder band. Rummins glanced at it, but made no reply. He was in a frenzy of haste now because the thunder was closer, the clouds blacker, the heat more oppressive than ever. Carrying the satchel, I started back to the filling station, where I remained for the rest of the afternoon, serving customers. Towards evening, when the rain came, I glanced across the road and noticed that they had got the hay in and were laying a tarpaulin over the rick. In a few days, the thatcher arrived and took the tarpaulin off and made a roof of straw instead. He was a good thatcher, and he made a fine roof with long straw, thick and well packed. The slope was nicely angled, the edges cleanly clipped, and it was a pleasure to look at it, from the road or from the door of the filling station. All this came flooding back to me now as clearly as if it were yesterday. The building of the rick on that hot, thundery day in June. The yellow field, the sweet woody smell of the hay, and Wilson, the soldier, with tennis shoes on his feet, Bert with the boiled eye, old Jimmy with the clean old face, the pink naked gums, and Rummins, the broad dwarf, standing up in the cart, scowling at the sky because he was anxious about the rain. At this very moment, there he was again, this Rummins, crouching on top of the rick with a sheaf of thatch in his arms, looking round at the sun, the tall Bert, motionless also, both of them black like silhouettes against the sky. And once again I felt the fine electricity of fear, as it came and went in little waves over the skin of my stomach.
"Go on and cut through it, Bert,"
Rummins said, speaking loudly. Bert put pressure on the big knife, and there was a high, grating noise as the edge of the blade sawed across something hard. It was clear from Bert's face that he did not like what he was doing. It took several minutes before the knife was through. Then again at last, the softer sound of the blade slicing the tight-packed hay, and Bert's face turned sideways to the father, grinning with relief, nodding inanely.
"Go on, and cut it out,"
Rummins said. And still he did not move. Bert made a second vertical cut, the same depth as the first. Then he got down and pulled the bale of hay so it came away cleanly from the rest of the rick like a chunk of cake, dropping into the cart at his feet. Instantly, the boy seemed to freeze, staring stupidly at the newly exposed face of the rick, unable to believe, or perhaps refusing to believe, what this thing was that he had cut in two. Rummins, who knew very well what it was, had turned away and was climbing quickly down the other side of the rick. He moved so fast he was through the gate and halfway across the road before Bert started to scream.
Mr. Hoddy. Read by Jessica Hines.
They got out of the car and went in the front door of Mr. Hoddy's house. "I've an idea Dad's going to question you rather sharp tonight," Clarice whispered. "About what, Clarice?" "The usual stuff, jobs and things like that, and whether you can support me in a fitting way." "Jackie's going to do that," Claude said. "When Jackie wins, there won't be any need for any jobs." "Don't you ever mention Jackie to my dad, Claude Cubbage, or that'll be the end of it. If there's one thing in the world he can't abide, it's greyhounds. Don't you ever forget that." "Oh, Christ," Claude said. "Tell him something else. Anything to make him happy. See?" And with that, she led Claude into the parlour. Mr. Hoddy was a widower, a man with a prim, sour mouth, and an expression of eternal disapproval all over his face. He had the small, close-together teeth of his daughter Clarice, the same suspicious, inward look about the eyes, but none of her freshness and vitality, none of her warmth. He was a small, sour apple of a man, grey-skinned and shrivelled, with a dozen or so surviving strands of black hair pasted across the dome of his bald head. But a very superior man was Mr. Hoddy, a grocer's assistant, one who wore a spotless white gown at his work, who handled large quantities of such precious commodities as butter and sugar, who was deferred to, even smiled at, by every housewife in the village. Claude Cubbage was never quite at his ease in this house, and that was precisely as Mr. Hoddy intended it. They were sitting round the fire in the parlour with cups of tea in their hands. Mr. Hoddy in the best chair, to the right of the fireplace, Claude and Clarice on the sofa, decorously separated by a wide space. The younger daughter, Ada, was on a hard upright chair to the left, and they made a little circle round the fire. A stiff, tense little circle, primly tea-sipping.
"Yes, Mr. Hoddy," Claude was saying. "You can be quite sure both Gordon and me's got a number of nice little ideas up our sleeves this very moment. It's only a question of taking our time and making sure which is going to be the most profitable."
"What sort of ideas?" Mr. Hoddy asked, fixing Claude with his small, disapproving eyes. "Ah, there you are now, that's it, you see." Claude shifted uncomfortably on the sofa. His blue lounge suit was tight around his chest, and it was especially tight between his legs up in the crutch. The tightness in his crutch was actually painful to him, and he wanted terribly to hitch it downward. "This man you call Gordon, I thought you had a profitable business out there as it is," Mr. Hoddy said. "Why does he want to change?"
"Absolutely right, Mr. Hoddy. It's a first-rate business. But it's a good thing to keep expanding. See, new ideas is what we're after, something I can come in on as well and take a share of the profits."
"Such as what?" Mr. Hoddy was eating a slice of currant cake, nibbling it round the edges, and his small mouth was like the mouth of a caterpillar biting a tiny curved slice out of the edge of a leaf. "Such as what?" he asked again.
"There's long conferences, Mr. Hoddy, takes place every day between Gordon and me about these different matters of business."
"Such as what?" he repeated, relentless. Clarice glanced sideways at Claude, encouraging. Claude turned his large, slow eyes upon Mr. Hoddy, and he was silent. He wished Mr. Hoddy wouldn't push him around like this, always shooting questions at him and glaring at him and acting just exactly like he was the bloody adjutant or something. "Such as what?" Mr. Hoddy said, and this time Claude knew that he was not going to let go. Also, his instinct warned him that the old man was trying to create a crisis.
"Well, now," he said, breathing deep,
"I don't really want to go into details until we got it properly worked out. All we're doing so far is turning our ideas over in our minds, see? All I'm asking," Mr. Hoddy said irritably, "is what sort of business are you contemplating? I presume that it's respectable."
"Now, please, Mr. Hoddy, you don't for one moment think we'd even so much as consider anything that wasn't absolutely and entirely respectable, do you?"
Mr. Hoddy grunted, stirring his tea slowly, watching Claude. Clarice sat mute and fearful on the sofa, gazing into the fire.
"I've never been in favour of starting a business,"
Mr. Hoddy pronounced, defending his own failure in that line.
"A good, respectable job is all a man should wish for. A respectable job in respectable surroundings. Too much hokey-pokey in business, for my liking."
"The thing is this," Claude said, desperate now. "All I want is to provide my wife with everything she can possibly desire. A house to live in, and furniture, and a flower garden, and a washing machine, and all the best things in the world. That's what I want to do, and you can't do that on an ordinary wage now, can you? It's impossible to get enough money to do that unless you go into business, Mr. Hoddy. You'll surely agree with me there." Mr. Hoddy, who had worked for an ordinary wage all his life, didn't much like this point of view.
"And don't you think I provide everything my family wants, might I ask?"
"Oh, yes, and more," Claude cried fervently.
"But you've got a very superior job, Mr. Hoddy, and that makes all the difference."
But what sort of business are you thinking of? The man persisted. Claude sipped his tea to give himself a little more time, and he couldn't help wondering how the miserable old bastard's face would look if he simply up and told him the truth right there and then. If he said, what we've got, Mr. Hoddy, if he really wants to know, is a couple of greyhounds, and one's a perfect ringer for the other, and we're going to bring off the biggest goddamn gamble in the history of flapping, see? He'd like to watch the old bastard's face if he said that. He really would. They were all waiting for him to proceed now, sitting there with cups of tea in their hands, staring at him and waiting for him to say something good. Well, he said, speaking very slowly, because he was thinking deep. I've been pondering something a long time now. Something as'll make more money even than Gordon's second-hand cars, or anything else come to that, and practically no expense involved. That's better, he told himself. Keep going along like that. And what might that be? Something so queer, Mr. Hoddy. There isn't one in a million would even believe it. Well, what is it? Mr. Hoddy placed his cup carefully on the little table beside him and leaned forward to listen. And Claude, watching him, knew more than ever that this man and all those like him were his enemies. It was the Mr. Hoddys were the trouble. They were all the same. He knew them all, with their clean, ugly hands, their grey skin, their acrid mouths, their tendency to develop little round, bulging bellies just below the waistcoat, and always the unctuous curl of the nose, the weak chin, the suspicious eyes that were dark and moved too quick. The Mr. Hoddys. Oh, Christ. Well, what is it? It's an absolute goldmine, Mr. Hoddy. Honestly, it is. I'll believe that when I hear it. It's a thing so simple and amazing, most people wouldn't even bother to do it. He had it now. Something he had actually been thinking seriously about for a long time. Something he'd always wanted to do. He leaned across and put his teacup carefully on the table beside Mr. Hoddy's. Then, not knowing what to do with his hands, placed them on his knees, palms downward. Well, come on, man. What is it? It's maggots, Claude answered softly. Mr. Hoddy jerked back as though someone had squirted water in his face. Maggots? He said, aghast. Maggots? What on earth do you mean, maggots? Claude had forgotten that this word was almost unmentionable in any self-respecting grocer's shop. Ada began to giggle, but Clarice glanced at her so malignantly the giggle died on her mouth. That's where the money is. Starting a maggot factory. Are you trying to be funny? Honestly, Mr. Hoddy, it may sound a bit queer, and that's simply because you never heard it before, but it's a little gold mine. A maggot factory? Really now, Cabbage, please be sensible. Clarice wished her father wouldn't call him Cabbage. You never heard speak of a maggot factory, Mr. Hoddy? I certainly have not. There's maggot factories going now. Real big companies with managers and directors and all, and you know what, Mr. Hoddy? They're making millions. Nonsense, man. And you know why they're making millions? Claude paused, but he did not notice now that his listener's face was slowly turning yellow. It's because of the enormous demand for maggots, Mr. Hoddy. At that moment, Mr. Hoddy was listening also to other voices. The voices of his customers across the counter. Mrs. Rabbit's, for instance, as he sliced off her ration of butter. Mrs. Rabbit, with her brown moustache and always talking so loud and saying, well, well, well. He could hear her now saying, "Well, well, well, Mr. Hoddy, so your Clarice got married last week, did she? Very nice too, I must say. And what was it you said her husband does, Mr. Hoddy?" "He owns a maggot factory, Mrs. Rabbit's." "No, thank you," he told himself, watching Claude with his small, hostile eyes. "No, thank you very much indeed. I don't want that." "I can't say," he announced primly, "that I, myself, have ever had occasion to purchase a maggot." "Now you come to mention it, Mr. Hoddy, nor have I, nor as many other people we know, but let me ask you something else. How many times you had occasion to purchase a crown, wheel and pinion, for instance?" This was a shrewd question, and Claude permitted himself a slow, mawkish smile. "What's that got to do with maggots?" "Exactly this, that certain people buy certain things, see? You never bought a crown, wheel and pinion in your life, but that don't say there isn't men getting rich this very moment making 'em, because there is. It's the same with maggots. Would you mind telling me who these unpleasant people are who buy maggots?" "Maggots are bought by fishermen, Mr. Hoddy. Amateur fishermen. There's thousands and thousands of fishermen all over the country going out every weekend fishing the rivers, and all of them wanting maggots. Willing to pay good money for them too. You go along the river there, anywhere you like above Marlow on a Sunday, and you'll see them lining the banks, sitting there, one beside the other, simply lining the banks on both sides. Those men don't buy maggots. They go down the bottom of the garden and dig worms." Now that's just where you're wrong, Mr. Hoddy, if you'll allow me to say so. That's just where you're absolutely wrong. They want maggots, not worms. In that case, they get their own maggots. They don't want to get their own maggots. Just imagine, Mr. Hoddy, it's Saturday afternoon, you're going out fishing, and a nice clean tin of maggots arrives by post, and all you've got to do is slip it in the fishing bag and away you go. You don't think fellers is going to go out digging for worms and hunting for maggots when they can have them delivered right to their very doorsteps like that, just for a bob or two, do you? And might I ask how you propose to run this maggot factory of yours?" When he spoke the word maggot, it seemed as if he was spitting out a sour little pip from his mouth. Easiest thing in the world to run a maggot factory. Claude was gaining confidence now, and warming to his subject. "All you need is a couple of old oil drums and a few lumps of rotten meat or sheep's head, and you put them in the oil drums, and that's all you do. Flies do the rest." Had he been watching Mr. Hoddy's face, he probably would have stopped there. Of course, it's not quite as easy as it sounds. What you've got to do next is feed up your maggots with special diet, bran and milk. And then when they get big and fat, you put them in pint tins and post them off to your customers. 5 shillings a pint they fetch. 5 shillings a pint, he cried, slapping the knee. Just imagine that, Mr. Hoddy. And they say one blue bottle will lay 20 pints easy. He paused again, but merely to marshal his thoughts, for there was no stopping him now. "And there's another thing, Mr. Hoddy. A good maggot factory don't just breed ordinary maggots, you know. Every fisherman's got his own tastes. Maggots are commonest, but also there's lugworms. Some fishermen won't have nothing but lugworms. And of course there's coloured maggots. Ordinary maggots are white, but you get them all sorts of different colours by feeding them special food, see? Red ones and green ones and black ones, and you can even get blue ones if you knew what to feed them. The most difficult thing of all in a maggot factory is a blue maggot, Mr. Hoddy." Claude stopped to catch his breath. He was having a vision now, the same vision that accompanied all his dreams of wealth, of an immense factory building with tall chimneys and hundreds of happy workers streaming in through the wide wrought-iron gates, and Claude himself sitting in his luxurious office, directing operations with a calm and splendid assurance. "There's people with brains studying these things this very minute," he went on. "So you got to jump in quick, unless you want to get left out in the cold. That's the secret of big business, jumping in quick before all the others, Mr. Hoddy." Clarice, Ada, and the father sat absolutely still, looking straight ahead. None of them moved or spoke. Only Claude rushed on. "Just so long as you make sure your maggots is alive when you post 'em. They got to be wiggling, see? Maggots is no good unless they're wiggling, and when we really get going, when we built up a little capital, then we'll put up some glass houses." Another pause, and Claude stroked his chin. "Now, I expect you're all wondering why a person should want glass houses in a maggot factory. Well, I'll tell you. It's for the flies in the winter, see? Most important to take care of your flies in the winter." "I think that's enough, thank you, Cabbage," Mr. Hoddy said suddenly. Claude looked up, and for the first time he saw the expression on the man's face. It stopped him cold. "I don't want to hear any more about it," Mr. Hoddy said. "All I'm trying to do, Mr. Hoddy," Claude cried, "is give your little girl everything she can possibly desire. That's all I'm thinking of, night and day, Mr. Hoddy. Then all I hope is you'll be able to do it without the help of maggots." "Dad," Clarice cried, alarmed, "I simply won't have you talking to Claude like that." "I'll talk to him how I wish, thank you, miss." "I think it's time I was getting along," Claude said. "Good night."